Was it all in my beer and grab the glass and let it go down. We're going down. Now I can't hold you any longer. I can't cope 'cause you're a storm. A storm, a storm. I wake up feeling even smaller, even when the storm is over. Was it all in my head? Did we try to hard and lost it all instead? Was it all on me? Are you back away so far I couldn't see? Was it all in my head? Did we try to hard and lost it all instead? Was it all on me? Oh, you back away so far I couldn't see how far you drifted away along the street. How far you drifted away from me. Watch me, just follow every move. Touch me, let me know you want it too. Don't have what you need, but I got what you want, babe. No, we don't have to leave. The night is still young. All we need is now. Don't ever let me go. We got the whole night. Just let me feel you close. Come surround me. Don't ever let me go. Come surround me. Just let me feel you close. Slowly, but don't wait for too long. Just hold me. We're right where we belong. Don't have what you need, but I got what you want, babe. We don't have to leave. The night is still young.
What's up, Dragon Nation? I'm Rich with Dragon Nation Gaming. Welcome to another Space Engineers live stream. I haven't streamed this game in quite some time. I haven't put out videos in quite some time, but here pretty soon I'm going to be putting out a bunch of them. I'm not going to be doing any more Let's Plays of Space Engineers, just putting out tutorial stuff I've learned throughout the game. And if you have anything that you would like to some information on, like I know people are going to be asking about timers. I get that one all the time. We're going to go ahead and help people out. But yeah, there's a lot of information I need to go into. There's a bunch of stuff that we need to test out for upcoming videos I'm going to be putting out. So yeah, this is gonna, there's going to be a lot of information coming out. Let me just go ahead and check the stream, make sure everything's running. Looks like we're good. Ballberry, what's going on, man? You were really early. Oh, you started when I was doing the, yeah. I try to start that about 10 minutes early, just to give me a timer so that way I have something to pay attention to and I don't forget, hey, I was supposed to stream now. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we need to go into. Pretty much what we're going to do is we're going to start out with players that just got the game and what they can expect and what they probably should do. And we'll see how this all goes on. We'll see how it goes. Console Space Engineers is great. No, not really. I have not heard one person that I've actually been in game with that said that console was great. The problem with console is there's a lot of stuff that we do in Space Engineers. A lot of heavy building, complicated designs and stuff like that that you just can't build on console because, well, console's just not built for this game too much. It's just one of those games where you're extremely limited on console. So yeah, I would never play this on console ever. Hello and good on your birthday. Oh shit, happy birthday, Bitfighter. What is your age? One more year than you were? Smart ass. So yeah, a lot of people have, people that had it on PC have tried it on console and they only get so far and they say, oh yeah, it's great, it's awesome. But when you try to do some of the complicated designs that I've done, yeah, it kind of falls short just a little bit. Repso, how do you pronounce your name, man? Repsol, man? What's going on, man? Dragon Order. That's actually a good name, man. I like that name. What's going on? And Magna, what's up? All right, so you're just got the game. You haven't played any. You've seen a few videos, and that's about it. What would you like to do when you first start playing the game? Here pretty soon, my brain should start waking up. I just woke up at like 8 o'clock, so jumped into Valheim, got a few things done, and now I need to start the stream. Shit, that's loud. Alright, so let me know if the game is too loud. I'll probably have to go into the settings. It seems like it is pretty loud for me. Let me check OBS real quick, make sure. It seems like it's alright. Alright, so a brand new player just got the game. What can you do? Well, there is an option for you if you go into new game. If you go to scenarios, there's a couple scenarios that you can play that are beginner tutorials. The first jump and learning to survive. Those are the two that you can play. The first jump, I don't think I've played since it first came out, since the devs put it out. And also learning to survive. I think I started playing that, but never actually finished it. I mean, all of this came out when I already had like 2,000 hours in the game, so I wasn't really interested. Grifter, what's going on, man? So, what I would like to do is to go through these scenarios, these starter scenarios, and then after that, we'll go ahead and get into a world, and yeah, there's some testing that I need to do, research and stuff like that. I need to get a lot of numbers crunching, basically. You can, however, connect a mouse and keyboard on the Xbox and then it's almost the same. Say so. But here's what you do. Try to build the tunnel boring machine that I have. Actually, no, the space tether. Try to build the space tether in a world on console and see how it works out. Guarantee it's not going to be very well. Alright, so yeah, we'll go ahead and play these two scenarios. I haven't played them in a really long time. And then after we're done with those, we'll go ahead and get into a world and start some creative stuff. And then, of course, if you guys have anything that you would like me to explain, you want a tutorial for yourself, just go ahead and let me know in the comments, and we'll go over it. Give as much information as we can in this episode, or in this stream. Alright, let's go ahead and start this. So like I said, it's been a really long time since I played this shit. But yeah, it kind of sounds like the audio is a bit loud, so I am going to have to turn it down just a little bit. We'll check it out when we get in. I think I had it set to like 65, and it seemed to be okay then. But it's been a while since I played Space Engineers, so we'll see. Options, audio. Oh, it is low. So maybe I just have my headset up way too high. Oh yeah, there's going to be reading. Approaching destination, travel duration 576 Earth hours, initiating engineer resurrection something. So yeah, our character is in a cryo chamber. What did they do to the cryo chambers? Like crap. Telemetry AI being activated. Good bot starting the cryo chamber thawing process. I also have to remember the keys since I've been playing other games since I've been playing Space Engineers, and yeah, I gotta remember. Oh shit. Flashing lights, man. I also have to remember how to go into first person. What? I thought it was a scroll wheel to go into first person. F1? No, that's not it. Hold on. What is it to go into first person? I forget. You were offline mode and shit. Oh, no, tab is the, that's right, V. I'll get it. Like I said, I haven't played Space Engineers in a little bit, so it's going to take me a second. Alright, so report to the ship's bridge. Use WASD keys to move. Use the mouse to look around. Follow GPS markers for help with navigation. Alright, we looked around. We moved around. F to open up doors. F is your action key. Oh, yeah. It has been really long since I played this shit. Alright, that's where we came from. I probably also need to turn down the mouse sensitivity at some point. Oh, we gotta... Can I actually get... Nope, we have full power anyways. Solar panel. There was some sort of wreck. I can't remember exactly what happens in the beginning. Oh, yeah, we need to get onto the station because we need to investigate the station. The station is responding to communications. Engineer prepared to disembark and commence station investigation. Go to the airlock on... Oh, shit. I was reading instead of paying attention. Go to the airlock located on the lower deck. Press F to open closed doors. Alright, lower deck. Go to the airlock located... Oh, those are all green, so I already did them. Alright, use the starboard... Just say right or left, man. Use the starboard button panel to dispense a new oxygen bottle. Press F to activate buttons on the button panel. Yep, so this one right here. GPS will show you where you need to go. And then a bottle will come out of the connector. Toggle your helmet by pressing J. Alright, bottom left hand corner. Now it shows us that our helmet is on. Open the hangar doors with the button panel, port button panel. Okay. Yeah, I need to turn down the mouse sensitivity. I've been playing other games where the mouse isn't so sensitive. Proceed to station airlock. Station is reporting heavy damage to systems. Well, no shit. Looks like it's been fucked up just a little bit. Alright, station airlock. Proceed to the station airlock. What's next? We'll probably have to close the airlock. Use the button panel to cycle the airlock. Alright. Well, looks like this room wasn't filled with oxygen before we opened the door. That's alright, no big deal. Alright, get to the command center by following GPS waypoints. Alright, looking for GPS. It looks like we need to get up there. We also need to go ahead and check these cargo containers, because there might be something in them that we need later on. Access denied. There's a bottle sitting right here. Let me go ahead and turn on my light real quick with L so we can see what the hell we're doing. Because I do know there are a few things that we need to repair in order to finish this mission. So I'll go ahead and try to grab what resources we can. Hey, it's one of those fighter ships. It's got a couple turrets on it. I think this game this scenario came out before the turrets, so they have added more to it. Alright, now we just need to go up to the top. Cross the bridge, and press C to crouch. Okay. And C again to get back up on our feet. Good bot. Major hole. Shit, where'd it go? Major hole breach detected. Station safeguards won't allow doors to open until pressurization is restored. Sorry, I can't override the safeguards. The station systems cannot be reasoned with. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to go ahead and make this place airtight so that way we can open the hangar or something like that. Oh, there's a dead engineer. What up, homie? So yeah, we're not airtight, so what I need to do is probably, if I remember correctly, I need to repair this. But I need a welder. We need to find a welder somewhere. What is that button panel? Is there anything on it? No. Alright, control center. Investigate the nearby button panel to attempt closing the ceiling blast doors. I've always loved this game. I mean, I played this game so much, and I definitely wouldn't have played as much as I have if I didn't love it. Alright, now we're getting oxygen, so it should be able to open that door up. I think that's the one we need to go through. Pressurization in progress, stand by. So I guess that door wasn't the one we need to repair. Room is pressurized, 100%. Warning, suit malfunction detected. Energy level is dropping. Suit malfunction repaired. Visiting a recharge station is recommended. Alright, in order to get in there, we need to go through that door, which, yeah, is damaged, so we need to repair it. Yeah. Have some resources right here, which will allow us to do that. Alright, now I need to go into inventory. Go ahead and put... Ah, shit. I gotta remember everything. Shit, how do I put stuff in my toolbar again? I forget. Thought it was tab. Nope, tab is the... Like I said, it's been a while, man. It really has. Thought it was recharge energy at medical bay. F, okay. There we go. Oh, now it just puts it in there automatically. So much shit I gotta remember. Oh yeah, G, there you go. Gotcha. Like I said, it's been a while. So I just need a refresher. Alright, now that we repaired the door, we can go ahead and go through. Yeah, I'm gonna fill... Oh, shit. Okay. Well, that just happened. That was actually pretty damn cool. I love the first time I saw that. I came into this room and saw that little fight outside. I was like, damn, they did a good job with that shit. Uh-oh. You gotta run. I need to get to the escape pod. Oh shit, grinder. Oh yeah, he's coming after me. Yep, I'm getting attacked. Oh shit. Okay. I fell. Back up. I think I need to go through here. Continue towards the last GPS marker. Oh, yeah, see? Yep, a lot of shit going on. Oh, this way. And seat. And now we're escaping. Yeah. Yeah, G menu. Like I said, it's been a while, so it's gonna take me a second to get back into the keys. Wait, the King of Space Engineers is doing the tutorial. Have I died and gone to hell? If so, awesome. What an ass. Gotta like immersion tutorials. Yeah, love them. Oh yeah, I forgot there's like more to it. Alright, it is recommended to equip yourself with backup oxygen and hydrogen bottles. There are spare bottles in the cargo container in the floor. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to get out of the seat. And of course we're in space, so now we have jetpack. Ooh, we got a lot. Yeah, I probably need to put those. Okay, let's go ahead and X. Get rid of the jetpack so we're not using up hydrogen. It's actually not a half bad dropship. Of course, there's no way of stopping it. Well, with the hydrogen. Oh no, there are engines in the front. But yeah, nice little drop pad for a large ship. Alright, so go to the highlighted coordinates, toggle your jetpack on and off by pressing X. Use the character movement keys to fly, use space to ascend, and C to descend. Use Q and E keys to roll left or right. Enter the base through the highlighted doors. Looking pretty good for a tutorial. Yeah, this is the scenario. I can't take credit for all this building. This is the scenario that you can get when you first start the game. Enter the base through the highlighted door. Is this not the door? Oh, it's on the other side. Explore the base. Find a way deeper into the facility. Alright, that's class. So why the fuck did I need to come in here? Oh yeah, because this is a bridge. An airtight bridge. Alright, so life support. A bunch of crowd chambers. We could probably also go ahead and get some hydrogen stuff from here. Oxygen. Nope, it's not connected, just power. Oh, wait a minute. Was there cargo containers in here? Nope. Probably need to go out there at some point. Yeah, let's go to that bridge. Raj. Alright. We'll be able to find some stuff in here. Hopefully a grinder. I think we do need one later on. Cargo container. Nope, still no grinder. But a few more bottles, which might not be that important. Alright, so hangar doors, vehicle bay. Yeah, not right now. Maybe later. Aw. Poor little damaged car. Rover. Yeah, we'll be messing with that at some point, I think. Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I played this, so I can't really remember. Gotta admit, this is looking... Oh yeah, I already read that, my bad. Alright, let's go down here. Alright, we'll go up there in a second. Let's check this out. Elevator. Which I think goes down. Yep, we don't need that right now. We'll come back. Yeah, our mission is to get to the control tower. What did that say? ROS 4, looks like. Sign outside by that other building. Yeah, this is actually not a bad design. Whoever designed this base did a good job. I like it. Alright, let's keep going up. Use the button panel to release the security lockdown. Base status power online. Base status life support functioning. Base status communications offline. Alright, unlock blast doors. Trigger now. So yeah, this is all the stuff that you can build in the game. It's really cool. I like it. Oh, that was a little jittery. Yeah, so now we need to go down the elevator. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we don't need the rover. Is that a crashed ship right there? Looks like it. Alright, mission. Oh, I missed the stairs. Mission, enter the elevator. Could probably make this faster if I use my jetpack. But we're fine. Alright, elevator. Here we go. Now, if I remember correctly, last time I played this, the elevator was extremely jittery. That's before they came out with some of the functions for the pistons. Use the button panel to activate the elevator. Ooh, yeah, here it goes. Yep. A little jittery. It's okay. I'm floating. This is the really old way of building elevators. This is what we used to do years ago. But yeah, stuff has been fixed since then. There are better ways now. But yeah, they don't use pistons. I could have sworn they did, but no, they use thrusters on the bottom. You can see the light coming off the thrusters. Wait for the elevator to reach the destination. Last time I played this, the elevator actually got stuck like up there. But yeah, we can't see. Let me see if I can see down here. Yep. See, all they do is they use thrusters for it to go up and down. Alright, can we get oxygen in this one? Nope. That's fine. We got bottles. Not worried about it. Alright, search for the evacuation site in one of these tunnels. I can't remember, but I think we do get attacked. Use L to toggle your suit light. Alright, G. Character tools, weapons. Let's go ahead and put you in number 4. Yeah, we gotta be careful because if I remember correctly, we do get attacked by these little drones at some point. Might also be a good idea to go ahead and... Goodbot, automated defense drone. Their AI is currently offline. Currently, but maybe not forever. So yeah, just take out the sensors. I think that's really all you need to take out. Alright, I feel a little bit safer now. So what we're looking for is the evacuation site, which I think is this way. I can't remember if there's any traps with warheads, but I guess we're about to find out. We got ourselves an assembler. Cool. Oh yeah, and there's a mining drone up there too. Yeah, right here. Forgot about all this. Alright, let's check the cargo container. I know there is a... Oh hey, better weapons. And some more ammo. Ah, that's fine. Weapon I have is just fine. Bit eerie. Evacuation site, here we go. I think you also get attacked by these guys, but I can't really remember. Yeah, the drones, I think, do attack. Collector with nuclear reactor. You are. Oh, that's a projector. Let's see what it projects. Use the button panel to activate the projector. Oh, yeah, now I remember. 2001. The projector is displaying a scan of some kind of artifact. Oh shit, I didn't catch the whole thing. Yeah, more drones. Here we go. Trying to take out those sensors so they can't see me. That didn't work out. No, I think I did. Oh, I didn't take out that one. I think I got it. Oh shit. Okay, no, something is shooting at my ass. I hear some drilling. Yeah, I got a drone somewhere coming at me. Oh shit. Alright, I got rid of the Gatling gun from him. Alright, anything else? Yeah, I still hear... Oh, yep. Get wrecked, son. Alright. Alright, let me take out that drill. Alright. I think we're safe now. A piece of ice came from somewhere. Oh, hey, drone. Go ahead and... Oh, hello. That's right. Dig out some thrusters. Get him to stop moving a little bit. Okay. I'm feeling safe now. What is this? Site log 48. Extraction is scheduled for 1400. That's 2 p.m. The research team is impatiently anticipating the artifact's arrival at the main base. I'm not delaying this again. I won't be lectured one more time about the importance of timekeeping by those stay-at-home scientists. Well, somebody's pissed off. Alright, the security drones are activated. Fight or flee the drones. Get back to the main shaft. Exit coordinates are marked with GPS. There it is. Entrance, why? Don't think you ever quite finished the last tutorial mission either. Oh, really? Oh, shit! Well, you're a dick. Scaring me like... What's wrong with you? The other tutorial, I haven't finished that either, I don't think. Oh, shit. Yeah, this door is closed, so we have to find another way around. I think this way. I'm just glad there's no stamina in this game. After playing Valheim so much, I really... Yeah, I'm sick of games that have stamina. Now, if I had a Jabril, it would make this a lot easier. But I think we got it. What's going on? Security system has sealed the blast door. There must be another route. Accessing schematics, get to the elevator. Oh shit. Hey, I took those out already. I should have taken out their weapons. My bad. Rick. Alright, got that one. Got that one. Okay, I'm good. Oh shit, get up here. Yeah, this elevator works somewhat well, but it's still a little bit eh. It's always been like that. Still works though. It wouldn't work in survival. They have block destruction turned off somehow for just this elevator. This elevator would have already blown apart. Alright, so I think we're going to another level. Try to unlock that hangar door so we get out of here. Not sure. I put the elevator into diagnostic mode. It will go to the maintenance access subfloor. Okay. Don't know if I still need the weapon, but I'm keeping it. Oh, hey, some more ammo, but we're full, so who gives a shit? Get through. Oh, well, I panicked on that one. Get through the tunnel. It leads to a backup ship hangar. Okay. Yeah, let's take this a little bit slower this time, shall we? Uh-oh. I heard a ship just kick on. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, yeah, I think we're good. Enter the ship cockpit by pressing F. Oh yeah, this thing extends. I forgot about that. Alright, unlock landing gear by pressing P. W to fly out the hangar. Use the same controls for your jetpack to fly the ship. We're going to the nav coordinates in front of me. And here we go. Jonathan, what's going on, man? Alright, so the white one is telling our altitude. The blue numbers are showing the distance. Might want to go ahead and start slowing down. Oh, here we go. We didn't need to. Well, that's not something you want to see when you come up from the moon. Engineer, I owe you an apology. We didn't realize that the sole cooperative representative was aboard the station when we attacked. I speak on behalf of the independent Terran workers. We were employed. Fuck off. I lost my spot. Discover the artifact. Didn't maintain its deceit. We rose up to fight back and now seek to recover the artifact to deny the corporation from exploiting it to further increase their power. We insist you come aboard our ship. We need to show you the actions of the corporation personally. Mission 3, Ruined Camp. Oh, this area. Cool. I can't remember how far this shit goes. Yeah, this is longer than I remember. But like I said, I haven't played in a long time, so there's a lot of content that I completely forgot about. I like this camp too. They did a good job building it. Good way of getting ideas of what you can build in your own bases. When you're a brand new player, it's really good for that. Excuse me. We are planning an assault on the corporation fleet and need every ship we can get. Good luck, engineer. Exit transport ship. I'm not detecting any power signatures. I'm too slow. Any power signatures from the base. Those solar panels need a power kickstart so they can realign and begin supplying energy. There are some components in this container sending coordinates. Okay. I think I need to get outside. There. Approach the marked coordinates. Aim at the access port and press F or I to open the inventory screen. Drag items from cargo inventory to your inventory. Oh, cool. They highlighted now. That's cool. Shit. I don't think I have enough room for everything. Let's get rid of some ammo. I don't think I need ammo down here. I think I'm fine without it. Do need batteries. Let me see. Don't need you. You're not full. We can always come back here if we need to. Oh, don't need you. There we go. We might have enough power cells. We can always come back. Screw it. Open the toolbar screen by pressing G. Add the battery to your toolbar. Click the X or press escape to exit. Place the battery on the red platform by pressing left mouse button. Over here. Okay. Alright, so G. Find ourselves the battery. Open toolbar screen by pressing G. Switch to the tab character tools. This is what they should have done first. Tell you how to get the tools out. But they do it automatically at some point. So, character tools, welder. Aim at the block and hold left mouse button until the battery is fully built. Yeah, we need more power cell. Enter the hangar by using the elevator. Oh yeah. Anyways, all right, right here. Wow, this is not a slow elevator at all. Activate hangar control station to receive current ship status. Yeah, if it ever fucking gets me down there. Is this a window? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, this one's done by pistons. It's pretty slow though. You can raise the speed a little bit. I think what we need to do is we need to get this ship ready for flight. Yeah. Oh no, they're still using rotors. Yeah, this was long before we had hinges in the game. All right, where the fuck am I going? Oh yeah, over here, up there. Oh yeah, and before we had the stairs, those DLCs. Ooh, hydrogen bottle. Not worried about that shit. That's how we get on the ship. All right. That is surface exit. Acquire uranium from storage. Yeah, it looks like hangar roof closed. Reactors ready. Hydrogen tank empty. Ammunition ready. Status repairs required. Hangar roof closed. All right, so yeah, we need to find. Oh shit! Don't fall. Uranium. All right, place uranium into the ship's reactor. Back to the control room. Oh no, I need to go down a little bit more. There we go. All right, now we got power. Reactors coming online. Good job. Thank you. You need a grinder tool to get the required materials from repairing your ship. Find them at the storage. Oh, a lot of balls sitting around. Alright, so now we can go ahead and get rid of the stuff we don't need. Yeah, my shift key just does not want to work. We don't need all these bottles. We just need one bottle. Auction bottles as well. Yeah, one bottle will be fine. Probably don't need the weapon anymore. Let's go ahead and put that away. Come on. Alright, so grinder. We need that. We don't need another welder. Probably need a lot of steel plates, construction components, display, computer, and motors. Alright, open toolbar by pressing. Yeah. With the welder down there. Character tools, or the grinder, not the welder. Approaching highlighted thruster and grind it by holding left mouse button. Okay. Alright, next mission. You now have the necessary components required for repairs. The damaged thruster is now highlighted for easier repair. Alright. That it? We only need to repair one thruster? Go. Repairs are complete. I gotta remember OCD, man. Just leave the thruster. It doesn't have to be fully done. Use button 1 to expand the connector. Then use button 2 to unlock it. Hydrogen level 0%. Oh, we need to connect the connector. So that way it can fill up with hydrogen. Extend? I've used this before myself. And lock. So waiting for process to complete. We're at 60, 70, 80, 90, full. Press button 2 to unlock. Yeah, we have to do that. Then bring it back down. Use the button panel in the control room. Alright, fine, you don't want to go down? Fuck you. Alright, come on. Fuck it. Let's just... I was gonna try to do it legitimately, but yeah, jetpack, fuck it. Button and hangar doors. Hangar roof is opening. There we go. Wow. My stuff is never that smooth. Every time I use rotors, they like to jitter a lot. Alright, hangar landing gear is unlocked. You are free to lift off. Press F to enter the highlighted flight seat. Okay. I can't remember, but I think that's it. Alright, press V to toggle third person. Press and hold spacebar to thrust up and get safety clear of the hangar. Fly to the rendezvous coordinates. Oh, you know what? This is... I know this ship. I think I know this ship. This is a ship that I've taken over and I've rebuilt. I forget what it's called though. Rendezvous, here we come. Oh, it wants me to hold spacebar. Hold on. Alright, to thrust up, hold spacebar. There we go. Autopilot enabled. Oh, here we go. Space battle. Use missile turrets accessible from flight seat by pressing 1, 2, or 3, or 4. Exit turret control by pressing F. Target marked weak parts of the ship. Weak points destroyed. Okay. Alright, ship's on autopilot, so we're good. Got it. Easy enough. We did it! They are retreating! Yay! Finally, those bastards have a taste of the suffering they inflicted on us. We couldn't have done it without you, but it's not over yet. We still need to take the artifact from them. It mustn't be allowed to remain. Yeah, fuck it. Hope Space Engineers is treating you well today. So far. Russ Freighter. Thank you, Bitfighter. Alright, World Mission 4. Looks like our ship took damage. Ship reactor meltdown imminent. Escape the ship immediately. Okay, fuck. Oh, hey, look. Escape from Mars. Oh. We missed the explosion. God damn it. Escape the ship. Ship explosion in... Oh, I did have a timer and I wasn't paying attention. Glad you made it out of the wreck alive. Report to these coordinates. We have something for you. Got for me? What do you got for me? What's in the box? Wait near the coordinates. We are almost... Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Hells yeah. Let's do this. Tank clears the landing zone. Tank drop will commence shortly. There we go. Good luck. Yeah, I remember this part. This is gonna be fun. I did always kind of like this little vehicle. I've built better, but it's still a really cool vehicle. Yep, we have to do, we have to attack the facility. Speed reading text isn't the best for some. Not for me, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just a slow reader. But text always goes faster than I can go. It's a pain in the ass. Alright. Press 2 to toggle handbrakes. Okay. Next. Press 4 and 5 to control turrets. Press F key to exit the turret. Alright. 4 is top. 5 is top front. Oh, okay. Oh, these are... Okay. What? Why I want missile turrets? I don't know, but we got missile turrets. And here we go. I'm just gonna let the automation take care of it. Oh shit. That was not cool, motherfucker. How are my turrets doing? Where? There. Well, at least I still have some rocket turrets. Take that shit. Alright, let's do this. Alright, we got one more, it looks like. Oh, wait a minute. 5. Alright, what are we shooting at? No idea. Oh, I was hit by something. Oh, more vehicles over here. Oh, hello. That motherfucker out. Explosions everywhere. It's awesome. Reload, you piece of shit. God, I hate the reload on these. I still missed. Alright. Fuck is hitting me now? Nothing. Okay, we're shooting at that. Oh, hey, there's a planet. It's mostly that they don't expect you to speak it out. Yeah. That's true. That's really true. They should slow it down, though, for us idiots. You know, us idiots aren't very fast readers. Oh, mining ship. Cool. Oh. Did I say this wreckage still has operable weaponry that you can use? Alright, let's check it out. Command seat. Seat. How do I get in? Where's the door? Oh, hey, dead engineer. There's no fucking door. Hold on. There it is. Oh, they got arrows to help idiots out like me. Okay. The wrecks have functional turrets. Use them to fight with and to breach the main entrance. Press 1 to control turret. Well, we already destroyed everything. So, alright, let's do this. Alright, I think we opened the front door. Might as well knock a little bit more. Anyone home? It's always fun. Alright, let's see if we open it up. Yeah, we took a little bit of damage. Just a little. Alright. Alright, I don't see any turrets. Use the wreckage missile launchers to recommend to destroy Fortress Gate. Okay. We'll do. Oh, wait a minute. I see a shadow of something. Weird thing is, oh, let's see. Where is he? Oh. Is that something I need to be shooting at? Out of ammo. Not good. Not good at all. How about this one? Oh, out of ammo. Well, we're gonna abandon that shit. Where's the fucking door? Get me in this fucking thing. Kind of flustered. I need to slow down probably. There we go. Alright, one. There we go. Trying to drop this ship, it's not working out. Oh, I think I got it. How dare you land on top of me? Alright, we need to open the front door. Knock, knock. Alright, what's still fucking shooting? Oh. Apparently I didn't kill that ship enough. I still hear shooting. I still want to blow shit up. Where? Fuck it. We're done. Let's get inside. Yeah, I'm going a little wild with the whole blowing up shit. Oh, okay, I see what's still fighting. What's still shooting. Oh, shit, I don't have a rifle anymore. I put it away, didn't I? No, I still do. Hold on. Character weapons. There we go. You drag. Drag. You piece of shit. There we go. Did I have ammo though? Yes, a little. Continue onwards further into the base. Oh, hello. Shit. I can't remember. I think there are some drones in here somewhere. Yeah, we'll let them fight. It's a little distracting, but yeah, let them do their thing. What is... something's moving. See the lights right here? That looks like the lines from the spotlight. That one? Looks like it. Alright. We're good. I think that was just a light turret. I didn't need to take it out. Yeah, just a light turret. We were fine. I overreacted. My bad. Use the button panel to open the door to the drone factory. This looks like an elevator. Oh, no, it's just for the airlock. Gotcha. Alright. Oh, shit. I think I remember what this is. If this is what I think it is, if I remember correctly, this is going to be fun. This appears to be where the ROS-4 Corporation makes all of the small ships and drones. Yeah, I have to take these ships right here, and I have to try to win a battle. These ships are unlocked. Recommend borrowing one for this encounter. Okay, not sure why this is there. Probably best to avoid it. The fan. Shooting these control blocks will interfere with hostile drone programming. I gotta wait for them to come out. Drone... oh, I didn't know there was a drone build status. Cool. Newly made drones will exit through these tubes. This is an impressive factory for a human design at least, except maybe for that giant fan. Yeah, the giant fan I think is the exit. I'll be with you soon, engineer. In the meantime, please enjoy the company of my drone army. Alright, let's grab a drone. Enter one of the highlighted ships. Oh, I only get 2? Well, shit. I was hoping for 4. I'm gonna need it. Because I suck. Security drone activated. So... take them out as quickly as possible. Well, they're easy to take down at least. Alright, I need to take out... these things, but I don't see any sticking out. I think they need to come out of there. And yeah, the blast doors are indestructible. Okay, well, that's helpful. Just in case. I'm lying. I like the explosions. Oh, shit. No, no. Ah, I missed it. Damn it. Oh, and I have to do this until hacking is complete for another minute and a half. Oh, another drone. Why are these ones helping me? No idea. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have destroyed all those drones because it looks like they help. Well, they're in my way. Yeah, screw it. Let's take it out. Oh, I can't. Indestructible. Yeah, you guys just look like the guys I'm supposed to be shooting. I'd get distracted. Well, it looks like they're actually fighting each other. Maybe I don't even need to destroy them. Security drone has been activated. Warning, large ship detected. Recommend evasive maneuvers. From where though? Oh, is he coming from up top? Axe status ones are mine? Yeah, I think so. I will send you back to the Soul Cooperative in a box. Big words, little man. Where are you? What were you saying? Wow, he's getting fucked up. Well, I guess the fan was a good choice. You did it. I didn't think you would. I was already halfway. Fuck you. Shut up, drones. I don't think anybody shot at me yet. I'm doing so well. Alright, so that one's hacked. That one's hacked. Yeah, they're mine. So we only got this one left. Waiting for that one to open. Or do I need to go up this way? I think I need to go up this way. Time to leave the ship, I guess. Oh, shit. Okay. Not cool. Yeah, I guess we were done. Awesome. Oh, light. Secret corridor marked with GPS. So that's the artifact. I'm receiving all kinds of strange signals from it. Ooh, engineer, come. There is much for you to see. The whole world of space engineers. Yay. Well, he dropped like a piece of shit, didn't he? Yeah, all you have to do is take out one thruster and he's done. That's it. That's the first one. So that took me... how long? 1 hour. It took me 1 hour to finish that. So yeah, not half bad. Alright, so... new game. So scenario, there's this one, learning to survive. Now this one I haven't finished. I haven't gone through the whole thing, so I don't know exactly what to expect, but we'll see here in a second. Yeah, then what we'll do is we'll go into a world and start doing some research. There are certain numbers and stuff that I need to crunch. It warped the engineer without a ship. Yeah, the obelisk. If you've never seen 2001: A Space Odyssey, you should probably check it out. It is kind of a slow movie, so you might get a little bit bored, but yeah, a lot of people try to recreate it in their own movies when they make sci-fi movies. Also, the guy that I think directed the movie is said to have been the guy who directed the Apollo missions, the videos for the Apollo missions, if the Apollo missions were faked, which is just a dumb conspiracy theory, but a lot of people believe that. Alright, so yeah, the orange ones show a bunch of missions that we do have to do. Some of them are on this asteroid, other ones are going to be on different asteroids. Alright, task, survival kit. Survival kit can produce small amounts of ingots from stone. Produce basic components for ingots. Allows you to recharge your energy as well as health, and allows you to respawn everything you need to get started. Hold F to recharge your health and energy from the console. Okay. There we go. We're getting health. We're getting power. We're not getting oxygen or hydrogen because it's not connected to anything. I forgot how long the survival kit takes to recharge. It is. Oh no, it's not connected to oxygen because of that one. Connect the H2O2 generator. Alright, do I have welder? There we go. Small steel tube. Do we have components? We do. Grab all of them. Oh yeah, motor interior. What am I doing? Give me a second. Motor interior plate. There we go. Alright, now that they turn green, these lights right here will show yellow when it's not connected. When they turn green, it is connected. So now we should be able to get, yeah, O2 and H2. Alright, was that it? I think that was it. Start task. To replenish oxygen and hydrogen at the survival kit, you need power. A working conveyor junction between the H2O2 generator as well as a survival kit and ice in the H2O2 generator. Replenish your oxygen and hydrogen at the survival kit. Oh shit, I went a little ahead. There we go. I'm good. Alright, one more mission done. Put oxygen bottles inside the O2H2 generator. Do I have any on me? No, I need to... Well, it says put them in, so let's try... Is there one over here? No. Okay, let me grab these. These are the only ones that I can see. Alright, how about now? Or do I need to go find some somewhere else? Or was that the, I guess that was the mission. Mining task. We got a ship task. Solar panel task. Let's go check that one out. So apparently I did finish that mission. I just needed to take the, inventory. I just needed to take the bottles. That was it. Actually, let me go ahead and make sure I take them. We probably need them if they want me to take them. There we go. Alright, start task. These solar panels generate power when in contact with sunlight. This power is stored in batteries. Repair the solar panel to generate more power. You can find tools and components in the cargo container on the platform. Down there. Cool. Yep. Oh, I don't need that. Hold on. I need these. Computer and power cell. Computer. Power cell. There we go. Solar panels produce more power when facing the sun directly. Which, I guess that's considered directly. Even though it's at that angle. Yeah, these will show you how connected it is to the sun or how well it's facing the sun. 4 green bars means it's directly at the sun, but not really. I guess that's one thing I do need to figure out is the angle solar panels have to be at compared to the sun. Alright, so mining transport over there, that is a cargo ship. I don't think that's part of the missions. Let me see. Did I see it from here? Yeah. Yeah, that's just cargo ship. I don't think it's part of it. There's also some more over there. Let's go to the mining. Down here. You can find ore inside asteroids and planets. Equip your drill to enable HUD markers that show you nearby locations of ore. Locate drill and pick up some iron ore. Okay. Did I have one in my inventory? Yeah, I did. Okay, G. Character tools. There we go. What did it say? Iron, right? You can find ore, drill bang. Yeah, iron ore. Here we go. So this one is iron. It will show you a little icon, which will show you the different ore types. So we have iron, ice, gold, and I think that's it. But yeah, we need iron, which is this red one right here. Superb. You can put this iron ore in basic refinery to produce iron ingots. Yeah, where's that at? Hold on, I don't think it's in here. I think it's out here. I think was that the entire task? Well, fuck you then. Well, that was simple. Alright, is there any more on this platform? Doesn't look like it. Let me try. Oh, it's not gonna show me in here. Okay, GPS markers. Kinda hoping those would show up as markers, but they don't. Alright, this ship is locked to the platform with the magnetic landing gear. Find a way to unlock the landing gear through the consoles or use your grinder to destroy it. Note that turning it off will not unlock it. Disable landing gear. Alright, landing gear, unlock. Go. Try to fly the ship. Okay, easy enough. I think I went out of the gravity field. Alright, is that it? That's all I needed to do? Yeah, the mission's not showing up anymore. I think all that platform stuff is done. Love watching your playthroughs. I keep watching, but I have to go run some errands. Boo. Have fun. Have a good one, DM. See you later, man. Alright, so we have this asteroid over here. Ship mining. I guess I don't really need to take this ship with me. Oh, and there's more over there as well. There's also another set behind us. Where you at? There you be. Yeah, let's see what we got. We got a hangar, so the ship's probably inside. We got gravity, yes we do. Oh, let's get some light, shall we? Start task. There is a useful mining ship here, but it needs to be repaired. The repairing components are likely near your current location. Restore power to the mining ship. This one. Lights? Let there be light. Okay. So I'm guessing this is all the stuff we're going to need to repair this thing. And power cell. So it's probably some batteries that are destroyed or something. Yeah, battery. That it? I guess that was it. Enter the cockpit by pressing F while facing the cockpit. Okay. Select the drills on your toolbar and use the right mouse function to create a tunnel in order to escape. Press P to unlock the landing gear. Find a way to escape the mining ship. It's not locked. No, landing gear aren't locked. Alright, there we go. We hit it. They weren't locked in the first place. Alright, so we need to get the hell out of this asteroid, so we're going to use the right mouse button to dig a really big hole. Let's go this way. Brilliant. While using drills, use left mouse button to collect ore and right mouse button to create tunnels fast. Cool. Will you be posting a highlight reel of these tutorial playthroughs? No, I will be making tutorial videos of everything. This is just something for us all to hang out, and if you guys want to see anything, or you need a tutorial for something, we could do that. But it was pretty much, the point was I need to do some research for some videos I need to make, which are coming out pretty soon, hopefully. Let's see. That's a GPS location. We already did that one. I think there was one back over here. Yeah, ship tools. Now I gotta find a way inside. Here we go. That's a window, door here. Oh, here. There is a useful utility ship here, but it needs to be repaired. The required components are likely near your current location. Restore power to the utility ship. Just battery. Again. Other side? Yep. Enter the cockpit to get started. Ship tools are useful to build, destruct blocks quickly and can store large quantities of components. Select one of the ship tools on your toolbar and use these to escape the hangar. Press P to turn on or off the landing gear. Okay. Alright, this one is locked. Alright, so we need to fix these, or do we need to grind? Yeah, just fix them is fine. What else? Okay, we escaped. Alright, there it goes. We just needed to come outside a little bit. Welders use components from the ship inventory to construct blocks. Okay. Was that it? This whole facility just to do that. Fine. Bitch. I see another one over here. Production. So yeah, here pretty soon we're gonna get into a survival world. I'll go into creative for a few things. There's a few things that I need to figure out. Also a few things I need to show. Help people get through this game a little bit easier, a little bit faster. Oh, there's another task over there as well. Pressurization. And I think there's one more way back over there. We'll have to see. Oh, and there's another one right there. Of course, they have to make this shit difficult. At least give us the GPS coordinates so we can find all these places. And not have to fly around like fucking idiots to find it. Alright, this looks like an advanced production facility. There is already ore in the large container, but the conveyor tubes are unfinished. Conveyor tubes transport items between blocks. Repair the conveyor tubes. Alright. Motor and interior. Where is... Check up here, see if we... I might not go through this whole thing. It looks like it'd take forever. Oh shit, I forgot motors. My bad. Whoops. That was my bad. I forgot. Go. Now, let's make this easier. I don't need these. These are taking up room. There we go. I don't know if I need to repair that one, but it's repaired now. Probably not, because now I'm out of small steel tube. Oh no, I do have more. Oh, right here. The refinery will automatically pull ore from the container to refine it into ingots. These can be turned into components by an assembler. Build and connect an assembler to the refinery. Do we already have an assembler built? Do I have to build one? That's probably what this is for. Alright, well... oh no, I need... assembler. Oh no, wrong one. That was basic assembler, my bad. I thought I grabbed this one. I don't know, I'm freaking out. Alright, display metal grade computer. Display grid. He'll finish eventually. What a pain in the ass. Alright, so hopefully this is it. This is the last piece. Alright, we done? You learn quickly. It also helps that I have 4,000 hours in the game too. You can upgrade advanced refineries and assemblers with modules. Cool. I think that's it. Alright, hydrogen. Wait a minute, there was one over here. Yeah, they make it kind of difficult to find missions and stuff like that. Because you start following one like way over here, and then you need to go back around and start searching stuff. It's a pain in the ass. And if you miss one, you don't finish. So yeah, I don't think I'll go through this entire one. This one's kind of boring. There's probably better ways of doing a tutorial like this. One is having this all in one station. But yeah, this whole flying around to an asteroid to do a mission is kind of pain in the ass. Yeah, I think we'll finish off this one, and then I think that'll be it. Looks like this place used to be pressurized. Pressurized rooms will replenish your oxygen and keep you warm. Repair the air vent to check the status of the room. Repair the air vent. Okay. Where be the air vent? There it is. Alright, so yellow shows that the room is not pressurized. But a yellow light, yeah, now it's saying it. Make the room airtight. Alright, it's probably just the door. Yep, there we go. Oh, nope. Oh, these guys. No, there's a window there. Okay. Yeah, there's windows there. Okay, this one. I need glass. Notice that the air vent now shows a green light right there, indicating the room is sealed. A connected H2O2 generator can now produce oxygen from ice and use the vent to pressurize the room. Store ice in the O2H2 generator access port on the roof. We have ice? Yeah, we do. Probably should go ahead and repair that one too. Motor. Make ourselves an airlock. Set on the roof right here. Oh, it does. That must be new. It didn't used to do that. Your oxygen will replenish when you're in oxygen rich environment. It used to just not go down or up. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Possibly wrong. Alright, yeah. Yeah, they really should go ahead and put like GPS markers or give you a signal of the next mission, instead of searching around aimlessly trying to find the next mission. Yeah, we're done. Alright, exit the main menu. So it's about an hour and a half. What we need to do next is we need to go ahead and start talking about starting a new world. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and take a break real quick. Get something to drink because my throat is getting dry from all the talking. Go to the bathroom, all that good shit. Then when we come back, we'll go ahead and go over starting a new world. And we'll start things in... Yeah, I guess we'll go all vanilla for right now. Try to figure out some of the mathematics and some of the numbers that I need to crunch. And it'll give you guys a good idea of why I build things the way that I do and why I suggest building the way that I do to make things easier. So let me go ahead and take a break real quick. When I come back, we'll go ahead and get to work.
nothing to show. Same old places and faces of people with nowhere to go. But we're not like them, we are better, both you and I know. Grab your car keys and jacket, 'cause honey, we're ready to go. Let's get in the car and you'll drive. We're leaving tonight, away from these streets and the cold buzzing neon lights. Been keeping our heads above water, struggling and striving. We ain't gonna turn back this time, we'll just keep driving. You've got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. We got no money, but honey, we got nothing to hide. If worst comes to worst, I'll be Bonnie and you can be Clyde. We've got two hearts ready to fire and enough ammunition. A 62 hardtop DeVille with a 4-speed transmission. You've got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on.
Alright, and I'm back. Alright, so first thing we need to do is go ahead and start ourselves a world. The settings that I like to use and all that shit. What we'll do is we'll go through everything that we need to do in order to get a world started, and then select the best way of starting, the best way to spawn. So all you got to do is go into New World, go to Custom Game. This will get you into a world where you can start building. Workshop, if you go to the Steam Workshop, you can find some worlds on there which will have certain scenarios. One that's really popular is the Escape from Mars scenario, or the world which you get from the workshop. But there's also other ones that people put on the workshop just to show their creations. But to have your own game, go to Custom Game. Now, there's a few different ways of starting. They've actually gotten rid of a lot of these starter worlds. This one, you start on the alien planet with a starter base. This one, you start with a crash red ship. Pretty much what you have to do is a crash red ship, which doesn't have it. It has all the stuff you need to start, but it's not able to move. I mean, you could move it, but it's kind of fun to play with. Dead Drop Arena is a multiplayer where you can get in with your friends and do an all-out battle with already built fighters. Earth Planet starts you on Earth with a starter base. Empty World you want to use for creative. Pretty much starts you in an empty world. You can put planets and stuff like that on as well, just to experiment. Green Station is the really old station. I think it was one of the first stations, if not... no, I don't think it was the first station. Can't remember. I think this one right here, Lone Survivor, was the first station. But Green Station, what it does is it starts you out with a decent station in space, and it has all of the ships from when the game first came out. The big blue ship, the big red ship, miners, drill ships, welder, I think it has a welder and a grinder ship, a fighter ship, something else. Anyways. Then you have Lone Survivor. It starts you out on a platform in space. All you have is an assembler, refinery, and stuff for oxygen and hydrogen. That's it. And a place to spawn. Mars Planet starts you out on the Mars planet with a starter base. Moon Base, same thing. Starts you out on the moon with a starter base. Red Ship, same thing as the Green Station. Where'd it go? That one right there. It's pretty much the same thing, except it doesn't actually have the station. It starts you out on a platform with the large blue ship, the large red ship, and solar power, miner, a fighter, and a welding ship. This is the one you probably want to start out with. This is the star system. It's an empty star system that has all the planets, and you start out with, well, whatever you decide to start with. So we'll go ahead and pick that. What you want to do is you want to go ahead and pick your world that you want to start with before you start changing any of this. Because if you pick one, let's say the red ship, and you start doing all the settings, naming it and stuff like that, let's go ahead and call this Dragon Nation. Now, say I for some reason forgot to set the world and I want to go ahead and start with the star system. As you can see, it changed it back. So if you change your settings before you pick the world, it'll start you over. So make sure you go ahead and pick the world first, and then you can go ahead and name it. So let's go ahead and name it Dragon Nation. Go. Alright, so creative is you go into a world, you don't have to worry about health, you don't have to worry about power, you don't have to worry about oxygen or hydrogen. Basically all you do, you don't have to worry about resources either. All you do is you just go into a world and start building whatever you want. You could do online or offline mode. Survival is when you go in and you do have money. You have to worry about health, oxygen, hydrogen, power, and you have to mine resources to be able to build. Offline. Now this is something you also need to keep in mind. If you're in offline mode, it used to be that stuff did not update. Like if you set, I think there was one where I would set up
LCD readouts and stuff like that. If you're on offline, they don't. What was it? There was something in vanilla. I think it was your inventory space and inventory amounts do not update automatically. You pretty much have to mess with them so they show up. Private is the one where you have to actually send invites to people for them to be able to join. Friends, anyone on your friends list on Steam will be able to join you. And then public means anybody could join. I'm going to go ahead and set this with friends. Max players, the more players you have in a world, the more desync and lag and issues you'll have in the game. Auto... Yeah, throat's getting dry. Haven't drinking enough. There we go. Autosave. Now, it's up to you if you want to leave autosave on or off. The issue you have with autosave is the game will save like every half hour. If you make a mistake in between saves, then that save is going to put you back to another save. If you're testing something out and something gets wrecked and the game's saved, you'll have to go back in and go to an older save. So people like to leave that on because sometimes the game does crash and they forgot to save for like the last 5 hours and they lose all that progress. Now, of course, mods, that's where you could go in to add mods, which I'm not going to be doing. We're going to go ahead and do vanilla. But all you got to do is hold down control, left click, and you add it. Get all that from the Steam Workshop. There's a lot of stuff in there. A lot of mods these days, man. The modding community for Space Engineers is pretty cool. Advantage you want to go into to go ahead and set the little fine-tuning bits of your world. Now, this right here, character inventory, block inventory, assembler efficiency, refinery speed, welding speed, and grinding speed. A lot of people say that you're only a real space engineer when you leave these at vanilla, where they are right now. I disagree. They say it adds a little bit more difficulty to the game, but it does not. All it does is make everything a lot more grindy and makes everything take forever. So I turn everything up to the max as far as they can go. Just my personal preference. Now, if you want to turn everything down to realistic, you have fun with that shit. You go ahead. It just makes it grindy. It doesn't make the game more difficult. It just makes it a real pain in the ass. All right, environmental hostility. That is asteroids. Of course, safe means no asteroids. You could go all the way to Armageddon, where the asteroids just do not stop. I do not turn those on because the asteroids do cause a lot of lag, a lot of issues. So I usually don't play with them. Now, the reason people like to turn those on is the meteors, not asteroids, my bad. No, yeah, meteors. The meteors do give you some materials that you can't get on planets, like uranium or platinum. But, yeah, I just turn that shit off. I'm not worried about it. Asteroid amount. This tells you how many asteroids spawn in your world. Usually what I do is I do infinite high density. It used to be that you can actually set a world limit, how large the world is. But infinite means that the world is infinitely large. It's procedurally generated. As long as you keep traveling forward, it will keep generating. High density means you get more asteroids. It's easier to find resources that way. Low density means it's really difficult, and you have to travel quite a ways to try to find any type of resources. So yeah, I put it at high density. Also keep in mind that the more asteroids you have, the more, yeah, you'll have issues with lag and stuff like that. So all these settings is what you want to set up for what type of PC you have or what type of internet connection if you're playing multiplayer. Sound mode. Two different types. You have arcade, which is unrealistic. Whenever you're in space in real life, you won't be able to hear anything when you're in space. In arcade mode, you can. Realistic makes it so that everything is muffled. All the sounds are muffled when you are in space. I like using that one. Limit world size. I guess you can set it. So yeah, you can have a world size that is only 10 kilometers, one that's only 20, 50, 100, or unlimited. I guess they still have that. I didn't know that they did. Alright, view distance is how far away something renders when you're away from it. So this is also very important for your performance, your game performance. I have a PC and connection internet where I could go ahead and set this up to 50 kilometers. But usually what I like to do is I like to do mining within 15 kilometers of where I start. So that way any asteroid that I can see from my base will be within 15 kilometers and it'll be easy to get to. Respawn ship cooldowns. That's a timer that's set. Like if you die, you can spawn into a respawn ship, but if you die within like a couple minutes, it will make you wait for another respawn ship. So if you play stuff like Rust where they have the cooldowns where you can spawn back in, that's what that is. I just turn that one off. I keep it disabled. Sun rotation. Sun rotation is kind of cool, but I'm not a fan of it. I usually just turn it off. I mean, I will turn it on when I'm trying to be creative with solar panels. Try to make rotating solar panels or something like that. But for the most part, I just shut it off. Block limits. Block limits are extremely helpful. Oh, no, first max objects. My bad. Alright, so whenever you're playing the game, say you're mining, there's going to be a few items that you won't be able to pick up because they'll float away. That right there will set the amount of objects you could have in the world before they start despawning. So I usually set it for 100 because if you set it any higher and you have multiple people on the server, it will cause a lot of lag. So have it as low as possible. Try to figure out what's best for you. I used to have it at 56, but I decided 100 is pretty good. Block limits are also good for multiplayer because that makes it so that people can only build ships so big. They can only use a certain amount of blocks. So they're not building like a ton of ships that are massive, which is an issue I've had on the server that we were playing on. I usually turn it off though. And this is how you set everything. Max ship size, max blocks per player, total PCU. Max backup saves, I usually just leave it at 5. This, what this is every time your game saves, like if you have it on autosave, it will make a backup that you can go back a little ways to older save in case you mess up. Optimal spawn distance, this will tell you what how far away people will spawn from you if they're on an opposite side. And now we go over the little stuff. Auto healing, good to have in Space Engineers because sometimes you don't pay attention to your health. Spectator mode, multiplayer, you turn that off, but if you're playing solo, spectator is pretty good to have. What you can do is you can go like outside of your body and look around. It's good for thumbnails and stuff like that because your character stands still and you can take pictures and stuff of your character next to a build. Player names, yes, leave that one on. Thruster damage, if you want a realistic game with thruster damage, keep that on. If you shut it off, what it does is you can have a block right up against the thruster and it won't damage it. It's extremely unrealistic. It's the way the game used to be. It's when the game first came out, there was no thruster damage in the game. That was something they added later on. Weapons enabled, hell yes. Explosions, baby. Destructible blocks, of course, we're going to leave that on. Destructible blocks is something that a lot of people used to use back in the day when they would build stuff like tanks with tracks. The only way to get those to work is to turn off destructible blocks. Enable tool shake, I usually turn that one off because it's not realistic and it's just more irritating than anything else. Did I miss some? I think I missed some. Yeah, tool shake, I turned that one off. Voxel hand, that's so you can actually build voxels, like build your own mountains and stuff like that. You can't use it in survival. It's a creative tool. So I leave it on. I don't really mess with it all that much. Third person view. That's so you can go into third person while you're playing the game. It's really helpful when you're flying around. Trying to do everything in first person can be a little bit difficult when you're trying to get into tight little corners. So I recommend leaving that one on. Airtightness, this one has been buggy in the past. It's had a lot of bugs with it. But I think it works fine now. I haven't seen any issues. What that does is your bases and stuff need to be airtight to have oxygen. Unsupported stations. This one is buggy. It doesn't always work. What this does, if you have it checked, you can put a block into space, just anywhere in space, and it will not move. It's unrealistic. Even if you crash your ship into it, that block will not move. So I usually leave that one off because it's not realistic. It's a lot more fun to turn it off. Spawn with tools. Yes. Because if you spawn without tools, you won't be able to play the game. Drones, I usually shut those off. They're kind of fun for new players, but for people who've been playing this game for a long time, they're just it doesn't really add any difficulty. It just makes it annoying. Spiders, buggy as hell. I never turn them on. They're kind of a pain in the ass, and they just never work like they're supposed to. Subgrid damage is for weapons. This is what a subgrid is you have two different types of grids. You have the main grid, which is your main ship, and then the subgrid is any ship that is connected to it, say by a connector. So if you have a turret that is shooting at another ship that is connected by a connector, it will do damage if you have this checked. But some of the designs that I do require that to be off, so I leave it off. Unknown signals. This is random ships that will be out in space that you can find. It used to be player-based ships, so people would have a design and you could find their designs out in space. They're neutral stations or neutral ships, so you can't take them over. It was a good way to get some really good design ideas. But nowadays, it just causes a lot more lag, and it's not ships like that anymore. It's half destroyed ships and not all that fun anymore. I tend to go 5 times for some challenge, and it doesn't hyperweight ships as bad. Thing is I don't consider 5 times to be a challenge. It just makes everything take longer. It just makes the game a whole lot more grindy than it already is. It doesn't make it any more difficult. It isn't really a challenge. Spiders and wolves are a stupid pain. Yeah, I don't even find them useful at all. Lucas has a mod that fixes the spiders. That's the issue. If you getting mods that fix fuck ups in the game. Pretty much this game got to a certain point, and now it relies on mods. It's been like that for years. Mods are better at creating the challenge, to be honest. Yeah, mods can be a lot of fun. Some of them are just cheaty, but there are a lot of ones out there that create a lot of content. Subgrid damage, we already went over that. Unknown signals, we already went over that. Progression in this game is shit. It's a waste of time. Don't even bother with it. It's stupid. Super gridding, I forget what this one is. Allow super gridding exploit to be used. Super gridding, I have no idea what that means. It's not something I even paid attention to. Bounty contracts in this game, stupid. I'm just not even worried about it. Never even mess with them. They're kind of dumb. I mean, they can send you out on missions to destroy stuff, I guess, or to find something. But honestly, it adds a little bit of content, but the content is kind of boring. Enable weather systems. The weather systems in this game are shit. The only reason they added it was because a lot of their players were asking for it. Yeah, the weather system is crap. I knew That's why I wasn't super happy about them coming out with weather systems, because I knew they were going to be shit and they would just fuck up the game. But so many people asked for it, and I don't even know why. I knew they were going to fuck it up. Economy, waste of time. Don't give a shit. Enable auto respawn. This is so it makes it a little bit faster and easier to respawn when you're in multiplayer. This was something they added because they couldn't fix. The way it is when you're in multiplayer and you have multiple places to spawn. The issue is that the respawn screen gets all jumbled. It's difficult to find a decent respawn spot. So instead of fixing it, which they couldn't do, they added auto respawn. So people would stop fucking whining about it. But when you're playing single player, don't need it. It's only when you have like 10 or more respawn areas, when you and your friends are playing, might be helpful. Enable respawn ships. I turn that shit off. I mean, yeah, you do kind of need it on in the beginning because it'll give you the respawn ships and the locate. Yeah, let's leave it on. Because you will need them to be able to spawn into a new world. Friendly missile damage. You get too many trolls, man, that just want to destroy your ships. You get your friends that just want to have some fun and fuck with you. But what they'll do, friendly missile damage is if you have a missile turret on a ship and one of your friends gets into the turret and tries to shoot the ship, it will destroy the ship. A ship's turret will destroy itself. I've seen a lot of people troll like that. So friendly missile damage, I shut that off. It's also that used to be an issue with fighters in the game, where if you were traveling at max speeds and you fired off a missile, it would just immediately explode and destroy your ship. So yeah, I usually leave that one off. Remote block, yeah, that's something they did. Instead of fixing the issue, they just found a way around it. Remote block removal, that's so you can remove blocks if you have reached like your max blocks limit. Now there's a couple different ways, different types of block limits in the game. So we have the ones up here where we actually set, or you can set if you have block limits, but there's also another limit in the game. It's a hard limit that cannot be changed. They were having issues with the game, couldn't fix the issues, so they just limited everybody, which was another reason why I started really not liking this game too much. Wolves, same thing as spiders, turn them off. They're bugged, they don't work very well. Voxel destruction. If you have this turned off, you will not be able to mine, so keep that one on. Why they have that even turned off, or why they have a selection where you can turn that on and off, I don't know. Jetpack. Enable jetpack. If you turn that off, you can't use your jetpack at all. So if you're in space, you have to be in a ship. You can't be you can't just float by yourself. So say your ship gets destroyed, you're stuck out in space, you're just stuck. Which I recommend. The way the game is set up, they don't have it really optimized for something like that. So just keep it on. Convert to station, leave that one on. That allows you to take a ship and switch it to a station. Sometimes in the games, a base will just turn into a station on its own for no fucking reason. So it's good to have that so you can convert it back so nothing bad happens. Oxygen, another thing you can shut off. This is something you do in survival. If you turn that off, you don't need oxygen for survival at all. Random encounters, something I was talking about earlier. This will spawn random ships in the world. Used to be ships that, you know, people like you and me would have created, and they took them off the Steam Workshop and put them in the game. But I don't think they do that anymore. I think now random encounters are just developer ships that are like half wrecked, and they're just, I shut it off. It creates a lot of lag. Adaptive simulation quality. This one is very important to keep on. What it will do is it will set the graphics and everything to your PC. So if you start to get lower FPS, It will lower the graphics so that way you don't notice it too much. In-game scripts. We're not going to get into that argument. I usually, if I'm going all vanilla, I leave those off. I don't even turn them on. But I used to use scripts a whole lot, but then I realized we have stuff in game that we really don't need scripts. But yeah, usually I turn that off. Unless I want to use something like Tim's or something like that. Cargo ships. This is so that you have random cargo ships flying around. This is actually really, really helpful. You'll find military ships, cargo ships, mining ships, stuff like that, which are pretty good if you capture them to get resources and also convert the ship to be able to use as a cargo ship. I leave that one on. Permanent death. If you're out in the world and you die, you lose everything. I leave that one off. It's stupid. Reset ownership. Something that goes with permanent death. I always leave that off. Delete respawn ship. If you start in a respawn ship and you don't get rid of it before you log out, your ship will disappear. So I usually leave that off. And I think that's all the settings. Alright, now all there is left to do is start. So yeah, a lot of time to go into all the settings and everything you could do with your world, but if you get them right, it'll make for a better experience. It's better to go ahead and take your time to get all the settings the way you want them. Weather systems just create stupid fog. Yeah, it's I think on Mars they do like a windstorm, but it looks like shit. That's why when everybody was overhyping the whole weather system bullshit, I was like, dude, it's gonna suck. They're gonna fuck it up. And I was right. They just completely fucked it up. Alright, so this right here is your respawn screen. This is why you want to turn on respawn ships so you can get all these. If you have respawn ships turned off, the only thing you'll have is to spawn in the spacesuit. That's it. Jesus. So yeah, when you start a new world and you want to go into survival, do not start in your spacesuit. Alright, so the Earth-like drop pod is that drop pod right there. Mars drop pod, same drop pod you get on Earth. Alien drop pod, same drop pod. There used to be a lot more worlds and a lot more respawn ships, but they got rid of a lot of them. Titan drop pod. I don't know. I guess it's the same one. Yeah, it is the same. Anything with atmosphere has this drop pod right here. Moon drop pod gives you an actual rover you can start with. Basically what it is the drop pod you get from the other worlds, except they added wheels and a cockpit to it. Just, it's exactly the same thing. Titan drop pod, same thing. Europa drop pod, same thing but different planet. Percheram drop pod, same drop pod. This is the new world. I played on it a little bit. It isn't all that great. Another thing that was kind of overhyped a lot was Percheram. Everybody was hyped about a new world, but it wasn't really all that spectacular. Space pod. If you want to go ahead and start an adventure in space, this is what you get, that ship right there. This is what I recommend if you are a new player. Start with this. Do not start on a planet because there's a lot of mechanics on planets that for a new player it might be a little bit overwhelming. So go ahead and start in space, get yourself used to the mechanics of the game, then go down to a planet. So we're gonna go ahead and respawn in that. What's my favorite planet? I don't have one. As far as I'm concerned, planets were kind of a waste of time for this game. I remember when planets first came out, they were so fucking hyped. Everybody was like, planets. And then the devs just completely fucked them up. I mean, people were excited for like a couple weeks about planets, and then it just became, it's a planet. But yeah, it's nothing spectacular. I don't have a favorite planet because I don't find the planets good enough to really care about them enough to have a favorite. I mean, it's space engineers anyways, so we don't really need planets. It's just a lot of people were asking for planets, so they did what they could to put them in, and it pretty much just fucked the game up. My opinion. Of course, other people will have different opinions, but... Alright, so this right here is the spawn ship we were talking about that you spawn in space. Now, this is a very useful ship. It's not the most useful, but it is useful. It has everything you need in order to survive, but it is limited. You can only get so far with this ship, and then you either have to build another ship or try to upgrade this one if you can. So this comes, let's actually get the ship over the asteroid so we can talk about a few things. This is where we come to a point where I need to do some science to figure out some of the limitations and stuff like that. Stuff we also need to go over. Stuff I need to get ready for videos and stuff like that. Are you going to stop eventually? Also, if you're a new player, keep in mind that every single time they update the game, they fuck something up. They pretty much destroy their own game with every update. So, bugs galore with every update. I mean, yeah, I know every game is like that, but not Space Engineers. Space Engineers sets the bar for fucking a game up. Every single update, man, even the small ones. So, what was I about to talk about? Sorry, trying to get a drink of water real quick. One sec. So the one thing they always do with every single update of the game is they nerf thrusters. So right here, these are the ion thrusters, which work only in space. And they only require power to run. Now, every single time they do a major update, they nerf these thrusters, so they're less powerful. So with every update, you need to add more thrusters to your ship for it to be able to maneuver. It's a pain in the ass, man. I get tired of it. That's why I use mods for thrusters now, because the vanilla thrusters in this game are completely useless. This will become medieval engineers before long? No, it won't. This will never become medieval engineers. The only thing they're doing with this game right now is they're just trying to make money off it before they abandon it completely. That's why they're coming out with all those DLCs, which are pretty much just mods that they're making people pay for. That's all they are. So you have people that come out with mods, and then the developers say, hey, we can make money off that. So they come out with their own design, make it a DLC, and make you pay for it. They're kind of scumbags that way. I kind of hate that they do that. But I still play the game because I'm one of those people that I don't stop something just because of who made it. Like, there'll be people who stop listening to certain music because they don't like an artist. It's just, it's dumb. It's a good game, it's fun to play. The devs just are not the brightest. They do some really dumb shit. But yeah, one thing we do need to figure out is this ship right here, with any respawn ship, starts with a survival kit. That right there. What I need to do is I also need to go into creative real quick, because we're about to do some stuff just to figure out, try to figure out the math and stuff like that. So the survival kit, we'll actually go into in more detail, can only process stone. It can't process any other type of ore. Now there's 10 different types of ore, well actually 11 if you count ice. But yeah, the survival kit can only do one type of ore, stone, that's it. And you can only make, let's see if I can get in. With the survival kit, you can only make these 10 components, which is enough to get you a base and get you to higher manufacturing, but it's not enough to get you a ship because you can't make thruster components. Now, I think you can make hydrogen engines, but for the ion engines, you can't. Hydrogen engines are something they added to the game, and I thought they were a complete waste. Everybody was excited about hydrogen. I mean, it was kind of cool, but I don't know. I still prefer the ion engines on a spaceship. The only time I really ever use hydrogen engines is when I'm trying to get off a planet. But yeah, the survival kit will only do that amount, and also the basic assembler will only do a certain amount as well. Alright, so let me go ahead and try to put down a platform real quick so we can put some things out and talk about them. There we go. Come on, shift key, work with me. Yeah, my shift key on my keyboard doesn't like to work, so I'm gonna have to do this with control. It's alright. Alright, let's go ahead and also get a battery down so we can get a little bit of power. There we go. Alright, so this is... Do I already have a survival kit down? No, I don't. This right here is the survival kit. This is what you start with in the ship. It's the only thing you have for production right in the beginning. Oh, I got it faced the wrong way. Hold on. No, not you. You. I need to get my toolbar set up. Can you get deleted, please? Thank you. I'm looking for the console. So the survival kit is good for... The whole reason they made this is because people were bitching about not having a use for stone. That's the only reason they did this shit, which I thought was a good idea. They did a good job on that, but it's something we should have had in the game long time ago. Did they have a mod where it's no more updates? Probably not. Might be a bad idea. How does this compare to Stationeers? I don't play Stationeers, haven't played it. With the limited resources I have to kind of pick and choose what games I play, and Stationeers just didn't seem fun enough to me. Well, waste the resources to play. Alright, so when we went through this, you saw that the only production that I could do is these 10 components, which is everything that I can make from stone. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Shift F12. Nope, wrong one. Shift F10. Nope, that's not it. Alt F10. There we go. No, it's not that. What is it? I can't remember. Oh, it's because my shift key doesn't work. Shift 12. Alright, it doesn't want to do it. I'm trying to go to the spawn screen, but I can't remember what the spawn screen is. Alright, shift F10. Nope. Try this. I think it's supposed to be... Yeah, there we go. I had to try the other shift key. Alright, so this right here is stone. I'll go ahead and go into voxel a voxel hand here in a second, show you the different ores. But yeah, that right there is stone. If we put it into the survival kit, you'll notice it doesn't produce on its own. What we have to do is we actually have to tell the survival kit by going into production to go ahead and turn that stone into gravel. So yeah, shift key, goddamn you. About to beat the shit out of my keyboard. No, not the spawn screen, the items spawn screen is what I was looking for. Shift F10, my shift key wasn't working. Alright, so now that we told it to go ahead and make 100 ingots, it did process what we had. We only had 100 stone, so this is what we got out of it. We got gravel, iron, nickel, and silicon. Now as you can see, everything up here requires those items. So iron, silicon, iron, datapad, fuck the datapad, display, silicon and iron, steel plate, iron, power cells, nickel and silicon, motors, iron and nickel, interior plates, iron, and girders, iron. There are also a few other things that we need, but this will get us started. Now, if we take it, let me build another platform. The next one that we could build to go to the next level of production is the basic assembler and the basic refinery. So basically what that does is it takes the survival kit and puts it into two different items. So we'll get rid of that. Let me go ahead and put down battery for power. Probably need a couple batteries, I think. So this will take a little bit of power. Alright, there we go. So if we take the basic refinery and basic assembler, which you already have down on the toolbar, there's the basic assembler, and this is the basic refinery. Now, the biggest issue I have with these are the access points. The basic refinery has 2 access points on either side. That's it. The assembler has 1 access point. That one right there. I wish it had 2, so that way you can mess around with the conveyors and be a lot easier. But if you take the resources that we have available, let me go ahead and do this. Let me put a cargo container between them. Actually, you know what? Let's also grab a collector. Try this real quick. We can see what resources those can process. Now the difference between give me 9. There we go. The difference between the survival kit and the basic refinery is the basic refinery will automatically start producing or refining ore into ingots as soon as you put it into its inventory. So since we have it connected to access points, that's that cargo container. The survival kit you have to do by hand. You have to tell it to process all that stone. So let me go ahead and put a collector up here. We could get some resources in there. Now there is a limit to what ores you can put into a basic refinery. So cobalt, I need gravity. Hold on. Let's get some gravity so those will fall real quick. There we go. There it goes. So that was 100 cobalt. The next one, if we do them alphabetically, is gold. There it is. Gold ore. Then we have iron ore. Then after iron, we have magnesium. After magnesium, we got nickel. After nickel, we got platinum. Platinum, we get, after platinum, we get silicon. Then after silicon, we get silver. After silver, we get stone. Go. And then after stone, we have uranium. Those are the production resources. Uranium is, what the hell is this, zone chip? I don't remember ever seeing that. Uranium we only need for power. I don't think there's anything you need to craft with uranium. It's just to power up reactors. So the basic refinery is limited by what it can process. So since we only had 100 of each ore, all that should already be processed, except for what the basic refinery cannot process. So it can't do the dense materials like gold, platinum, silver, and uranium. In order to process those, you need the regular refinery. But yeah, just keep that in mind, which means with the basic refinery, you will not be able to process the platinum, which is required for thrusters. But you do have the hydrogen thruster. Let me see what that takes and see if we can do it with just the Alright, so for hydrogen you would need, you would need a hydrogen tank, The hydrogen tank on the right hand side, you'll see that it requires large steel tubes, which you cannot build in the survival kit. So to do a hydrogen tank, you will need a basic assembler. The thrusters require metal grids and large steel tubes, which you cannot build in the survival kit. For both those, you need the basic assembler. So let's go over this again. So the basic or the survival kit, you go into production, it can only make these items. So no large steel tubes, no metal grids. If you go over to this one, go to production. This is all that assembler, the basic assembler, can make. So right there are metal grids and there are large steel tubes. Also power cells or batteries. So how much is this? Canvas is for parachutes, so we're not going to worry about that. But you can make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 15, 19 items. So the basic assembler adds another 9 items. Oh yeah, missiles. That's what uranium was for. Thank you. I knew it was for something, I just couldn't remember where. Backspace for the spawn screen. Missiles take uranium, I think. Yep, they do. You were right. Alright, so if you want to be able to process the denser materials, like the gold, platinum, silver, and uranium, you will require a regular refinery. That's how you start a base, basically. So for a starter base, we can go ahead and get rid of this. A few things that you will need. Your first item, which is that ship right there, it already has everything you need to start out with, but it only has the production that you can do with the survival kit. So your first step would be to go ahead and upgrade to put the basic refinery and basic assembler on. Now, the reason you have to do that is because the basic or the regular, let me show you. So the regular refinery is this one right here, and the regular assembler right here require resources that you can't do in the survival kit. So 9. So if we go ahead and bring up our welder, you'll see. So the regular refinery requires metal grids and large steel tubes, which you cannot do in the survival kit. So you kind of have to do it in stages. You have to go from the survival kit to the basic refinery and basic assembler, and then from there you can go to the regular refinery and the regular assembler, which also requires metal grid. Yeah, just the metal grid. So you go from the survival kit to the basics, and then from the basics you go to those. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and set up the ship right here with the basic refinery and the basic assembler, which is the easiest way to do it. You just need to make sure that they're connected by conveyors. You always use cargo container instead of conveyor junctions to save on space. Well, that can be helpful sometimes. The problem with that, oh shit, let me grab. I forgot, we're in a survival world, so if I lose power, I'll start to die. There we go. So the problem you get with using cargo containers instead of conveyors is inventory list. So having like a ton of cargo containers with inventory and then looking around trying to find the exact same one makes it a little bit more difficult. So yeah, it is something you could do, but I usually stick with just a cargo container for each type of resource. So a cargo container for ore, a cargo container for ingots, and then a cargo container for components. And then use sorters and conveyors for everything else. So that way when I go into the inventory list, I only have a few things that have inventory in them, instead of having a ton of cargo containers everywhere. It just makes it a lot easier to find what you're looking for. But yeah, it is an option. Alright, so like I said, first thing you want to do is you want to try to figure out the conveyor system on this ship. So you can figure out where to put a basic refinery and a basic assembler. Now, a couple things you need to keep in mind. This spawn ship for power comes with this hydrogen engine, which uses hydrogen that is made from ice, which might be helpful because the batteries, I forget where the batteries are. I think they're his batteries these run on, right? Hold on, let's go into the control panel and see. Yep, 2 batteries. I just got to remember where the hell they are. So right now, these batteries only have, well, they have 2 days. But if you're running the survival kit, it will use up power a lot faster. Also, if you're using the thrusters, it will use up that power quickly as well. Then you run out of battery power and, well, you're dead in the water. That's where the hydrogen engine comes in handy, because you could run that hydrogen engine to recharge those batteries. You also have to keep in mind that the hydrogen engine uses up hydrogen quickly, like really quick. So you'll only have, even with a full inventory of ice, you'll only have like 20 minutes. That's it. So try to get those batteries charged as much as possible, and then you have to go get more ice. So if you're gonna use that, if you're going to use that engine, try to find a asteroid with a lot of ice on it. I do recommend that, and setting up your base by the ice. Or you could just get rid of that altogether, or build a new ship. That's another option. I recommend right in the beginning starting with this ship and just upgrading it to the basic refinery and basic assembler. Then when you get to the point where you can make the components for the regular refinery and the regular assembler, go ahead and build yourself a new ship, so you can put the refinery and the assembler on that ship. So I'd say keep the hydrogen engine, you're going to need that shit. But now just find a spot for the basic refinery and the basic assembler. And then also what you want to do, which is really handy, is build yourself, on this ship, is build yourself a drill. So most of the stuff that you can process with the basic refinery, basic assembler, and the survival kit requires stone. To get up to this point right here where you have a platform with that refinery and that assembler, that's your best option. The only thing you need at some point is you need a basic that refinery and that assembler to make thrusters. But this ship has a number of thrusters that you can take the resources from and use those for a new ship once you get the refinery and the assembler. Another thing you need to put on that is a drill will be extremely helpful to get all that stone that you're going to need to process to get all that started. So basic refinery, basic assembler, and a drill. For that, you're going to need cargo access, conveyor access, and you also need to make sure that you keep everything that's on the ship already. So of course, drill, the best place to put a drill is right in the front. Jesus, throat is getting really dry now. So another thing you also have to keep in mind, that if you have an item that is attached to a block that you delete, like say that cockpit right there is connected to the block underneath it. If I get rid of that, that cockpit is now free floating. It's no longer connected to the ship. So you're gonna have to replace it. Oh shit, I forgot there was a rifle and ammo in that seat. Completely forgot about that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and put the drill on the front, but as you can see, it has no conveyor access. So that's the first thing we need to do, is figure out where the conveyors run, and they run behind that, and that. So that right there is the conveyor, which we can try to figure out how to run things to, if that's the way we decide to go. No conveyor over there. We should have something that goes from the back to the front, because right here is the O2 generator. So there has to be a conveyor system that goes to the survival kit, because we have a way of getting oxygen from the survival kit. Yeah. So yeah, we're able to get hydrogen and oxygen from that survival kit. But the O2 H2 generator, which produces oxygen and hydrogen, is way back here. So the conveyor system goes from there to here. Alright, one thing we can get rid of, we can get rid of this. That's the vent, so we can put oxygen inside the cockpit. It's not necessary. You can go ahead and repurpose the resources for that one, which gives you a spot to put the basic... Come on, drag, you piece of shit. The basic assembler. Just make sure that the access point, which is right there, is connected to that conveyor. Like so. Now what we need to do is we need to figure out where we're going to put the basic refinery and also figure out where we're going to connect the drill. The only place really, because of the shape and the size of this ship, we're going to have a cockpit right here, so that one's going to be blocked. We're going to have, well, we have the access point on the side right there, which is blocked by that armor piece, and if I have stuff hanging out, it'll look like shit. Then we have another access point, which is behind the drill, so back here. Right there. So that might be the best place for it, but now we have to figure out where we're going to connect it if we run the conveyor all the way down. So right up here, we have a cargo container, which is perfect for connecting it. I think the cargo container is right there. Yep. So another thing we need to be careful of, if I get rid of these blocks to put the conveyor in, we might separate the ship and cut it in half. But because we have this stuff up here that's connected, we're safe from that. We're fine. Just make sure you're always checking. Now that we have all that, I can go ahead and take conveyor system from the back of here. Now, of course, we have this hole right here, so I'm going to go ahead and put a conveyor junction. Right there. Then, of course, we need conveyor elbows and then regular conveyors. Things look different than the last time I played. Maybe that's just because I haven't played in a while, so everything looks a little bit different. But it does kind of look different. Alright, so what we're going to need is we need to connect to that cargo container. So we need an elbow because we need to go to the front to that one. So now we can go ahead and take conveyor, straight conveyor, and go all the way to the drill. So now the only thing that we're missing is the conveyor junction, or not the conveyor junction, the basic refinery. I got all kinds of stuff going on in my head. So this is the basic refinery right here. Now the issue with the basic refinery is it only has 2 access points. Let me see if I could put it somewhere where you guys can see. So we have the access point that's right there and the access point that's right there. So what I have to do is I have to figure out how to get this conveyor system hooked up so it's connected. Huh. So yeah, we can't lay it flat like that because we don't have access points in the back. They're only on the sides. Actually, you know what? Hold on. If I got rid of that oxygen block right there, or that oxygen tank. But you know what? We really don't need an oxygen tank. But I do need access point on the top. That's not gonna work. Let's try this. We had, well, no, that won't work either. Well, we could go ahead and get rid of these blocks right here. Rotate the access point so it's connected to that conveyor junction. I mean, of course, it's no longer airtight. It kind of looks stupid, but that's the ship. That will get you up to the next stage. So instead of building a new base or a new ship, just try to upgrade the ship that you already have. So that right there will get us pretty far. It'll get us to the point where we can go ahead and build the basic refinery and the basic assembler. Or not the basic. The refinery and the assembler. So after you do all that, the next step is to figure out if you want to go ahead and build on a station or you want to build on a ship. I recommend building a ship. The problem with the station is, well, it's a station. It's stationary. You can't take it around with you anywhere. So what you have to do is you have to take resources. You have to go out, find the resources, or then you have to bring it back to the base, which costs time. But if you can take the refinery and the assembler out to the ore, you could process it immediately. The only thing you have to worry about is power. So what I do is I go ahead and build a respawn ship that has a refinery and the assembler. The refinery and the assembler. Now I have a really old design which used to be in the game. It was a world that you could spawn into. It was the yellow respawn ship, which is no longer in the game, unfortunately. One way to check that out, let me go ahead and hit backspace. Do you wish to respawn? Yes. So this is what happens when you die. I'm dead. So that backpack drop, that's your tools and whatever resources you had on you. You have to grab those as soon as you spawn back in. So these are the spawn points we have. We have survival kit, which is the one in the ship. We have this one, which is the one on that station. Drop pods, space pod, which is a new space pod. This will be new drop pods and new space pod. Then your spacesuit. So what we want to respawn at is the survival kit. So yeah, the yellow ship is no longer available. But it's a really good ship because it has everything that you need. Alright, let's go ahead and grab all this real quick. Oh, is that all I had on me anyways? That's fine. Alright, I guess we can get rid... Yeah, let's get rid of all this. Don't need it anymore. So, the yellow respawn ship is a really good ship. If you have mods, even better. But since we're doing vanilla, we'll go ahead and rebuild it real quick if I can remember how. And show you why it's a really good ship to have. They have adjusted the hydro usage. Yeah, I heard about that. It still uses a lot though. So, the yellow ship. The yellow respawn ship. The only important part about the yellow respawn ship, because I do have a blueprint for it, I think. Yeah, this one right here. So I think this is not the original design of the ship. Do I have a blueprint for that? Let me see. I do not think I have the oh no, this right here. Yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, this was the, well, I wouldn't say original yellow respawn ship, because it did change over time. There was a time in the game when we did not have oxygen at all. So everything was here in the back of the ship. Now it has the refinery right there. It has the assembler, which is in there. It has the cargo container, which you can access from the inside. Then an O2 generator when they finally did add oxygen to the game. I actually really miss this ship. I love this ship. It's a good ship. I played this scenario so many times, the one that you could use with this ship, the scenario that comes with this ship, and I was really sad when they got rid of it. But also on the top, it has a collector, which you could actually switch out for another connector, which is right there. So having two connectors is a good idea. One connector for a mining ship, and another connector for your construction ship, a ship with welders on it. On the inside, you have yourself your cockpit. You have a gravity generator. You have medical room. Now, back in the day, like way long ago, before they had antennas in the game, there was actually a beacon sitting right here. That was a long time ago, though. When they added antennas, they kind of got rid of it. But yeah, it used to be sitting right there. So, of course, up here, you can access the cargo container, the assembler, and the refinery. So you have access to everything. Not only that, everything is connected by conveyors and access points. So you can go to one location, say the cargo container, and pull a resource out from anywhere in the ship from just one access point. That's why I think this is a really good ship. But it does have some failings. This ship was originally designed when the game was extremely basic, before survival was even in the game. So a lot of this ship was not prepared for the game as it is right now. So a revamp of the ship is kind of necessary, which brings me to my blueprint. D&G respawn ship. So basically the same ship with the new technology that we get in updates. So more reactors, a lot more power. The assembler is pretty much the same spot. The refinery, same spot. The gyroscope, same spot. Except this one has a detector on it, which the original ship did not. There is a way of getting a vent in this ship, so you can actually have oxygen in the cockpit over here, but it still has medical room. Got rid of the gravity generator out here or in here and put it out here, right there, so that way we could have more seats over here for, like, if you want to build yourself a mining drone or something like that. You have these extra seats that you can control stuff from when you have more people playing with you. Also, they added beds to the game from DLCs, so now we have a spot for the bed. Still have access to the refinery, still have access to the assembler, and still have access to the cargo container. Now, when I redesigned this ship, what I tried to do was I tried to do the processing area, the industrial area, and try to keep it into a cube shape, so that way you can put it on just any ship that you want to. You don't have to do it with the yellow ship. It's just something that you can reproduce on any ship that you want. It's really simple to build, doesn't take a whole lot. Let me find a spot. So right here. Let me try to rotate this a little bit so we get, there we go. Try to make some room. Alright, so the first thing we need to do, this whole thing centers around where you put the refinery. Let's get rid of that old one. So if we grab the refinery, we pull that out. Now what you want to do is you want to make sure that you have an access point. Let's say this is the front of the ship right here. You need an access point on the top front, which is that access point. I can't show you, I can't put the cursor on it, but that access point right there, you need it on the top, and it needs to be in the front because the assembler connects to it. So just find the access point for the assembler, and actually let's make sure the control panel is actually facing the right way, just like that. So the original ship, what it has is it has a cargo container right here, which I'm actually going to go ahead and leave it that way. So let's go ahead and rotate it. It's sitting right next to the assembler. Let's make sure this is upright, correct way. There we go. Then of course on the back, you have an O2 generator, which you need to be careful about where you connect it because of the access points. So on a full-size O2 generator for a large grid, you have that access point, one on the other side. You have an access point on the bottom, and one on the top. Right there. So what you got to do is you got to be careful about where you put that access point. I mean, you could put it right here, just like that, and then you'd have another space right here. Actually, that's a better idea. Because what I did was what the original ship did, and I put a conveyor junction in the back. Actually, there's a reason I did that. Yeah, there is a reason I did that. Power. Needs more power. So if we take... Oh, and because of mods as well. I'll show you. Let me go ahead and show you. So what I need is conveyor junction. I need to set up my toolbars here pretty soon. Make this a lot easier. So if we put a conveyor junction behind the assembler, what I could do now is I could go ahead and take the O2 generator, which I got... No, it's number 5. Take the O2 generator, try to rotate it so I can connect it to that access point, and it brings us all the way to the back of the ship, trying to keep that cubed look. Now, the reason I left this gap right here is because there is a mod, the azimuth oxygen blocks, which allows me to get a oxygen tank that is a 1x1x1 block, which fits right in there. But of course, if you're not using the mod, just go ahead and put a regular conveyor in there just to fill it in so it's all connected. So I was kind of thinking ahead. If I was doing vanilla, it'd be like this. If I was using mods, there'd be an oxygen block in there. Then another thing we could do is I figured out that we do have... The original ship does have a nuclear reactor on it. Uranium reactor. Whatever the fuck those are called. Reactors. The original ship does have a small reactor on it. The problem is that reactor is not powerful enough for the amount of thrusters this ship has on it. So I did figure out early on that I needed more reactors. This was back in the day when uranium was really easy to find and you could get a lot of uranium from one node. Pretty much all the uranium you need from one single node. So I actually have 3 reactors to power the thing. But then at some point they came out with batteries and I kind of had to change the design a little bit. So right there you have your reactors. Now you have this little section right here, which if you were using mods and you were using scripts, it made a good spot to put a program block. And back in the day, quite some time ago, programs that you would get off the Steam Workshop did require a timer to work, so there was also a spot for a timer. But now that you no longer need those, and if you're not using them, you can fill in that spot with other things. But we'll just go ahead and leave it like that. So now what we need to talk about is... Yeah, we still have a gravity generator, we have batteries. Gravity generator, of course you need to point it towards the direction you want the gravity to go. So let's go ahead and grab a battery. We'll put it right there. And then we can go ahead and grab the gravity generator. Now, the gravity generator isn't only for character gravity. The reason people, well, we used to use it back in the day was it was the best way for mining. Whenever you go to an asteroid with a drill and you try to drill around the asteroid to get a resource, the resource would float away. So if you brought the ship over with the gravity generator, the ore would just fall into the hole that you were mining. So that was the best tool for that. That's why there was everybody left the gravity generators on when they were using this ship. Alright, next thing we need to get in here is an ore detector, which is best. Used to be that you could find ores easily. They were sitting on the outside of asteroids, you could see them from a long distance. It's not that way anymore. Hasn't been that way for a long time. Let me get rid of that. Let me put it right there. So yeah, putting an ore detector on your ship is a really good idea. Next thing you're going to need is what every ship requires: gyroscope. Now this ship is small enough and it's light enough that you only need one, which apparently I can't put right there. Huh. Alright, well, what I'm going to need is another battery. Fuck it. Why not? Add a shit ton of batteries to this thing. So I am going to need one here, and we'll put one here. Alright, so now I'll put the detector back. Now we can go ahead and put the gyroscope here. And I can't remember, but I think I have one other thing on here. Let me see if I'm right. Yep. Eventually, at some point, you're going to get attacked by a cargo ship, a drone, another player, or you might just crash into an asteroid and damage your ship just a little bit. So what you do is you get yourself a projector, save the blueprint of the finished ship on it, and you can overlay it so that way you can easily repair it whenever you need to. Just make sure you face it the right way. The minus sign is the front of the projector, and the plus sign is the top, just like that. There you go. You got yourself a nice little cube that can fit on any ship for production. So I recommend that being your next stage. Go ahead and find the resources you need, which you could do with stone to build the ship the way it is. This ship the way it is right now. Let me also grab some power real quick. Then go out, try to find more stone by using the drill. So yeah, everything I tried to do, everything I tried to set up, I set up in stages. So the first stage is to take your respawn ship, this one right here. The first stage is to get all the stone you can to put the drill on, the basic refinery, basic assembler, finish off the ship the way it looks right now. Now, if you can, I would say put a detector on it as well, because you are going to need other resources. But as soon as you do all that, you get yourself some resources. Go ahead and start with this ship. Once you have this ship, you have everything. Absolutely everything. You can process any resource you want. You have a place to respawn, get oxygen and hydrogen. And you also have plenty of power, because now instead of just using the hydrogen engine, you have yourself nuclear reactors. Now the trick with nuclear reactors is, since we do have 2 batteries on this ship, the 2 batteries do produce enough power for ion thrusters, vanilla ones. But eventually those batteries are going to run out of power. So what you want to do to try to spare yourself on uranium is to only turn on the reactors when you need to charge up the batteries. If the batteries are fully charged, turn off the reactors. Save some uranium. Don't use it up if you don't have to. But yeah, this is the ship that I recommend. It is airtight if you want to go ahead and try to figure out how to make it survival ready, to where there is oxygen inside this cockpit. The original ship was not airtight. Also, the original ship only had 1 window, straightforward. So I went ahead and changed this all up so it's still airtight, but we were able to have a little bit better view. Alright, now we come to the next thing that you will probably need to build. Most important thing. Probably the most important ship you will ever build in your entire career in Space Engineers. Your first mining ship. Now, there's a lot of things you need to keep in mind when building a mining ship. It's a lot of stuff, actually. It's ridiculous how much it is. But yeah, I'm already out of water. I need to go ahead and take a break real quick, give me something to drink. Probably grab a snack. I mean, it is 1 o'clock and I haven't eaten lunch. But yeah, when we come back, we'll go into mining ship. Now, there are different ways of building a mining ship, but the most important thing is to think about the future, to plan for future advancement in the game. To build a mining ship that will get you to that next stage faster and easier. A lot of information we need to go into to figure that all out. You might have covered that, but any opinion on elevator mods? There are a couple of good ones. They're only really good if you're trying to do something really realistic and trying to be a little artsy about your builds. But yeah, I've messed around with some of them. They're pretty cool. If the devs were going to make a Space Engineers 2, in your opinion, what would you like it to have in it or removed? You really want me to answer that shit? Well, first thing I would remove are the original devs and get some real developers into the game. Some people who know what the fuck they're doing. That's the only thing that I would say. I mean, they started out with a pretty good games, but the original developers did not make Space Engineers. Space Engineers originally was just a physics game. Messed around with crashing ships in together. That's all it was. Everything else after that, modders. Modders made this game. This is a community created game. The original developers are just collecting the money off of it. I have no respect for the developers of this game. None whatsoever. I think they're assholes. Anyways, but that's the first thing I would change. Different developers. Better developers. Developers who know what the fuck they're doing. But anyways, yeah, my throat is getting extremely dry. I need to let it rest for about 10 minutes. When we come back, we'll go ahead and start talking about the most important ship in Space Engineers, your mining ship. So, yeah, let me go and take a break real quick. Be right back.
Back from another funeral. Why should I stay here, but where can I go? Do you still bother, or are you sick of it all? Why do you stay and nowhere to go? No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Leaves the earth night, I am the few. We make a castle to a ruin. And now we see it all tumbling down. They should have fooled the band of baddies. Just like us, they do what we do. With one exception, we do it better. No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Easy earth night, I am the few. Let's make this castle to a ruin. We're stepping on mine, sleeping with eyes wide open, and you're in between the lines. I won't take what you've been smoking. Oh no, oh no. No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Easy of night, I am the few. We make a castle to a ruin. Castle, ruin. Castle.
We've been waiting around for too long for something to show. Same old places and faces of people with nowhere to go. But we're not like them, we are better, both you and I know. Grab your car keys and jacket, 'cause honey, we're ready to go. Let's Just get in the car and you'll drive. We're leaving tonight. Away from these streets and the cold buzzing neon lights. Been keeping our heads above water, struggling and striving. We ain't gonna turn back this time, we'll just keep driving. You've got one hand on money, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. We got no money, but honey, we got nothing to hide. If worst comes to worst, I'll be Bonnie and you can be Clyde. We've got 2 hearts ready to fire and enough ammunition. A 62 hardtop DeVille with a 4-speed transmission. You've got one hand on money, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide.
right, and we're back. All right, so a couple things. Like I said, oh, it looks like my character died. All right, we'll just respawn real quick. No, not that. Survival kit. Oh, respawn. We didn't have anything on us, so it's not that big a deal. All right, so like I said, the next thing you'll need to build is the most important ship you will have in the game, but there's a few things I forgot to discuss. This ship right here, you'll have a couple of issues. Oh yeah, I forgot I put an antenna on this thing as well. Forgot about that. When you build this ship, there's going to be a few things that you are going to be missing. Stuff you can't make by stone. Metal grids, which you need for pretty much everything, but hopefully by the time you build this ship, you would have used this one to find cobalt. Cobalt and platinum. I think silver as well. Those are the things you're going to need to be able to finish a ship. Now, at some point when you try to take this ship and build this one, you can use the thrusters that are on it if you can't find platinum. But the amount of thrusters are different between the ships. So this ship has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 thrusters. This ship right here has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 thrusters. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to decide which thrusters you want to go ahead and finish and which ones you won't be able to. So since we have 8, was it 8? I think it was 8. Yeah, 8. 8 thrusters on that ship. Hold on. Okay. 8 thrusters on that ship. What I recommend is building 1 thruster facing forward, 1 facing up, 1 facing down, 1 facing left, 1 facing right. That's 6. And then build the 2 back here facing backwards. That will be 8 thrusters. So you'll still have a few thrusters you can't build, but that'll at least allow you to move this ship. Also, the reactors, the sooner you can find uranium, it's awful. But yeah, it will take a little bit of time to find those resources. So let's go ahead and let's get rid of this ship. Oh, there were a few things that were detached. Yeah, like I said, make sure you're careful about what you destroy, because you'll have stuff that isn't attached and it will damage your ship if you try to fly away with it just swinging. Okay, like I said, most important thing you will ever build in this game, because it will matter about your progression. If you don't build a good enough ship, you won't be able to progress as well. One thing we do have to figure out, let me go ahead and get this built real quick. Let me go ahead and put a battery. First thing you need to figure out with a ship is inventory space. So a lot of people will sit there and complain, I've heard it so many times, that your mining ship only needs drills because the drills have inventory. Now the problem is, the least amount of inventory you have means the more trips you have to make, which means it's going to take you a lot longer to find the resources that you need. So what you need to do, like I said, I build in stages. The next stage is to build a miner that can get me enough resources to advance further in the game with only 1 trip. Now the way I do that is I get 100,000 of each resource. So we're going to grab a cargo container and a collector and find out just how much inventory space that is. So collector. So cargo container, collector on top, so that way we can go ahead and spawn stuff in and figure out exactly how much cargo space we're going to need. So yeah, let's go. I need a gravity generator too. Let me go ahead and put down a block so I have a place to put it. So right there, and then gravity generator there. Cannot place on that side of the ore detector. Top of it allow connection. Howdy doody, what have I missed? Missed a lot, actually. We've gone through a lot of information since I started. Alright, so we got our collector right here. Let's go ahead and start spawning in 100,000 of each resource. So, my shift key is working. Alright, so the first resource is cobalt. So 100,000. Now there's some resources that I'm not going to worry about. Next one we're going to need is gold. We're going to go alphabetically. The next one is going to be iron. The next thing would be magnesium, but we're not worried about weapons or anything like that. Magnesium is good for just ammo, the 200mm missiles and the 25x184 NATO ammo. We're not going to worry about weapons, we're just worried about production, so magnesium we are not going to need. So we're going to go to the next one, which is nickel. So nickel ore. The next one we're going to need is platinum. Platinum will be very important to go ahead and build more thrusters. So platinum ore. Get off center a little bit. Come on, thrusters, work with me here. Alright. Now that we got platinum, next thing we're going to need is silicon. Silver. The next one would be stone, but at this point, you no longer need stone. You might need a little bit to build reactor components, but at this point, dump stone. Just get rid of stone. Stone would be a waste of inventory space. It'd be a waste of time because you don't get enough resources off of stone to make it viable to use anymore. So we skip stone and go straight to uranium. Now uranium, it doesn't matter how much you collect, just as long as you have enough for the reactors, but we're going to go ahead and say 100,000 of that. Now the last thing, which is considered an ore, but is not the most important one, that would be ice. Now it isn't used for production, but you do need it to stay alive. So there we go, 100,000 of the important ores that we're going to try to collect with our miner. Most important ship in the game that you will ever build. So what we're going to need is we're going to need an inventory space of 333,000 liters. So what we got to do is we got to figure out what components are going to get us to that 333,000 liters to be able to carry all the ore that we're going to need to advance a little bit faster in the game with only one trip with the miner. Now, of course, you could build something a little bit bigger with more inventory space, and then with one trip, you could build even bigger. But I need to go ahead and change this to small grid so we can check the inventory spaces of everything that we're going to be building. So let's take that rotor. Let's go ahead and switch out the head for small head. So add small head. There we go. Don't need to worry about it welding it up, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyways. OCD, man, it's a bitch. Alright, so let's go ahead and build ourselves a platform, and we'll put all the items on that we're going to need. Alright, so the first thing we need to keep in mind is drills work on voxels the same way welders and grinders do on blocks. The more you have, the faster it will work. So if you have multiple welders working on one block, the block will weld faster. If you have multiple grinders working on one block, it will grind faster. Same thing with drills. The more drills you have on a voxel, the faster that voxel will drill. So what you want to do is you want to try to find a design that will allow you to put as many drills as possible on the front of that ship. but also try to keep it compact so that way it's easy to maneuver and you can get out of an asteroid a lot easier and not have to worry about it wrecking. The reason that's important is if you're trying to build a ship that you can remote control, you will only have cameras to tell you how to go. At least if you are in the sea mining, you could use third person to get you out of an asteroid. But if you control it remotely, you won't have that option. You'll only have the cameras to help you get out. So you want to try to build a ship that's as compact as possible. So that way, if you want to, you can go ahead and turn that ship around inside of the asteroid. Make it a lot easier for the camera to see and go straight out. Alright, so for the drill that I have, we're going to figure this out. The miner that I have has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drills. So we're going to go with small grid drill. And at some point, we're also going to have to do some math, add things up. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how many drills that I have on the ship that I designed. Let's see how much inventory space that is. Alright, so each drill has 33,755 liters in it. We needed, what, 100 times more than that? So 333,000. Alright, so all together, let's go ahead and add those up. Let me get a calculator out if we're going to be doing this shit. Should have done that earlier. Alright, so the drills, each drill carries 33,750 times 8. That's 270,000 ore. 270,000 liters of ore. So it's not quite enough. Another thing that I go ahead and put on the ship is cargo container, large cargo container, which will hold, let me get this placed. That one holds 156,250. So if I add that to the drills, 15650, that will equal 426,250 ore. But let's say something happens. I want to go ahead and advance a little bit faster. I want a little bit more inventory space. At the moment, we have, what did I say, 426 out of 333. So we have 67,000 and some odd. 67, 87, 93,000 liters. More than we should have to get all that ore. But let's say, I don't know, I find a big ass plot of uranium and I want to build a base, so I'm going to need more uranium. Problem is you don't get a whole lot of uranium when you process it. So I'm going to add a little bit more cargo just to get a little bit more, because a lot of the times when you're mining, you can't really keep track of how much you get unless you have a mod to help you keep count. It'll tell you the inventory space of your ship. In vanilla, you don't have that, so sometimes you'll mine just a little bit more than you were hoping. So it happens to me all the time when I'm doing iron. Also, with iron, it's a good idea to go ahead and get another 100,000 if you really want to. So I go ahead and add a medium cargo container, which is another 33,750. So plus 33,750. And that altogether 460,000 liters that I could put on a small miner. So that's the inventory space that I want to have, which will give me a little leeway when I'm trying to mine and actually get a little bit more than I was planning. But like I said, it happens a lot. I'll go out, try to get some iron, and I wasn't paying attention and accidentally get like 200,000 iron, and then I no longer have any room for other resources. So adding a little bit more inventory space is a good idea. So this right here is what I need to put on the ship just for the inventory space. Also, at some point, like I said, I want to get rid of stone. Don't really need it. You only need a little bit for the reactors that you're going to be building in the future. So what I would like to build is ejectors and sorters to get rid of that stone. Also, thrust. Thrust is going to be very important because years and years ago, they added weight to cargo. So the more cargo you have on your ship, the more it weighs, which means the more thrusters you're going to need to be able to run it. So you need to find something that's big enough to run, something that's big enough to get enough thrusters on it to run decently, which I could go ahead and spawn in the design that I had, if I can find it. What the hell is all that? I have no idea what those are. Some sort of drones. Did I spawn whatever this is? I have no idea what that drone is. Anyways, apparently I saved a blueprint from some sort of drone. Alright, let me see if I can find my miner. The vanilla one. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I deleted it. I still have so many blueprints. I need to clean these up. Maybe I don't have it. What? No, that's the mega miner. There it is. The mole. Yeah, I do have mods in this one. It looks like. So that right there is what I came up with. Large cargo, medium cargo, and then all those drills. So the 8 drills on the front. Cargo container right here in the back. There's the large cargo container. Yeah, stuff is starting to break apart. I thought this was all vanilla, but I guess it wasn't. That's alright. The medium cargo container is right... No, it's back here. Yeah, right there. That's the medium cargo container. And then for power... so one thing you do have to figure out is how much power do you need for a ship? For this one, I did a large reactor because batteries just didn't cover it. Also, this ship also had mods where I was able to put a jump drive back here. It's the small ship mega mod pack, which allows you to put large grid items onto a small ship, like doors, jump drive, which originally does not go on a small grid ship. Let's get rid of this before it blows shit up. So yeah, that right there is my miner. The gyroscopes came. That's one of the things about the Steam Workshop. Whenever the game updates to a certain point, you have to redo your blueprints because they no longer work. That was a vanilla design. Had no mods in it, but it didn't work anymore because the game updated and the blueprint is broken. Alright, so yeah, your drill ship is the most important ship you will ever build. Your advancement in the game, how fast you advance, how well you advance, all depends on that first miner. So try to make your first miner as perfect as possible. Right now, I'll go ahead and redesign it real quick. We'll go through it in creative so you guys can see how I designed it. A few things that have changed in the game, so some of the stuff I had to do is a little bit redundant, but it's only because I built that ship a long time ago when the mechanics of the game were a little bit different. So if we go small grid, go ahead and build a pillar. Build a pillar. Come on, keep going. There you go. Give us a little bit of room to build. So the first thing you probably should start out with is your largest cargo container. Sometimes people will start with the cockpit. That's a bad idea. Don't start with your cockpit. Start with the biggest item that you are going to put on your ship. So that way all your connections and everything will match up. So the biggest item that we have on this ship is that large cargo container. So the most important thing that you have to worry about when putting down a cargo container or any item with inventory space is connections. So what I need is I need to put this thing onto a connector. Connectors only have, well, let's pull one out real quick. Small grid connectors have access points on the bottom. It also has access points on the sides. But as you can see, the one on the top is a large access point. The ones on the sides are a small access point. So whenever you're connecting two items together, it has to be small to small and large to large. If you don't have that, then your items will not be able to pass through. Yes, connectors have inventory capacity too, but I don't add those. The issue that you get sometimes with connectors, I don't know if it's too big of a problem now, but it used to be. If connectors are full, you cannot pass items through them. So I don't count the connector. I try to keep the connectors empty at all times. It's not that important with the mine ship because whenever you dock, you need to empty them out anyways. But when you're building a construction ship, it is kind of important. But I don't think that's a mechanic that really works anymore. I think they changed that some time ago. But yeah, they have an access point as well. Also, if you're mining, this is how much the connector holds. 11,522 or 20 liters, my bad. Alright, so like I said, because of the access points, I'm going to go ahead and put down the cargo container with... I usually put my connectors facing downward. It's just easier to dock up that way. So I'm going to find a large access point, like that. So large access point on the bottom for the connector to connect to. Then small access in the back and a small access in the front. So whenever you're building a ship for production, drill ship, welding ship, grinding ship, one thing you have to keep in mind, ore will pass through a small access point. Components will not. So ore and ingots will pass through small, components won't. So you have to keep that in mind. You have to figure out how to point your access points with however you're, or whatever you're building your ship for, whatever purpose you're using it for. So with this one, because I'm using it for ore, I don't have to worry about the access points too much. So the next thing I need to worry about is the next cargo container, which was the medium one. Now, of course, you don't have to design it this way. You could go with 2 large cargo containers if you wanted to. You could go with just no cargo containers if you wanted to. Like I said, it all depends on you. The more cargo space you have, the faster you will be able to mine. Which, mining in this game has become redundant. It's become annoying. It used to be really fun. Now it's just pain in the ass. Alright, so as you can see, we have that access point in the back. So what I could do is just point this cargo container just like that. But one thing I am going to need is I need a conveyor system to go from this cargo container all the way to the back of the ship, which I cannot do like this. And I also need space if I ever do decide to go ahead and put some mods in this and put that jump drive on it. I need to make sure that I leave the space. So let me show you why you can't do it this way. So we have the medium cargo container, and then we have our power source, which is the reactor. Pointed small axis, small axis. The reactor, the small grid large reactor only has access points on that side and that side. As you see, the other sides do not have access points. The large grid large reactor has access points on all sides, except for 2. So top and bottom, but all the sides have access. So the issue right now is the only place I have to put a conveyor system for ejectors to get rid of the stone is right through the middle. But if I was using a mod for the jump drive, which I won't be able to show, the jump drive for the large grid is the same size as the small grid, as far as block count. So as you see, the jump drive is, I think, 2 by 3 by 3. Yeah, so it's pretty much a cube. It's just a little bit thinner than an actual cube. So the jump drive would be exactly the same way. So it would be 2 deep, and then it would be 3 high. But the issue is, now I don't have access to that reactor to pass items through to the ejectors. So what I need to do is I need to pass the conveyor system around these items. So what we're gonna do is, let me do this. Let me go ahead and get my conveyors. Make this a little bit easier. Just bring them down into the next toolbar. You can switch toolbars by holding down control and then selecting a number. So this one right here is control panel 2. Toolbar 2. English. I'll figure it out eventually. Alright, sorter. Come on, sorter. Drag. And then also conveyor frame. So what I do to bypass those access points is I go ahead and bring conveyor from... Oh no, it's number 8. From here, and I bring it around the medium cargo container. So this could be regular conveyors. You could do it with conveyor junctions, whatever you want to use. Alright, so one thing you need to keep in mind is also the size. So if we go back to 1, for a large cargo container for a large grid, the large cargo container is a 3 by 3 by 3. But on a small grid ship, the large cargo container is a 5 by 5 by 5. Oops, oxygen. Oh shit, do I even have oxygen in this? I don't think I do. Nope, that's not connected. Wait a minute, I might have bottles. Hold on. I don't have bottles. I'm gonna die. Alright. Well, I might have time. We do this. Medical room. Come on, drag, you piece of shit. Access point for the medical room. Please. Nope. Wasn't fast enough. I'll go ahead and build one real quick so we won't die. Alright, so access point on the top and bottom of the medical room, and there we go. So I did have ice in there, everything is connected. The only thing that's not connected on this ship is the medical room. It does have a conveyor system going to it. I forgot about that. Alright, so for this, let's get back into it. So the large grid, large cargo container is a 3 by 3 by 3. For a small grid, it's a 5 by 5 by 5. The medium cargo container for a large grid, let me go ahead and hit it again so we get the large grid. As you can see, there is no large grid, medium cargo container. But the small grid is a 3 by 3 by 3. The same as a large grid, large cargo container. That one right there is 3 by 3 by 3, and so is this one. Something I need to keep in mind when I build the mega miner, a large grid miner. So what I want to do is I don't want the access point going towards the back. I want the access point going towards the top. So now that we have that connected, what I'm going to need is a conveyor junction to be able to connect that conveyor system right there. I'm just going to use conveyor junctions right now to make this a little bit quicker, but you can do this with regular conveyors. Like that. Now what we need is our power source, which is the large reactor. Now, of course, we only use this when we found a lot of uranium because this thing has no batteries. You could try to design one that only uses batteries. It is possible. It's not that difficult. But this one is for a little bit more advancement. There is another design that I have that is just for batteries. We'll go into that later. Alright, then we connect the reactor. Like I said, you could use regular conveyors. I'm just using conveyor junctions right now. Alright, then of course behind that one, I want to go ahead and put a spot in case I do ever decide to go ahead and add mods. Leave a spot open for a small grid jump drive. So 3 by 3. side too. So now I can pass the conveyors above the jump drive and I still have that space. So what we're gonna do is I want to go ahead and just go ahead and do conveyor junctions, make this easier. I'm not gonna go all the way to the back, I'll show you why here in a second. The whole point of this is to get ejectors on the back of the ship to get rid of the stone. At this point, stone is useless. It's not even worth mining. Now, you could put the ejectors on the bottom of the ship, but there used to be a bug. If it was too close to your ship, it would actually destroy your ship. And on the bottom, the ores that you drop, like if you were dropping stone, it wouldn't fall away enough and it would completely destroy your own ship, especially when it's moving. The best thing to do is when your ship is moving to have your ejectors on the back, ejecting the stone out the back, so that way you can make sure there is no collision. That used to be a thing. Now stone does not actually cause damage, or any ore that's free floating does no longer cause damage to a ship, but it did used to be a thing. Doesn't matter anyways, because I always have my connectors on the bottom and I need to leave that open. But now that we have that, we need to be able to get rid of stone, and only stone, which is probably the most important block they ever added to the game, the sorter. And when they added this to the game, it was a game changer. It was fucking awesome. Alright, so we'll put sorters on the top and bottom, and we'll set those sorters to only pull stone. Alright, next thing we need to do is I need to keep a gap right here in the back. This is where we have room to put remote control block. Oh, let's go control 1. Remote control block. Antenna. Detector. And if your ship becomes damaged, it's better to have a projector set up and ready. So that way it's easier to rebuild. So, projector. So, remote control block, just make sure you have it facing the correct way. Actually, let's put that right here. So that way we can go ahead and fit the antenna right above it. Then the detector. And then the projector. Make sure the projector is facing the right way. Of course, plus sign is the top. And the minus sign, which is right here, is the front. So just like that. Also, make sure your remote control is also facing the right way. If we go ahead and pull it out, what you're looking for is that little dot. That is the front of the remote. The little slant, let me actually do this. Alright, so this little green dot, that is the front of the remote. This little slant right here is the top. So always make sure you face it the right way, because your ship will fly in the direction that that remote control block is going. So if your remote control is facing this way and you try to go forward, your ship will actually go this way. So yeah, make sure it's always facing the right way. You're gonna have issues. I've done it. When those first came out, the remote control blocks, I had issues. Hello, didn't realize you were streaming, never got the notification. Yeah, that's the issue with YouTube. I know, some people miss it. You did miss quite a bit, but not all that much. You're good. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is we need to go ahead and set up the ejectors to get rid of all the stone. Now, just like the welders, the grinders, and the drills, the more you have, the more you'll be able to get rid of. So yeah, the welders, the more you have welding up a block, the faster the block will weld. Same thing with ejectors. The more ejectors you have, the more stone you'll be able to get rid of. It's better to go ahead and get rid of all that stone before you get back to your base, so get rid of it as fast as possible. So we're going to try to set up as many ejectors as possible. It's not that important anymore, but it's probably better to go ahead and get rid of them, get rid of that stone before you connect it to your station. Because one thing you will have is if you do have a little bit of stone on your base, like that base right there, you're using that to, I don't know, make reactors or something. That's pretty much, unless you're using a mod, because there are some mods which allow you to use gravel to make blocks, like armor blocks. But if you connect up your ship with a connector to the station and you don't have anything separating them and allow them not to pull like a sorter, then those ejectors will also pull the stone out of your base and get rid of it as well. So yeah, it's better to go ahead and get rid of the stone immediately and then shut off the sorters before you dock up to a station, just to make sure you're safe. Alright, so when it comes to the ejectors, let's go control 1. Ejectors only have an access point on one side. And that would be in the back. So the front is an access point. Let me go ahead and place one right here. The front does have an access point, but it's only so you can access it by hand, and it also ejects. It's not a connection point. If you had the ejector pointed backwards, like this, it would not work. Might actually be kind of funny to see. See what happens if you try to eject the stone when it's facing that way. That'd be funny. But the issue that we have is I want to fill this thing up with as many ejectors as possible, which we can't because the access point is going to be covered if we put it right here. So the best thing to do is to go ahead and put conveyor junctions before you put on the ejectors. So that way you can fill this entire back with those items. Also, make sure this does not go over the silhouette of your ship. The way my ship is designed, I will come out 2 more on that side and 2 more on that side. 1 that way and 1 that way. That way it kind of looks like that. Now what we can do is go ahead and put those ejectors in. Cover every single one. So now that is the processing set except for the drills. That will be the next step. And there you go, ejectors. So you set up the sorters to only pull stone and nothing but stone. So that is all that will make it back here to the ejectors, and you can get rid of all the stone before you dock up. Alright, next thing we need to talk about are the drills, which are going to go on the front. Let me go ahead and get some power and oxygen right now while we're here. Also, so I can get a drink of water, because my throat's starting to get dry again. Okay, much better. Alright, so a couple things we still need to think about for this ship. We still need gyros on it, we still need thrusters, we still need a cockpit, and we still need the drills. So we have this small access point on the front right here where all that's going to connect to. The drills, the cockpit, and oxygen if you really want it. I use a mod which is the azimuth oxygen blocks, which makes the oxygen block or the oxygen tank 1 by 1 by 1. So I could actually just replace a conveyor with an oxygen tank. But without a mod, you don't really need to worry about putting an oxygen generator, an O2H2 generator on your ship. You don't need to worry about an oxygen tank either, because you could just make oxygen bottles, which will allow your ship to be smaller. Also, bottles cost less resources than the oxygen O2H2 generator and the oxygen tank. So I recommend not even connecting oxygen up to the ship, just use oxygen bottles. You'll save yourself a little bit of hassle. Also, you can keep an eye on how much oxygen, oh, my bad. You can keep an eye on how much oxygen you have down here at the bottom, because it will show how many bottles you still have of oxygen. So you don't actually have to go into the K and go into control panel, find your oxygen block to see how much oxygen you have. You can just look down at the bottom left and see how much you have. So yeah, I don't recommend on small ships putting on the hydrogen tank unless you're using hydrogen. The oxygen tank, don't even use that. O2H2 generator, unless you're using hydrogen engines, it can be helpful. And definitely not vents, unless you're in atmosphere, then you can collect oxygen that way. But I wouldn't even worry about that shit either. That's shit we used to do back in the beginning when oxygen was brand new. But it's kind of pointless and useless. It was just stuff we were doing to experiment. Alright, let me get rid of these so we can keep this opening for future expansion in case I do decide to add mods. Alright, so like I said, the only thing I don't need to worry about oxygen, I just need to connect up the cockpit and the drills. So conveyor junction, all we're going to do is we're going to figure out where the cockpit needs to go, which is right there. Let me go ahead and show you the cockpit real quick. The industrial cockpit, which is the one we're going to be using, this one right here, it has two different types of access points. Altogether it has 3 access points, but 2 different types. So this, let me go ahead and face this so you guys can see. Oh no, it is 4, because there is a small one on the front. I forgot about that. Alright, so this is the industrial cockpit. This is the first cockpit we ever had in the game. So you have the access point on the front, only 1. On the back you have 2 small access points, which are the ones we're going to be connecting up to. And then on the bottom you have a large access point. So like I said, we're going to be connecting to the 2 in the back. So that's why we have 3 conveyor junctions that way. So now what I want to do is I want to try to keep the same silhouette that we have on the ship, keep it as thin as it is, but I want to go around the entire cockpit with drills. So that way it makes it a little bit quicker and a little bit easier to maneuver when we have drills taking out the voxels all around the ship. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that I have the space for that. So let's go ahead, find the drills. Alright, so first things first, the thinnest part of the drill is if I turn it this way, because of the way the collisions work. If I turn it this way, the collision will be a little bit wider. Also, the access points on the drills, let me go ahead and build one real quick. Let's build it up here. The drills have 3 access points. You have one on this side, there's one on the other side, which you can't see right now, and there's also one in the back. Now, the reason I want these access points facing upward is so I can connect other drills to it. So if we get rid of that one, what I want to do is I want to put this drill just like this, so that way it's as slim as possible and we can add some more drills that connect to the drill itself instead of connecting to a conveyor system. So what I need is I need that conveyor to come out to that access point in the back of the drill. So we're going to take, and we need to come out 2, I think. And now we should be able, as you can see, it's all showing up red, so I won't be able to connect to that conveyor junction. We need to come out 1 more, just like that. So that's what I need to do. I need to come out 2 conveyors above the cockpit out to this side, and then 2 below. Oh, the music shifted. Alright, so 2 above the cockpit, 2 over to this side, and 2, 1, 2 below it. Alright, so now let's go ahead and connect the drills that will connect to those conveyors. So this one, that one, and that one. So there are 4 drills, but as I said before, the more drills you have, the faster you'll be able to drill through a voxel. So if we want to add a couple more, we have those access points on the side of the drill. So we have 1, 2, and I need to make sure that when the drills start, they face the same way. It's just an OCD thing. It's not important. So there's 3, and there is 4. So there we go. So altogether 8 drills, which go no bigger. Well, they do go a little bit bigger than the original size of the ship. This is as big as the ship is going to be. Well, no, one more block for armor. Of course, armor at some point. So that's as high as the ship's going to be. So as you can see, it only goes barely above that front silhouette. All right, let's get rid of that. All right, so we got cockpit, we got the drills, we got our inventory space, we got our ejectors to get rid of the stone, we got remote, antenna, projector, and a detector, which is very important for a miner. The only thing we're missing now is to get the ship to move. That's the gyroscopes and the thrusters. Hold on, let me drink some more. Yeah, your throat gets really dry when you're trying to talk this fast. Trying to go through as much information as possible. So yeah, this is a lot of stuff that I've learned in the game. Right now it's only taking us like, what, 4 hours to go through all this? But as I've played the game, it's taken me 4,000 hours to learn all this. And I'm still learning stuff all the time. All the time. Alright, so when it comes to the thrusters, the way I designed this thing was so that the thrusters just take over the spaces that are left. So let's go ahead and start with the front one. Let's grab our ion thrusters. So I don't want the ion thrusters poking out. I've had to change this ship many times because I couldn't figure it out where to put the thrusters, but finally I did. So put thruster there and a thruster there, and they go around the entire thing like that. But first, since we do have a space, like if I put an ion thruster there, as you can see, we have a space right there. And if I put it here, that space is still there. That is the perfect spot for a gyro. So that's very important when you're building a ship, is use all the space that you have available. All right, so that's 2, 3, and 4. All right, now we can go ahead and put in the thrusters. So right now that's 2 going to the side, 2 that will be going to pointing down, 2, and then 2 to the other side, and then of course 2 upwards. God damn. Sorry, my bad. Just no matter how much I drink, my throat still stays dry. All right, so another thing you need to keep in mind, we talked about this earlier when we were talking about thrusters. Years ago, they added weight to inventory. So the more inventory you have, the more the ship will weigh, and the more work the thrusters need to do. Not only for the thrusters, but also the gyroscopes. So empty 4 gyroscopes is enough for this ship. But when it's fully loaded, it does become a little bit difficult to turn. So what I do is I go ahead and add emergency gyros that I can turn on and off whenever I need them. Which is here, 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 and here. Alright, so there's the up, down, left, and right in the front. Also, we could do the same thing in the back. First, we'll go ahead, we need thrusters which point backwards. So we'll go ahead and put those right here in each of these corners. All together, you want to make sure you have more thrusters pointing backwards to push you forwards than you have anywhere else. It's also a good idea to have a little bit pointing forwards to slow you down as well. But yeah, backwards is the most important. If you don't have enough thrusters facing forward, what you do is you turn the ship around, use your back thrusters to help you slow down as well, if that's where you have the most thrust. Alright, so all together, that's 8 thrusters pointing backwards. Now, we need to do upward, downward, left, and right. And together, that will give us 4 to the left, 4 to the right, 4 facing up, 4 facing down. Not a whole lot of power. It used to be, back in the day. Not anymore, because the game has changed. I need to remember where these go. I think they go, yep, right here. So we just connect them to the back of the thrusters that we just placed. That's why I had to put those in first, so I had a place to snap. So the only problem we have right now is we still have open space there and open space there. Now I left those open for a reason. One, there are mods that you could use, scripts that you could use. So you can actually put readout dials in your ship. The LCDs, you can actually change your LCDs. Let me go ahead and hit Alt. The LCDs that are in your cockpit, you can change those. If you have a script, you can actually have them so it will show you what resources you have in the inventory and how much. So I leave those spots open in case I do want to add mods later on. So yeah, that gives me 3 extra spots to add stuff. One thing I haven't checked in a really long time, program block. I want to see if the design for the small grid program block has changed. Nope, it still looks like a laptop. Yeah, it still looks like a laptop. Alright. Alright, so we got all of our thrusters facing upwards, all of our thrusters facing down, all of our thrusters facing left, all of our thrusters facing right, and thrusters facing towards the back. The thrusters that we don't have yet are the thrusters that are facing forward to slow us down, which are actually going to go right here. The only issue is I cannot snap them to that nozzle. That's one thing you always have to be careful of, is where you can snap things. So what we got to do is we got to change snap points by adding a block right there. So that way I can go ahead and snap that thruster to it. There, yeah, so on the back of each of these thrusters. So now I can go ahead and put those thrusters that face forward. And altogether there are going to be 8 of them, just like the ones facing backward. So because of this design of where I have the thrusters that face forward, you have to be careful about where you place them and make sure you have enough room so that you don't damage any of the blocks. As you can see, the thrusters are in a spot where the closest thing that they're the closest thing that they're aiming at are the drills and the other thrusters. So yeah, this thruster is pointing directly at this thruster. So what you have to do is you have to make sure that they're far enough away that they won't do any damage. Now with the ion thrusters, if I remember correctly, the small grid ones are 7 blocks, large grid is 4. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not gonna try to say what they are because I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We have the gyros, thrusters, everything we need for producing. Except for one thing that we need. Well, there's a couple more things I need to add. One thing is we still don't have a way of connecting. I need to get that connector in. There's an issue though. In order to get that connector in, I need to disconnect this ship from the rest of the station. But if I do that, this ship is going to be dead. Because I don't have any uranium in the reactor. You could always tell by the color of these lights on the reactor. Reactor is my only power source. So the first thing I need to do is go ahead and grab some uranium. At this point, I would have had a bunch of uranium mined. So like that. Oh, because of the ship gravity. Okay. I was wondering why it flew that way. Alright, so the uranium you can put anywhere on the ship, and the reactor will automatically pull it. As you can see, now we are powered, so we can go ahead and disconnect. Go ahead and get us enough room so we can put in the connector. So here's the next issue that we have to worry about. This ship has remote control block and antenna, so you can remote control it. The only way to control a remote, or to see where a remote control ship is going, is with cameras. So what we have to do is we have to figure out where we're going to put cameras so we can see what the fuck we're doing. So with this ship, the way I designed it, I only need 2 cameras. I need one facing forward so I can see where I'm going, and I need one facing downwards so it makes it easier to connect up to a station connector. But you also have to figure out what's best for you. What I usually do is, say I do it like this. I position myself like this so that the front of the ship is the top and the back of the ship is the bottom. I try to put the connector right on top, or the camera right on top of the connector, so that way no matter which ship I get into, I know exactly where the camera is relative to the connector. It's always the same. So I don't have a snap point right now. Let me grab a camera real quick. The problem is if I try to put the camera in there, I'm not going to be able to put armor in because I can't snap armor block to that camera. It's also going to be blocked. Also, because of the distance away, it'll be difficult. The connector and that conveyor junction is going to make it difficult for me to see a connector that I'm coming up on. So what I want to do is I want to drop the camera a little bit. So I'm going to put a armor block right there. So we also need forward-facing camera. Now the reason I like to put the forward-facing camera in first is the cameras will be set in whatever order you place them. So if I put the camera in front first, that will be just camera in the control panel. Then when I put the one facing down to the connector, that will be camera number 2. So whenever I need to put those in my toolbar, I'll know which one they are because of what order I place them in. So camera. For small grid, it's simple. It just says camera on top of the camera and then the light is in the bottom left hand corner. Large grid does not have that. Basically what you want to look for is that light right there. That's how you know where to position it. Alright, so that's one camera and that camera right there. Once again, that's the top of the ship, that's the bottom. That's how we need to orientate the camera. So it's upright like this. Alright, we're almost done. There's one more thing. A light. The game, there used to be a point when you didn't really need light all that much, but as the game has advanced, the lighting in this game has become extremely dark. Which means if you're inside of an asteroid doing some mining, even having lights on your ship doesn't guarantee that you'll be able to see what the hell you're doing. So what I need to do is position lighting. Now, we have a few different types of light. We have the spotlight. The reason I don't like the spotlight is the spotlight has these bars that go across the front of them, and they do show up as shadows whenever it's shining on an object. Then we have the interior lights, which a little bit different lighting. It has a wider beam, so it actually covers a lot more area. I'm not exactly sure if it's brighter though. I've never actually checked it. Then we have the stuff from the DLC. So we have the offset light, and then we have the offset spotlight. The offset spotlight I think is exactly the same as this spotlight right here. It has that shadow with the bar. I'll go ahead and make that one and we'll test it out. Then we have this one, which is exactly the same as the interior light, but for ships. Actually, let's do that. Let's go ahead and use that one. The interior lights I do prefer for ships instead of the spotlights. Just a little bit better in my opinion. Alright, so at some point you might be trying to dock up the ship in darkness. Might be a good idea to go ahead and put some light underneath the camera or by the camera somewhere. So, oh, you know what? I screwed that up, didn't I? I just now noticed that. I was concentrating on what the hell I was saying instead of where I was placing stuff. There we go. Like that. My bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take another light and put that right above the camera. There we go. So that is the ship. First, we made sure that it's able to carry enough cargo space to get all the ores that we're going to need. We only need to make one trip. Once we find all the ores we need, we just grab them and then come back to base. And this miner is done. That's the most important part. Then we have to go into why 100,000. Like I said, I like to do things as a space engineer in stages. 100,000 ore back in the day used to be perfect for getting me a large grid miner and a large production facility. It's not that way anymore. It's just not. So that's one of the things I do have to figure out as well, is how much to build a large grid miner and a large facility. How many resources am I going to need? How much ore? That's something I have to figure out. I have to figure out how to figure that out. All right, let's go and drive this thing around and see how well it flies. Not too bad. This thing with vanilla thrusters, the first time I built it, it stopped on a dime. It was extremely powerful. It flew really well. But because of the nerfing that they did in the game, it takes forever to stop now. So I'm at that point where thruster mods, tiered thruster mods, are a must-have. Oh, Red Phoenix, you deleted one of your messages. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The Amazon show, The Expanse, uses thrusters like that, using rear thrust to slow down. Yeah, they just spin around. The Expanse is... They do space travel realistically. Pretty much what they're trying to figure out. They found our first way to get from one planet to another, or to another star system, is 1G thrust. Basically, what they're trying to figure out is how do they get a thruster that is efficient enough to where it uses fuel so you can continuously thrust to 1G from one star system to another. That's what they're trying to figure out now, because that's the best option from getting from one planet to the other. Like I said, my bad. I'm repeating myself, I know. Problem is we don't have the technology for that yet. But yeah, that's pretty much how it would work. But The Expanse also got that idea from a different TV show called Andromeda. There was an episode in Andromeda where they had a ship that pretty much did that. And that's where The Expanse got that idea. But it is realistic. That's how we're going to get to the stars. Now, the thing is if you're continuously traveling at 1G, which means if you're on a ship, you will have the same amount of gravity that's on a planet. That's why they want to try to do it at 1G, so that way it's just like you're still on Earth, but you're traveling through the stars. It just takes a lot of fuel. It takes a ton of fuel to do that. We don't have any technology right now that is capable of doing something like that. But the cool thing is it's at constant acceleration, which means 1G acceleration is what I was talking about, which means it continuously goes faster. It doesn't just coast through space. The thrusters are always on. You're always gaining, you're always accelerating, which means within a certain amount of time, you can get to close to the speed of light. And you can get from Earth to Mars in 3 days, they say. You can get to another star system in like 4 years. The closest star system that we have to where we are is Andromeda, I think. I don't know, I have to look that up. I get them confused sometimes. But they say that if we had a 1G acceleration thrust, we would get there within 4 years, which would be awesome as shit. But basically what you have to do is the same thing I was talking about earlier. You won't have they probably won't have those large thrusters on the front of the ship and on the back of the ship as well. It would take up too much space. You wouldn't have a cockpit. You wouldn't be able to see where the fuck you're going. So what they'll have is they'll have RCS thrusters, which will allow them to maneuver and turn, and then they'll have a big ass thruster on the back to speed them up. And also when they need to slow down, all they do is just flip around and slow down. But yeah, that is realistic science is something they're trying to figure out right now. You see, they say it's really the only way we're going to get out to the stars. Warp speed and stuff like that is something that they hope to figure out, but not within our lifetime. Alright, now I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to talk about next. So we got our miner. Works pretty good, not half bad. Next thing we need to talk about is stations. That's probably the next most important thing. Your first station is extremely important. Then we'll need to go up to the next tier station and then go into large grid miners. But yeah, I need to let my throat. I don't know why my throat is so raspy today. It's like usually I could go an entire 8-hour stream without my throat giving out or without my voice giving out, but for some reason today it is. Oh my god, yeah. It was about the camera. Okay, so you deleted a message that said something about the camera, but I caught it first. Alright. Gotcha. Alright, so now that we figured out our most important ship, which is that miner, that is the next thing we need to go into, is your first stationary station. I love that, how they are the same fucking word. That's cool. Anyways, what I need to do is I need to go ahead and take a break, let my throat rest a little bit. When we come back, we'll go ahead and start talking about stations, what you need to look out for, what's important on a station. It's not a whole lot, honestly, but yeah, we'll get into that when I get back. See you guys in a sec.
Back from another funeral. Why should I stay here, but where can I go? Do you still bother, or are you sick of it all? Why do you stay and nowhere to go? No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Busy of night, I am the view. We make a castle to ruin. And now we see it all tumbling down. Nation of fools, a band of baddies. Just like us, they do what we do.
nothing to show. Same old places and faces of people with nowhere to go. But we're not like them, we are better, both you and I know. Grab your car keys and jacket, 'cause honey, we're ready to go. Let's get in the car and you'll drive. We're leaving tonight, away from these streets and the cold buzzing neon lights. Been keeping our heads above water, struggling and striving. We ain't gonna turn back this time, we'll just keep driving. You got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. We got no money, but honey, we got nothing to hide. If worst comes to worst, I'll be Bonnie and you can be Clyde. We've got two hearts ready to fire and enough ammunition. A 62 hardtop DeVille with a 4-speed transmission. You got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on.
right, I'm back. So yeah, when you first start the game and you have your respawn ship, once you get all the resources that you need, you have two options. You could either start build yourself a better ship, like I have right here, which has a refinery and an assembler, so you can process all the resources to get yourself a mining ship like platinum, because you need that for the thrusters. Or you could start with a station, stationary stations. Alright, let me go ahead and do this real quick. We'll build ourselves a little platform. So right in the beginning, all you have yourself is a survival kit that is on your respawn ship. Next thing you need to do to go to the next stage is basic refinery, basic assembler, so you can get the process the resources to get the components to build everything else, like the refinery and the assembler, so you can process everything. Now, what you start out with, let me go ahead and grab those real quick, is you would want to build yourself a basic refinery and a basic assembler. Alright, like I said before, access point for the basic assembler, there's only one right there on the side. And then the basic refinery has two, one on either side. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and face those together, because right now, if you try to process ores and stuff like that, what you would have to do is you would have to take items out of the assembler, or out of the refinery, the ingots out of the refinery, and put them into the assembler, so that way you could process those components. Now you could go ahead and take that assembler and put it right next to the refinery. That's fine, because you still have this access point. But another thing you want to do is these have finite inventory space. So what you want to do is grab yourself a cargo container so you can hold a little bit more. It doesn't have to be too much, because you're not building anything big. You just want to get to the point where you could build finish off that ship and get yourself a miner. But we already had these two on our starter ship. Alright, the other thing that you would need for the station is at some point you are going to need oxygen. So we need the O2 generator. Now, because the cargo container has access points on all sides, we can come to the back and connect that O2 generator. You don't have to worry about oxygen tanks or hydrogen tanks, because the O2 generator will use up the ice as you need it. So that would be your next base. Next thing you would have to worry about is power, which probably the only way to do power right now is with solar panels, because that's the only thing you can create. You can craft up with stuff you can get from stone. That's all you'll have at this point. So what you want to do is you want to try to direct it right at the sun, which is right there. So at some point you might want to build these on rotors, so that way if it's not exactly pointed at the sun, you could use the rotors to do that for you. Then the next task is to find out how much power you're going to need. So let me go ahead and do this. So each solar panel I think is 4 long, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go ahead and make it a little bit longer so we could add more. Then what we want to do is go ahead and add another one, so we can put a rotor on top. Oop, if I can spell it correctly. Now this does not need to be the advanced rotor, because we're not trying to pass inventory, we're just trying to pass power. So we put one on top, so that way we can turn it left and right if we need to. And then of course we also need to be able to rotate it up and down as well. So we'll take 9 and on the other side as well. Then what we need is a way to connect up the solar panels. So I'm going to go ahead do a block. Now each solar panel is what, 2 blocks wide, I think. Let's check. Yep, 2 blocks. So let's do 4 solar panels wide, which is 8 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you don't have to do it this way. This is just the easiest way for me to be able to explain it. Then you take your solar panels, put them on top. So we made enough room so we could actually stack them too high. Like that. Luckily, well, let's see. Because of the way the solar panels are facing right now, it looks like we are going to have a full connection. Yeah, all 4 green tabs are lit up, but if you do have solar rotation, at some point you are going to have to turn these solar panels. So we have 8 there, we'd have 8 over here, 8 below, and 8 below there. So altogether, 32 solar panels. I think that would be enough for this little base, but at some point we do need to expand. I'm not going to build the other solar panels. That would just take time that I don't need. Alright, so once you have this set up, you have a setup which you could produce everything that the basic assembler can produce, which is all these items. This does not have thruster components, it doesn't have reactor components, and a few other components that you're going to need. Altogether, I think there are 24. Let's go check out the assembler over here and see. So, production. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26. I was wrong, there's 26. So the thing we can't produce, we can't make gravity generators in the basic assembler. We also can't process, in the basic refiner, we can't process silver, gold, uranium, and platinum. So getting these refinery and this assembler up and running as quickly as possible is very important. We also can't make medical components, I don't think. Detector components, I don't think we can make either. I'll have to check. Reactor components and thruster components. I don't think we can make these either because we can't process the gold for these in the basic refinery. Go see. Let me check that out. So yeah, adding the regular assembler gives you another 15 items that you could produce. So no, we can make detector components, we can make medical components. So yeah, thrusters, reactor components, and there was something else. Yeah, so the next thing we need to talk about, this will get us to the point where we can go ahead and make the refinery and the assembler. We just need space at the moment for it. So there's a couple ways you could do this. One, well actually let's go step by step. Make this a little bit easier on me. That way I don't get confused. Because if I'm going to be confused, I'll probably end up confusing the shit out of you guys. Alright, so what your station is going to need is the same thing we have on there already. We're going to need a refinery to process ore into ingots. We need an assembler to take those ingots and turn them into components. We need an O2 generator to keep our character alive. And then of course we're going to need power. Now of course, the refinery and the assembler take more power than the basic refinery and basic assembler. So at this point, it's probably a good idea to go ahead and start with batteries and try to get yourself either hydrogen engines if you found a bunch of ice, or reactors if you found uranium. Hopefully by the time you build a station with a refinery and assembler, you've already found uranium. That's going to be important. So when I do my starter base, there's a couple things I need to keep in mind. Trying to make the station as simple as possible. So if you lay the refinery just like that on the back, what you could do is, a lot of people like to use the upgrade modules, which is really simple. All you have to do is come underneath the refinery. Make sure you go ahead and put a block so it's still connected. Come underneath the refinery, take out these blocks right here, and you can put the upgrade modules right underneath. For those people who like to use them. My opinion is, if you're playing solo, they're not important. You won't be able to build fast enough to really need the upgrade modules. Just the refinery by itself is good enough. Depends. Once we get into a larger facility, it will go a whole lot faster. one refinery and one assembler. The assembler wouldn't be able to keep up if we were refining ore any quicker anyways. So the next thing we need is the assembler. I'm going to go ahead and place this where I would usually do it. Alright, so the assembler has access points on the bottom, has access points on the top, has access on that side, and access on the other side. So altogether 4 access points. The refinery, same thing, has one on the top, one on the bottom, one on that side, and one on the other side. Now, of course, on the bottom of the refinery, or on the back, I guess we could call it, it has what looks like access points, but those are for the upgrade modules. I don't think you can access them by hand. I don't know. I've never tried. But anyways, so one thing you also need to keep in mind, we could go ahead and connect the assembler to the refinery, and then items would automatically pass from the refinery to the assembler. But then you also have to think about cargo. At some point, this refinery is going to fill up, which means the refinery will just stop. Once it's full, it will not produce anymore. So what you need to do is you need to empty that out. What you could do is you could do it by hand right now by putting a cargo container, say here. Get a small cargo. So we put a cargo container right there. All we have to do is go into the cargo container on this side. So small cargo container, and then over here, go into the refinery, and then we can just pass ingots over and it will open up the refinery so that it can produce more. And then since it's still connected to all the access points, the assembler is and the cargo container are, you can pass ingots from the cargo container to the assembler automatically, because the assembler will pull it through automatically when it's producing components. But there is a better way of doing it. Pretty much so you don't have to drain everything by hand. What you could do is you could set up sorters to pull the items for you. So what I like to do is I like to have a cargo container for ore, a cargo container for ingots, and a cargo container for components. Now the way that I do that, which I've gotten a lot of shit from people because they just don't understand. Sometimes it's better to do that way. What we'll start with is the refinery sitting right here. Make sure it's orientated just like it is right now. That access point is on the left side, and then we have the access. Actually, no. I need it this way. No? Which way? Hold on. Give me a second. No, it is this way. That's right. It is this way. My bad. Alright, so if we have the refinery orientated that way, we have an access point right here on the left. We have it diagonal right here on the side. And then we have that one on the top. We'll start right here at the bottom of the refinery. So what we need is we need a hub. Basically, from this hub, anything that we put into the system is going to automatically sort out. So right here, I will put a conveyor junction. And from there, anything that connects to that conveyor junction will automatically have its inventory pulled out and go through a sorting system. Because I will have a connector on the top of it. And that's where we could park the miner. Or if we want to empty out any other ship, we connect it to this connector as well. Then what we do is, so that way we can make sure that items are pulling out of any ship that connects to that connector. We'll go ahead and take a sorter, put it right here, and all we want to go through this sorter are ingots and ore. So what we need to do is it is automatically going to drain out. This did not used to be an option when the sorters first came out. You did not have a drain all function, but we turn that on, go to whitelist. Like I said, all I want this to do is to drain ingots and ore. So if you want to select both those items at the same time, what you could do is you could select the first item, hold down the control button and select one at a time, or if you want to select all the items, just click on the first item, hold down shift, go down to the last item, and it will highlight all of them. Then what we need to do is, actually I think it's done. So we got drain all on, whitelist, ingots and ore. That one's good. So what it's going to do is, I need power, hold on. What that's going to do is it's going to allow ore and ingots to pass through the refinery. The reason we have to do it that way and we can't do components as well is because components will not go through a refinery. Only ingots and ore will. So I need to make a separate path for components. That's why the conveyor junction is sitting where it is. So yeah, right here to this access point right there, that's where the ore and the ingots are going to go. What we'll do, so that way we have a little bit of storage, we'll go ahead and put a cargo container right there. So when the refinery fills up with ore, we have a cargo container to hold it until it's able to pass through. Ah, here go my neighbors. God damn it. All right, the next thing we need to worry about is the refinery will process that ore into ingots. So we're going to need a cargo container for that as well. Then we also need access to the assembler, so I'm going to put it right here on the corner so that way we have room over here. So once the refinery turns the ore into ingots, we're going to take conveyor and we need to pass it over to that cargo container. So what you could do, this is why you don't want to do this. This is something that people have gotten on me about. The issue is, right now this sorter is pulling ore and ingots into any item that it is allowed to pull it into. So that cargo container, that refinery, and then this cargo container as well. That also means ore. But what I want to do is, I'm a perfectionist, a little bit anal. All I want in that cargo container is ingots to pull out of the refinery, because the other issue that you'll have is if that one is full of ore, refinery is full of ore, that cargo container is full of ore, your whole system is bogged down. You can't do shit. So if you take a sorter and only allow ingots to pass through it, god damn it, I need to clean up my table. I got a lot of trash and everything. If you go ahead and put a sorter right there and only allow ingots, it will not get bogged down. So drain all, whitelist, and ingots. So yeah, what you could do is when you dock up the ship, ingots and ore will pass into that cargo container. The ingots will go through the refinery and go straight to this cargo container. Now what we need to do is we need to connect the assembler to process those ingots into components. Make sure that the access point is facing towards the cargo container, just like that. Now at some point, that cargo container may become filled with ingots. So what it will start doing is it will load that assembler with ingots as well. And then when it does that, you won't be able to process anything. Also components as well. Once they get filled up, you get bogged down, you can't produce anymore. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and pull those components out into another cargo container, which sometimes, a lot of the times when you're building like a big ship or a large facility, one cargo container is not going to be enough. We'll go into that here in a second. But yeah, if you add another sorter here, you can go ahead and use that to pull the components. So drain all on, whitelist. So what we're going to do is we're going to do anything that can be made by the assemblers. So ammo, components, hand tools. The oxygen bottle and hydrogen bottle. Hold on. Hydrogen bottle, oxygen bottle at the bottom. Also, at some point, I do want to connect up the O2H2 generator and the medical room to that cargo container we just pulled down. So at some point, where's the oxygen? I'm having trouble multitasking. There we go. So at some point, I do want to have the medical room on that end. So what we're going to do is we're also going to allow ice to go through. There's also one thing I forgot, which we'll go into right now since we started. Alright, so the problem with ice is considered an ore. So when it comes to the sorters, the ice will go through anything that, it will go through any sorter that allows ore through it. But if you have a sorter that doesn't allow ore, then ice will not go through. But what I want is, I want the ice to come all the way to this cargo container where we're going to hook up a O2 generator and medical room. Because this is where the access for surviving and getting our components is going to be. So we can access this we can access this cargo container for weapons, ammo, tools, bottles, and we can also fill up those bottles in the O2 generator. That's why it needs to be on this side. But the issue is, this sorter over here, the ice will get stuck here because all we're allowing is ingots to go through. So it happens sometimes, but like I said earlier, we do need to set up another conveyor system over on this side, which will allow components to go through. So some of the ice might go through this as well if we select it, but some of the ice will go through this way as well. So just in case that happens, I'm going to go ahead and select this sorter and add ice to it. It might not be needed, but it's just in case the ice does get stuck on this side. Alright, now that we got that done, what I need to do is, right now from this connector right here, we have the ability to pass ore and ingots through the system. We don't have the ability to pass components, tools, or weapons or ammo. So what we got to do is we got to build another line, which will do that. So a sorter right there. That sorter is going to do the same thing as that sorter. So, green all, whitelist. Ice, hydrogen. I also need to check the other sorter to make sure I selected ice. I don't think I did. Then oxygen bottle. There we go. Now, ammo, components, hand tools. Alright, let me double check and make sure I put ice on this one. I don't think I did. See. No, I did. We're good. Alright, so now we have a line for components, ice, bottles, hand tools, ammo, stuff like that. And then the ore and the ingots go that way. So now what I need to do, at some point I am going to connect a construction ship that I need to fill up with components to be able to build a ship or a station. So we'll have another connector right here. Any ship that I dock up to that, I will be able to load from that cargo container. So the unload connector, the upload connector. Oh, just tuned back in and I see you're doing your starter production system. Yep, we're about to go a little bit further. Alright, so the whole point of this is to make life easier for you. This is the quality of life base. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and get rid of this. Oh, and I didn't put the survival kit. When you have the basic assembler, basic refiner, you also put a survival kit for spawning. Now at some point you're not going to have the resources here for a medical room yet, so you could just go ahead and put connect the survival kit up to this one as well until you can find all the resources to get a medical room. Medical room is better, it's faster. So yeah, just connect it right here, and there you go. Now you can get your power, oxygen, hydrogen. But the issue that you're going to have with this is you won't have the ability to, well, say this is the station. This is the access to the station. Your door is over here. This is how you get into it. This right over here will actually just be nothing but wall. So you really won't have a way of accessing that cargo container if you put it right here. So what you got to do is you got to figure out a different way of connecting it. So what we could do is put conveyors that go underneath that cargo container, which will be connected to the oxygen here in a second, and put it over, move it over here, the conveyor system, so we can connect it up to a medical room. But it also does give us another opportunity. Like I said earlier, this cargo container might not be enough. We might not need like 2 or 3 of them. That's where this gives us a little bit of opportunity to go ahead and add some more storage space. So there we go. Now we got 3 small cargo containers, which should last us enough to get a larger facility and a larger ship. And then all we have to do, we could take the survival kit, we could put it right here. If we wanted to. Of course, it's not standing up straight because there's no access point on the bottom. There's only access points on the side, but that's okay. It still works. But once we get the resources for a medical room, the access points for a medical room are on the top and the bottom. So right there, as you can see, top, bottom. All right, just make sure it's upright. There we go, right there. So we do now have connection to that, but now what we need is an O2H2 generator in order to produce that that oxygen and that hydrogen, which we do have an option for that as well. Because we put those cargo containers down here, we can go ahead and connect the O2H2 generator up to that. So O2. Now another thing I want to make sure is when I connect this thing, I have a secondary access point to put bottles in and take bottles out. So if we put it like this, what we have now is we have an access point right there in the bottom, one in the top, one on that side, and one on the other side. So if we connect it to that cargo container, what we now have is right by that conveyor, right underneath it, we have an access point to put in bottles. Like that. So the only other issue is you still can't access that cargo container. So it might be a good idea to go ahead and reroute some conveyors or some to cargo containers so that way you have access somewhere over here. Which I guess if you went underneath the medical room and then put a cargo container right here, like actually over here, put a cargo container here and then just bring conveyors to go from that cargo container underneath to that one, so that way you have access to your components and everything else. If you want an airtight room, you don't have to do that. Man, you love your sorters, really enjoy your content. I have seen pretty much all your space engineer content. Well, cool. We're about to come out with some new here pretty soon. That's why I'm doing a lot of this, so I can figure out what all I need to do in some of the videos that will be coming out pretty soon. Alright, so now what you have is you have a nice facility that is sorting everything. You have the cargo containers. So say for some reason some components aren't processing. You run out of some sort of resource. You have no idea what it is. What you could do is you could come over to the ingot cargo container and see what it is you're missing. Now remember, there are 11 different types of ore. We're going to count ice just for the hell of it. You have in alphabetical order, you have cobalt, gold, iron, magnesium, nickel, platinum, silicon, silver, stone, uranium, and then of course ice. So what you could do is you could check the inventory, see what you're missing, and that's what you need to go mine. You could also see how much you have if you access that cargo container. The reason I do that, another reason I do that is if you just have no sorters and you just have a cargo container that's filling up with ore, ingots, and components, you would have to fumble through each of those different types of resources to figure out what you're missing. This makes things a little bit quicker, makes them a little bit easier, more organized, so it's easier to get things done. So yeah, then you would also have to figure out power. But if you're at this point, you probably already have all the resources you need for a reactor, so all you have to do, uranium ingots are considered ingot, so just take your small reactor. One small reactor is plenty to run this base. So just make sure it's connected to that cargo container, and there you go. Now it will, when you get the uranium, it will automatically fill into that reactor. Then also go ahead and build some batteries, so that way you can go ahead and charge up whenever you need to. Like I said before, just use the reactor to charge up the batteries. Your uranium will last much longer if you do it that way. So if we take our miner, we can dock it up to where it will need to go, and here pretty soon we'll have to go into the next ship, which will be extremely important because we're going to start going into large building. If you're trying to do a large ship or a really large station by hand, you'll get so aggravated. It'll be irritating and shit. So you want to try to build yourself that will make that job a little bit easier. That's when welder ship comes in handy. Now, welder ship is extremely straightforward. Basically all you need, let me go ahead and get mine out. I think I just called it construction ship, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so this construction ship is complicated, but it doesn't have to be this complicated. Oh, this one did use mods, so yeah, I definitely need to redo this one. So basically all you need is, of course, cargo space to hold all the components that you're going to need, and then of course welders. Yeah, just like that. But yeah, you can see that this one has rotors on it. That's so I can have a welding / grinding ship. All it does is it rotates this arm to bring the grinders to the front. Usually what people will do, I've seen so many people do this and they've done it for years, which we have better systems. I don't know why they still use it. They would put two cockpits on the ship. They would put a cockpit on the front and a cockpit on the back, have the same thing but not have it set up on a rotor. All they have to do is switch cockpits and then they could have a grinder and a welder. But me, I can just sit in my cockpit and have either one whenever I need it. But yeah, this ship, if we go ahead and get rid of these blocks, because of the size of the stuff that we need to build next, this thing has 2 large cargo containers, which each one will hold 156,250 liters. So that's 200, 300. It's a lot. I'm not going to go into math. My head isn't ready for math right now. Then, of course, we do have a reactor power in this thing, but I did test it out. You can power it with 2 batteries. So you don't need the reactor. You can do it with batteries, but yeah, the batteries don't last all that long. I recommend a reactor if you have to, or if you have the resources. But if not, batteries do work fine. Also, this miner over here, same thing. This one actually takes 3 batteries to run decently. But if you don't have a jump drive on it, you got plenty of room. Get rid of the reactor, you have plenty of room for batteries. Actually, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you probably, if you want 3 batteries, you have to move all this stuff. But yeah, there is room in there. And there are options for moving the remote and all that. Alright, so this ship right here, very basic. There's a couple things you need to keep in mind. One, welders are large access. You need a large access point to be able to connect the welders to get the components from the cargo container. That's when that shit comes in very, that stuff is very important, comes in very handy. So, like I said, grab a cargo container. So yeah, large cargo container, so that way we have more space. Do I still? Yeah, I do have it over here. Cool. Get rid of you. Delete all this stuff. Now, as you saw with the miner, that miner right there, I designed it to fit around the cargo space that I needed. When it came to the construction ship, I just put on as many cargo containers as I thought I would need and just made sure it flew. I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it, so yeah, the construction ship is not as well thought out. But there are a few things that you do need to keep in mind. One, large cargo container. I still want a large access point on the bottom for a connector. All my ships have the connector on the bottom. It's one of those things I have to have. I don't know if that's an OCD thing. I think it is. But, yeah. Alright, so we have the large access point for the connector on the bottom. Also, large access point on the sides, so that way we can connect up the welders to that cargo container. But there is one issue. As I said, you cannot pass components through a small access point, which does create a little bit of a problem if you want 2 cargo containers. So large cargo containers have 3 small access points. Access point right there, small one. There's the small one, and there's the small one. Large access point has 3. One right there, and one right there. Now, if I try to connect 2 cargo containers together to be able to pass components through, I won't be able to do it with this configuration because those large access points are already taken. So what I have to do is I kind of have to shift something. So the welders I do want in the front, but the cargo container I could go ahead and shift to the back. So what I need to do is I need to take that access point and put it in the back so I can connect the other cargo container. So let's get rid of that one. All right, is that the, yep, so I need to turn it this way. So now I have the large access for the welder on this side, large access for the welder on that side, large access for the next cargo container, which I could go ahead and connect the connector to. So what we need to do is I need a large access on the front and then another large access on the bottom. Right there, large access on the front, large access on the bottom for the connector. So just one of those things you have to keep in mind when you're trying to build ships like this. Small access to small access, large access to large access. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but it didn't used to be like that. It used to be that you can pass components through small access points, but it's something that they changed because people were bitching about it. They didn't like how you were able to pass that stuff through a small access point. Which, you know what? Fuck those people. I hate them. Alright, now, when it comes to conveyors, same thing. For a small grid, you can use the large access points or the small access, small conveyors or large conveyors. Now to be able to connect up the welder, we do need the large conveyor. And we can tell the difference if I go ahead and put a small one right here. That's the difference between them. But now because I have this facing forward, I'll be able to connect up the welder. And then the rest is history. And of course I still have the small access to connect up the reactor if that's what I decide to use. So a lot of this stuff, it's just about being careful where you have the access points. Now if you want to try to do something complicated like my design, what you could do so you can have a grinding ship and a welding ship is you're going to need yourself an advanced rotor. Now that rotor is only going to turn 180 degrees. So if you take this rotor, put it right there, that is the advanced rotor, which will allow items to pass through it. And of course it is a large access, so it will allow components to pass through it. Then what we need is we need a way of connecting stuff that goes this way and stuff that goes this way. So that is conveyor junction, so large conveyor junction. Make sure you have the large access points. So the small grid, large conveyor junction has small access points on the top. It has 3 of them, and then it has 3 on the bottom. The rest are large access. So as long as you just do it like that, you're fine. Also, make sure that they are lined up. I can't tell you how many times I did a number like that, and I finished the ship and couldn't figure out why I couldn't get stuff to the welder. Make sure it's lined up exactly. I've done that a few times. Actually, this ship I've done it on. Alright, next thing you need to do, let me show you. Let me go ahead and spawn this back in. Next thing you need to worry about is the effective range of the welders and the grinders. Now, when it comes to welders, welders have, you almost have to be directly, the tip has to almost be touching something to be able to weld it. Another thing that they've nerfed in the game, which is really fucking irritating. Every time they do an update, they nerf the welders. So if you just put it right there on the conveyor junction, as you can see, it doesn't quite, if you put lights on it, it barely goes where the cockpit is. So the problem you might have if you go in to weld something, you might actually collide into it because you're trying to get close enough to weld it up, which means you might destroy that cockpit. So what you need to do is go ahead and extend it 1 large access point. Also, another thing that's very important, if we get that welder put in, it's kind of a good idea to be able to see the tips on the welders, which, as you see, as we're facing forward while we're sitting in the cockpit, we cannot see that welder. Well, we can barely see that welder tip. Go ahead and bring it over to the right by holding Alt. We can see the welder. Go back to the center, and we can just barely see that tip. There is something I've done for that before as well. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Fuck it. So if you're not comfortable with not being able to see the tip, the reason you want to see the tip is so that way you know where you're navigating. When you can see the tip, you can see how close you are to colliding with items. If you can't see the tip, you kind of have to judge how far that tip is, and more often than not, you're wrong. Now, there is a way of making that tip even more visible, which I've done with an atmospheric ship with a hinge. So yeah, let's put it right there. If we put a hinge, rotate it this way, it'll take the place of that conveyor, and also we can rotate it or bend it so that way it points in towards the cockpit a little bit more. Like that. But keep in mind that if you have a drill in the back and a welder on the front and you want to rotate it, if you have that hinge bent in so that way you can see the tip of the welder a little bit better, you won't be able to get it around the ship, because as you can see, that welder is almost right up against that armor. So what you have to do is you have to straighten out the welder first, then rotate it. And then if you want to do the same thing with the grinder, you have to rotate that in. So putting some timers on this ship so that way it does it automatically is a good idea, which is another thing we need to go into. Fun times. Timers are interesting. But yeah, it's actually a really good system that works pretty well. Good thing is the hinge does have large access points, so components can pass through it to the welder. But yeah, I guess timers will be something we need to go to pretty soon. Not right now. Probably after my next break. Yeah, might not have time. Alright, so you got yourself a miner, you got yourself a construction ship to dock up to this connector to fill up with the components. Well, what are you going to build next? Well, right now, what you have is you have a station with only one refinery and only one assembler. The issue with that is it's not producing fast enough to build really big shit. So what you got to do is you got to upgrade. You got to build a bigger facility with a lot more refineries and a lot more assemblers. That way you can go ahead and produce that stuff a little bit faster and build even bigger. But since you're building a bigger facility, you're also going to need a bigger miner. That's when the large grid miner comes in handy. So for a base, might as well go ahead and go into that. The way I like to do it. Izzy's inventory manager is a good alt to sorters, to be honest. No, it's not. It's just lazy as shit. I'm showing people vanilla. So no. No mods, no scripts. Izzy's is not a good alternative. It's for lazy ass people that don't want to play the game. At that point, just go play creative. If you want to use that shit to play the game for you, just go into creative, man. That's all I gotta say about that shit. I've said that so many times. I know. But yeah, when it comes to scripts and mods, for brand new players, I suggest you not even go to them yet. Go ahead and get a couple 100 hours into the game before you even start messing with mods. So that way you can learn the basic mechanics of the game and how to build stuff. Also, a lot of the times, it's really important that you not become dependent on mods and scripts. Because if you do want to play multiplayer, either just a random multiplayer server, or you want to play multiplayer with your friends are going to have different opinions about what mods to use and what scripts to use. Also, in a random multiplayer server, you might not even be able to use scripts at all, or mods. At least if you're efficient in building with vanilla blocks, then you can play on any server you want and not have any issues. But yeah, that's the biggest problem with a lot of games like this, is people become way too dependent on mods. A lot of times it's just people looking for new content because they played this game a lot. Other times it's for people who are too lazy to play the game and are looking for a mod that will play the game for them. And that's an example of Izzy's inventory manager. That's what that script is for. Something for a program to play the game for you instead of playing it yourself. Wouldn't it be better to put modules on first before expanding base? I already went over that, man. For a solo player, modules are not necessary. You can put them on if you want to, go ahead. But for a solo player, you don't need them. You really don't. You spend so much time going out trying to find resources that you're looking for, trying to design your next ship, trying to make your base airtight so you can have a place to sit, get you a cryo chamber and stuff like that. There's so many other things you could do while you're waiting on resources to process. Yeah, the modules, upgrade modules, really aren't necessary for a solo player. Now, if you're going into multiplayer, then you want to go ahead and start using them. Because if you have two people building, you're going to need that excess processing power. But here in a second, the next step is to build a facility where it doesn't matter if you have 10 people on a server, you'll be producing all the resources that you need. That's the next facility we need to go to. That's why I went ahead and went into the construction ship, because once you start going into larger facilities or larger vehicles, it really helps to have that construction ship, because you can hold more inventory in that ship since it has 2 large cargo containers. Also, the welders do weld faster than you do by hand. Sometimes. Unless you have the elite welder. The elite welder is faster than a ship welder. But, again, inventory space. The ship can hold more inventory than you can. So yeah, the ship is a whole lot better for that reason. Makes things a whole lot faster. So yeah, after you get yourself a miner, get yourself a base, a nice little starter base, 1 refinery, 1 assembler. That will get you up to where you have a constructor. Next thing you need to do is you need to go ahead and build yourself a large facility with a ton of refineries and a ton of assemblers. Then after that, build yourself a mega miner, a large grid miner, and then pretty much after that, you're just playing creative after that. But there is something I like to do with facilities. We'll go into that in a second. I need to take a break. I need to let my dogs out. I hear them whining outside my door. So yeah, let me go. I know I'm taking a lot of breaks, but I also need to let my voice rest. For some reason, I might be getting sick, to be honest. But yeah, let me go ahead and take a break real quick. Let my dogs out, get some more to drink. And when we come back, we'll start talking about larger facilities for more production. That one should be interesting. It's gonna cause some debate. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Back from another funeral. Why should I stay here, but where can I go? Do you still bother, or are you sick of it all? Why do you stay and nowhere to go? No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Crazy of night, I am the view. We make a castle to a ruin. And now we see it all tumbling down. Nation of fools, a band of baddies. Just like us, they do what we do. With one exception, we do it better. No one could love you like I do. We're breaking on, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Easy of night, I am the few. Let's make this castle to a ruin. We're stepping on mine, sleeping with eyes wide open, and you're in between the lines. I won't take what you've been smoking. Oh no, oh no. No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Easy of night, I am the few. We make a castle to a ruin. Castle, ruin. Castle.
We've been waiting around for too long for something to show. Same old places and faces of people with nowhere to go. But we're not like them, we are better, both you and I know. Grab your car keys and jacket, 'cause honey, we're ready to go. Let's get in the car and you'll drive. We're leaving tonight. Away from these streets and the cold buzzing neon lights. Been keeping our heads above water, struggling and striving. We ain't turn back this time, we'll just keep driving. You've got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering, where worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. We got no money, but honey, we got nothing to hide. If worst comes to worst, I'll be Bonnie and you can be Clyde. We've got 2 hearts ready to fire and enough ammunition. A 62 hardtop DeVille with a 4-speed transmission. You've got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering, where worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on,
wish just to call you mine. Back from another funeral. Why should I stay?
I'm back. Sorry it took a little while. I had one of my neighbors. He has an issue. His roof leaks. He has a house with a flat roof. So at some point he's going to have to tar it. And he asked me if I would do it for him. Said sure. Have to wait until spring though, when it dries out. Right now we have a ton of snow. We got a pretty good snowstorm the other day. So I probably won't be able to do it until spring. So I was talking to him about that. It took me a little bit longer than I thought. Sorry about that. I'm back. Alright, so we've gotten to this point. Let me go ahead and get into mods and scripts real quick. Just reason why I think they're a bad option. The biggest reason I think they're a bad option. One, well, they're not really all that necessary. Pretty much you're letting a program do the work for you, which I don't like in the first place, but I've still used them. I've used Izzy's, I've used Tim's, all those. But the biggest issue with mods and scripts is anytime the game does a big update, it breaks those scripts or those mods, and then you have to wait for an update. And until it updates, yeah, your base just won't work right. And Izzy's, I don't like Izzy's at all. I tried it before and I had so many problems with it. I said no. I'm going back to Tim's. It was a whole lot better. But yeah, just the issue is with updates. Whenever the game updates, it breaks every mod. And then you have to wait for the mod to update, and sometimes they just don't update it. Tim's is one example of that. Tim's has not been updated in a really long time. Now, you do have other people that are updating it, but you have to find the updates. And I have not found a working update for Tim's on Steam at all. I had to get it from Bitfighter, who got it from some other website. So yeah, reason why scripts and mods aren't a great idea, especially when you're trying to do stuff like inventory managers, they break all the time. It's not worth it. It's too frustrating and it's a pain in the ass. But the next thing you need to worry about is we're getting to the point where we need to be able to produce a lot more resources a lot quicker. The best option for that is to have one refinery for each ore. Every single ore will have its own refinery. Or you could even go bigger than that and do like 5 refineries per ore. Best way to do that is to set up some sorting. Let's go ahead and get rid of all these, because we're going to need a little bit of space. So having a facility to process all that ore is more of a priority than building the ship to get the resources, because if you don't have a facility to process the resources you mine from a large grid miner, then you're kind of pretty much just wasting your time. Alright, so if we go ahead and build ourselves a nice big ass platform. That's not big enough. Hold on. We need a big one. This is where we can get into more sorted stuff. Timers, not so much. We'll get into timers here in a second. I know that's what a lot of people are asking me for, is show them how to use timers. Alright, so like I said, you need what I like to do. This is what I like to do. You could do it differently if you want to, but I like to have one refinery per resource. Now, you have cobalt, gold, iron, magnesium, nickel, platinum, silicon, silver, stone, and uranium. That's 10 ores. So what you need is 10 refineries. Now, of course, you could do more, you could do less. This might also be a good time to go ahead and use the upgrade modules. If you're solo, it's not so important. But if you're playing with multiple people, you might want to go ahead and put in the upgrade modules. So what you can do is, if you're not using the upgrade modules, you can just put a refinery right there. If you're using upgrade modules, just go ahead and back it up one, like that. But since I usually don't use them because I do a lot of solo play, I try to make things as compact as possible, so just put them up like this. So also what I want to do is, like I said, I want 1 ore per refinery. I need to sort those out, so that way that resource that goes to that refinery, that's the only thing that goes in there. So what I need to do is I need to leave space for sorters. So 1, 2, sorters and conveyors. I need a conveyor system to feed those sorters as well. 2, 3, 4, 5. So now what I have is I have plenty of room to go ahead and put in the sorters. So say that sorter is cobalt, that one's gold, iron, magnesium, nickel, platinum, silicon, silver, stone, and uranium. Now what I need is the conveyor system from the hub. So conveyor junction to connect those, and of course it will only allow that resource to pass through. There will come one little problem later on, which is why I want to go ahead and show you guys how to build this, because there's a few details that you do need to know when you are building. So now we have the junction, which is going to go right here. What we need is a cargo container for all the ore that we're going to have. When you get a large, or not ore, what am I thinking? When you build yourself a large ship miner, you're going to have a ton of resources, and you want to empty out that miner if you want to go do some more mining. What you need is a cargo container, which is connected to that system, so that way you can empty it out. Would I recommend this game with all the development problems or another? Yeah, it is a damn good game. Even with all the problems, even though I don't really like the developers all that much, it's a good game. It's a lot of fun, simple to play. I'm way over 4,000 hours into it now. So yes, I definitely would recommend it. All right, so we have a cargo container for the ore or anything else that would go, come from the ship. Sometimes we would take our grinding ship and we would go out to a cargo ship. We would grind it down for the resources, bring it back to the station. We need to unload that ship, so we need to make sure we get that through the sorting system. The next thing we need to worry about is getting the ingots out of these refineries. There's one thing you need to really keep in mind when you're trying to do that. If we try to do something like this, we just have conveyors going to each one of the refineries. Right now, those refineries are connected to one another, which means items can pass from one refinery to another. As I said before, I'm trying to keep it so that only one ore type goes into one refinery. But because these are connected, that means the ore will be able to go into a different refinery. So what we need is sorters to keep that separate. So after every access point, we go ahead and put a sorter. And every single one of those sorters we will set to pull ingots. Very simple. Just come up to the access point. For every single one of those, go drain all on, whitelist, then just select ingots. There we go. That's all you got to do. Just do that on all these. And then of course we have conveyors, which are connecting the refinery to the sorters. Alright, so the reason this will work is the ore, say there's ore in this refinery. We have the cobalt ore. It will not allow the ore to pass through that sorter because it only allows the ingots. Also, ingots will not jam up the refineries because we have this sorter, which is pulling all the ingots from all the refineries. Next thing you need to keep in mind is at some point we will dock up a ship which might have ingots in it. So what we need to do from our hub right here, we're going to need another system that will pull just the ingots to this section over here. So what we need is conveyor. Now, of course, also keep in mind there are some mods that you could use that would make this even more compact, but I'm trying to do this with all vanilla. One mod that I do use is cargo overhaul. Cargo overhaul allows you to build a medium cargo container on a large grid. Now, let me show you. I showed this earlier, but let me show it real quick. So, medium cargo container. There is not an option for a medium cargo container on a large grid. But with the cargo overhaul mod, we do get a medium cargo container. It's a 1x1x3. Which means that if I get rid of this one, it will take up this space right here, but it will only be the depth of one block. So it would be just like this. So it was the perfect mod for this construction type. So yeah, the cargo container would take up that space. But since we're not using mods, we're using vanilla. Don't really have an option for this design. Of course, I could try to figure out a different design that would work a little bit better, but I just use mods. I use a lot of mods, way too many. Not as much as some people. Some people use like 300 mods. I try to keep my mod list down to about 20. And they're only essential mods. A lot of people will have those mods that are not essential. Like weapons mods are not essential, but a lot of people use them. There are some really good mods. Weapons mods as well. They're kind of cool. Alright, so we get our sorter right here, and that will also only allow ingots to pass through. Alright, so the ore, we can go into that cargo container. The reason I don't have anything sorting that out is so that way I can fill that cargo container up with any component that I want, and that cargo container is our hub. So I can immediately empty out a ship. Any ship that's docked up to it, I can empty it out, let it go on its way, and we're done. So now that we got the sorter, we also need the sorters that are going to be on this side. So once again, these are also just for ingot. So conveyor junctions, so that way we have the, I need to connect to 3 different access points, except for this one right here. This one we could just put an elbow like that. All right, now that we're pulling the ingots from the refinery, we need storage for them, so that way they're not clogging up the refineries and stopping them. There is one thing a couple things we do have to be careful of when we're doing that. One is anytime you're pulling a resource from one inventory to another, the sorters will fill up the first inventory item they come across that the conveyor goes to. This is important to keep in mind when you're trying to hook up assemblers to this system. Let me go ahead and show you what I mean. So if I take this, bring it, let's do it this way. Bring it this way, and then I put a conveyor junction right there. What I could do is, if I have assembler, come on, drag down. There you go. If I have an assembler right there, that is the first inventory item that those sorters will find. So it will completely fill up that assembler, even if it's a resource that assembler does not need to produce whatever component it's producing. Also, we need cargo. So what I gotta do is I gotta make sure that the cargo, oh, I don't have a med bay. Hold on. Come on down. Oh, and it might also be helpful if I have some power. You motherfucker. Go ahead and make a couple of batteries. We'll probably need that power. There we go. I need to think about oxygen and stuff here pretty soon as well. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and put a cargo container. Now, as you can see, there is a space right here, but I need that to be connected to a conveyor junction because I will connect the cargo container and assemblers up to it as well. And if I bring that conveyor junction back, it will be connected to the system that has ores and ingots in it. And then the whole thing just gets fucked up. The sorters are pretty much useless. So what I got to make sure is I keep that space right there, so that way that conveyor junction is not connected to that one. Now, there is another mod that I use, which is it gives me different shapes for conveyors. That is something we've been asking for the vanilla game for years. For the longest time, we've been asking for different shapes for conveyors. They never gave it to us. They give us DLCs where they can make more money instead of giving us stuff we actually need in the game. So there was an option where, like I said, I had to fill up the cargo container first. So what I would do is I would have conveyors which went towards the back. And then there would be a shape of a conveyor which was like a conveyor junction, but it didn't have certain access points. So it had an access point over here on the side, had another access point here, one on the top, and that was it. So it was kind of like a T section, but with another access point on the top. And that was the best thing to use for this. Then, of course, with the medium cargo container you got with cargo overhaul, it just filled in this space perfectly. But since we don't have that, we only do in vanilla, I kind of have to do it this way. It's going to take up more space, but it's fine. But yeah, I definitely do have to have the cargo container connected to that conveyor, or because I want the component or the ingots to fill up that cargo container and not the assemblers. So now we need to talk about assemblers. What I would like to have is one assembler for every component type, or at least the important ones. So now that is connected to the cargo container, but it's not, the ingots are not being pulled into the assemblers. They're going to the first item, which is that cargo container. So if we go ahead and go into, I don't have a assembler, so I won't be able to see. Hold on. Already had an assembler down there. Cool. All right, let's go through this real quick. So we have, I think we counted these out, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26 different types of components. But there are certain components which are not important. I don't want them automated. I don't need them to continue building. So we do need bulletproof glass. We do not need canvas. I could get an extra assembler and build that if I ever need it. We do need computers. We need construction components. We don't need data pads. We do need detectors, displays. We don't need explosives. We need girders. We need gravity generator. We need interior plates. We need large steel tubes. We do need medical components. We do need metal grids. We do not need missiles. I could have an extra assembler do that. We do need motors. We do not need, well, you know what? It might be a good idea to go ahead and do missile and ammo. Might be a good idea. You can go ahead and set that up. But the rifle ammo, you don't need. Power cells, yes. Radio communication components, yes. Reactor components, yes. Small steel tube, yes. Solar cells, yes. Steel plate, yes. Superconductor conduits, yes. And thrusters, yes. So let me see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So one assembler for each item. So we're going to need at least 22 assemblers. But if you're creative, you can get the access points to make this as small as possible. So assembler has access point on the bottom, the top, and the sides. So what we could do is we could get a line of 7 assemblers. So there's 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, I could go ahead and make another line right here later on when we try to pull the components out to a cargo container for the components. I'll just need to set that up. So here's another 7 assemblers. Now what I could do, since we do have a little less height than the rest of the system, all I got to do is make sure that the access point, which right now is on the side, so let's rotate it, is going to one of those assemblers. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 21 assemblers, but we needed at least 24. So what I could do is we still have more space down here. Shit, there is one thing you know what? I screwed that up. Hold on. That was my bad. I didn't go forward enough. There we go. I have this access point, this conveyor right here, which is where this line would go. So that way we have, if I could hit the right button. We are connected so we can get ingots out of it. Yeah, I put you in the wrong spot. You're actually like this. My bad. A little bit of screw up. There we go. Alright, so there's 7 assemblers right there. Another 7 assemblers are connected by a conveyor junction to that cargo container where the ingots are going to be. There we go. Now we can do another 7 on the top. Doesn't matter which assembler they're connected to. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 21. Then of course we can come underneath and we could do 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 20, 21, 25, 26, 27. 27 assemblers. So we only need 24, which allows us, no, it wasn't 24. I forget how much it was. But since we have 27, we'll have a few assemblers which are extra. Those assemblers we'll use to make tools, weapons, ammo, bottles, anything else that we need to do. The stuff I don't consider to be a priority that isn't automated already. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is we need to go ahead and pull those components out of this system. The best way to do that is right here on the sides. Right now, this line of assemblers and this line of assemblers are not connected. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and connect them with the pulling system to get that out of there. So let's get an elbow here, conveyor junction here, and then a sorter here. And this sorter will work just like we did with the small base. It will pull. It'll be set to drain all, whitelist, ammo components and hand tools. Oops. Yeah, shift key doesn't work that well. That's why I'm using control. Hydrogen and ice. And oxygen bottle. Now, like the same problem that we had on the other station, ice is considered an ore. So the ice will have nowhere to go once it reaches this cargo container. So what we need to do is we need to find a place to be able to pass that ice through. Best place for that is pick one of these ore sorters. Go ahead and add ice to it. Don't really need to add the ice on this side where the ore is, the ore sorter. What you need to do is you need to add it to this one to allow ice to pass with the ingots to get it into that cargo container. So yeah, if I did finish this one, I would just add ice to it. So now we have a system where we have all the assemblers. Here in a second, I'll talk about how to get those set up. Now we need to talk about storage for components. Now, once again, there is a mod. Same mod I use for the other medium cargo containers. It's called I forget what it's called. Somebody help me out in the chat. The medium cargo container, when I was talking about it. Cargo overhaul. Thank you. Sorry, I might have been a little too fast for y'all. But I know someone's trying to help me. I know someone is. So I would have a medium cargo container right here, which means this conveyor would go straight to it. But from that sorter, you could pretty much put your component cargo containers anywhere you wanted to. Then all you would have to do is connect all that up. I need oxygen. Hold on. I'm trying to find a ship that has oxygen on it. I think my barge does. Mods. Another ship that I built with a shit ton of mods. Basically what I did was I took the Rust Raider and made it so we can fly it in an atmosphere. It's a pretty cool ship. I love this ship. But I can't remember if it's connected to oxygen or not. Oh well, we do have oxygen, so it might be. I can't remember where I put the survival kit. Oh yeah, right here. There we go. Alright, now that you have yourself a really big station, what you need to do is design yourself a really big miner. Now, the way I'd like to design my large grid miner, let's get rid of all this. The way I like to design my really big miner is the same way I do with my small miner. Make sure I go to the next stage, which is the small miner that we built, the first one. It held 100,000 liters of each ore. The next one, the large grid miner, will go up another stage, 1 million liters of each ore. Going to be a lot of cargo space. Couple things we need to keep in mind though. If you remember, let me go ahead and bring it out real quick. What was it, the mole? Yep, there we go. The mole had a large cargo container and a medium cargo container. Like I said, the large cargo container for large grid acts as a medium cargo container. The medium cargo container for a small grid is 3 by 3 by 3. The large cargo container for a large grid is 3 by 3 by 3. We can make that bigger. One way I do that is kind of dumb, but it's just so I can make the ship exactly the same as my original ship. I don't need you. I need you. So basically what I do is I want a cargo container that is a 5 by 5 by 5. So that way I design my large grid miner to look exactly like my small grid miner. Like I said, it's stupid. I thought it was kind of cool. Wanted to do it. Now the way you could do it is add a shit ton of small cargo containers. So our large cargo container, we have the 3 by 3 by 3. Now if I take small cargo containers, and you guys don't need to say anything, I know this is stupid, and we add a bunch of small cargo containers all the way around, covering the entire large cargo container, we now have ourselves a 5 by 5 by 5. Actually, I keep forgetting I'm in creative. Yes, I know it's stupid. I know somebody's typing it in the chat right now. They're trying to tell me, well, that's kind of dumb. Look at all those cargo containers. Yes, I know. I know it is. I don't want to hear it. Alright, now we got ourselves a 5 by 5 by 5 cargo container. Well, a little bit more than that. Now what we can do is go ahead and take another cargo container, which is the same as a medium cargo container with a large or a small grid. And now we got a 3 by 3 by 3. So yeah, pretty much the ship would be exactly the same as the small grid miner. The name of the mob you were looking for was DK Cargo Overhaul. I knew somebody was going to let me know. Thank you, Robert. But yeah, I got it. Cargo Overhaul. But yeah, now that we have the cargo, the next thing are ejectors. The problem we have with ejectors are only for small grids. If we go ahead and pull that out, as you can see, if we highlight it, it shows over here that we can only put that on a small grid. Luckily, we have another option. Connectors. Connectors do the exact same thing as ejectors on a small grid and a large grid. Basically, all you have to do with the connectors, same thing you would do with the ejectors. Go into control panel, set it to collect all, and throw out. Then of course we would set up a sorter so if we get rid of all the stone. Because if we don't get rid of the stone, this ship would fill up with stone so fucking quick because of the radius that it mines. Sometimes the nodes are a little bit smaller than this miner. Now, the next thing I would have to figure out is the drills. Now, I know somebody's going to say this, so I'm going to go ahead and go over it. You don't need that many drills, man. Yes, I know, you don't need that many drills. But the more drills you have, the faster you drill through a voxel. So the thing is, because of the silhouette, let me go ahead and bring out the other miner, I'll show you. So, oh no, I already have it out, don't I? Or did I delete it? I think I might have, yeah, I think I deleted it. Alright. Then, shit. Mole? As you can see, the miners take, the drills take up a little bit more space than just where the cargo container was. It actually comes out 2 more blocks. So, since we have to make sure that we have drills anywhere where we have other blocks so the rest of the ship does not collide with the voxel, we need to go ahead and widen that out. So yeah, you guys do the math. If I remember correctly, this is like 49. I'll have to count it here in a second. So yeah, just a wall of drills. And this thing, once you have this built, you can get 1 million, at least 1 million of every single ore. I think I even tried it once and I was able to get 2 million of each ore and still had space. But yeah, there you go. Just a wall of drills, man. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, that is too big. I think it was only 7 by 7 that I had. Yeah, I think it was, yeah, it was 49. There you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute. Did I miscount? I think I did. I got too many. Yeah, on this side. My bad. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Alright, so the thing is, drills. Drills are, well, when it comes to lag and desync, drills are a bitch. The more drills you have on a ship, the more lag it creates, especially large grid drills. So yes, people are right. What you could do is you could go ahead and get rid of, do like a checkerboard, kind of like this. And yes, they're right. You can do that, and it would cause less lag. The problem with that is, I like being able to drill through shit really quick. So the more drills you have, the more, the faster you can drill through stuff. But what I usually do is I go ahead and get rid of 5, and I'll show you why here in a second. So as you can tell, this is the front of the ship, but there's not really, oh no, keep that one out, put this one in. There's nowhere to put a cockpit for you to look to see where the hell you're going when you're mining or when you're drilling. I also don't want to put a cockpit in between all these drills. That's a recipe for disaster. I can't tell you how many times I died because I did shit like that. But what you could do is put a camera right in the front. Just make sure it's turned the right way. So the little dot, bottom left hand corner, just like that. Now you'll have a view. And then what you do is you take your cockpit and put it up here. So that way it's nice and secure. It's safe. It's also easy to access. The access point for the large grid cockpit is on the bottom. It's the only one for large grid. Then also what you could do is go ahead and take, since this is kind of a moving station, you can take your O2 generator and an oxygen tank. Because of all the access points you have, you could put this anywhere you want. So oxygen. So we'll put an oxygen tank right there, and we'll put an O2 H2 generator right there. And because of the access point, make sure it's connected down to that cargo container, and there you go. O2 generator to the oxygen tank to your ship. But because there's not an access point in the back of the cockpit, the oxygen goes back through the system, goes this way through the cargo containers to your cockpit. So yeah, there you go. Now all you have to do is you just go, once you're in the cockpit, you want to control the front of it. Usually you'll be in third person, but sometimes when you come up on an ore and you're in third person, it's kind of hard to see how fast you're coming up on something or how far away you are. So just go ahead and use your camera to try to judge the distance a little bit. Or you could just go in third person, turn your camera, see how close you are, or just use the camera. Camera's better because you can line it up to the ore. When you try to use your third person, sometimes you can't line it up to the ore. Gotta need to finagle it. But when you're in the camera view, when you're in camera view, you can go straight to it. First person camera view. So when everything is said and done, now of course, since this is a large grid, we can in vanilla put a jump drive on it. Mine is called Mega Miner. This one should not have mods. Basic ship contains some blocks that are not available. Okay, apparently it has mods. Thruster mods. Yep, thruster mods. Forgot about those. Oh, and the DK cargo overhaul for those medium cargo containers. So instead of having 9 cargo containers to fill in this area, you would only have 1. But yeah, there she is. And there's the mini version. So looking at them side by side, you can tell the size difference. And already tell just how much more ore that thing will get than the small one. And there you go. Once you get that built, now you're pretty much building creative. You don't need to worry about resources anymore. You got plenty of ore. If you don't have plenty of ore, you have a miner which will get it in like 30 minutes. That's all the longer it takes to get 1 million of every single ore into the storage of that mega miner. Will take you 30 minutes thanks to the jump drive on it. It's awesome. I love that thing. Now I have no idea what the fuck to talk about. But yeah, this is what I try to do whenever I'm trying to set up production in a game. Whenever I go to a new world, I try to get to this point, and then from this point, you can be creative. Pretty much do anything you want. Build big ass assault ships. Build drones. Build, fuck if I know. Go ahead and impress your friends by the shit that you built that make no sense, but they're there. A mod is an unruly crowd. What? A mob is an unruly crowd. Yeah, he meant mod. That was his bad. We all know what he meant. Can you build dreadnought spaceships and conquer universe? If you're playing a multiplayer, yeah, sure. Having this system set up would definitely help you with that. You wouldn't need to worry about ore anymore. Now I know what we can talk about. There are systems to help you make it even quicker, but they do take a while to build and take a little while to design. Ship printers. They're a lot of fun. But yeah, we'd have to start a new thing. And I probably should go ahead and take a break real quick. It'll be my last one for this stream. On your next live stream, are you going to show us how to build the Death Star? Fuck off, man. Somebody did that shit. Somebody, long time ago, they attempted to build the Death Star in 1-to-1 scale. And I guess I don't need to say this, but they did not finish it. They gave up on it because it was creating so much lag they couldn't do shit. I mean, a 1-to-1 scale Death Star. Fuck that. I don't even know where they would have gotten the sizes and everything. I mean, there are blueprints that people have made of the Death Star, but not all of them match. Not all of them are the same. But yeah, no, that's not gonna happen, dude. Fuck off. No, just no. All right, so basically, once you get to this point, you could go ahead and, I know I already said this, I'm repeating myself, but it's all right. You can pretty much do anything you want in the game. You have the miners to get the ores. You have the facility that will process any components that you want. Oh yeah, setting up the assemblers. So this is when I use the scripts like Tim's or Izzy's. And that is just to automate the assemblers. But you don't need those technically. What you can do is if you go into the control panel, go to the assembler, all you have to do is go to the production, choose each assembler, go ahead and name it whatever resource it's going to make. Go ahead and set it to build 100 by holding down shift and left click. Going up here, enable or disable repeat mode. Just turn that shit on. Now what's going to happen is that assembler is going to continue to make steel plates until it runs out of resources. But there is another option. The problem with that is sometimes the ores get used up by one assembler and you're not producing other stuff. And sometimes you can fill up your cargo container with just a couple of components and you don't have the other components that you need. That's why I use Izzy's for the assembler quota. Izzy's or Tim for the assembler quota. Makes that whole thing easier. But there is an option. Another way of doing it. If you figured out a way to do this, I've thought about doing this, but I never got around to doing it. If you take a sorter, hook it up to each assembler that's making a different item, or you could have it just set up somehow. Maybe over here. It would take a lot of sorters, to be honest. What you could do is you could put a small cargo container that is connected to that assembler and have it so only one component goes to that cargo container, and that's it. But then you also have to keep in mind access points. You can't connect like another cargo container next to it. What you would have to do is you would have to move it over one, so you could do like a checkerboard thing, and then just have the sorter that pulls that one component into that cargo container, and that is your quota. The how much did these hold? I forget. Hold on. 156,250 liters. That would be your quota. Each component until it fills up to that many liters. Now, of course, it would take a whole lot more ore. I'd probably have to make at least 5 trips with the Mega Miner to get all the ore for that quota. But that is one way you could set up a quota if you can't use scripts. So with vanilla blocks, there's always an option. There's always something you could do that you won't need to use mods. You need to use scripts. It's just sometimes people don't get into the engineering part of this game. The game is called Space Engineers and people don't do engineering. All they want to do is they want to build really big dumbass ships with like 100 turrets that just destroy everything in its path. And that's all they want to do to it. They don't want to do the engineering part. I want to do the engineering part. I think the engineering part is the best thing ever. And I find it a whole lot of fun. If we didn't have the engineering part of this game, I would not play this game. If this game was nothing like creative when it first came out, it was nothing but creative. There was no survival aspect to it at all. I had no interest in the game when it first came out. All it was just building big ass ships and colliding them into one another. It was a physics game. So yeah, until they came out with survival, I had no interest in it at all. But then they came out with the survival and the engineering part of it, and well, first it was survival because we didn't have a whole lot of stuff. We didn't have pistons, we didn't have rotors, we didn't have sorters, we didn't have oxygen, we didn't have planets, we didn't have any of that. Then it was just mining and making components to build a big ass ship. No engineering at all. Now, when they added pistons and rotors, that started adding the engineering to the game. It actually became Space Engineers. And that's when I started to have an interest in it. Long time ago. long time ago. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a break real quick. It will be the last break I have for this live stream. And then we'll go into building a ship printer. So you can do large grid ship printers, large grid or small grid. Usually I try to keep my ship printers to small grid because large grid is, well, laggy as shit. It will kill the server. I tried one once and it did. It killed the server. Nobody could play on it when... The problem I had, the world that I built the large ship printer on, it did an autosave right when I turned the welders on to start welding up a ship. And the problem is, back then, I didn't do any backup saves. So pretty much anytime I tried to get into the world, it would crash immediately because the welders were on trying to build the ship. So yeah, I had to restart the world. I couldn't play in that world anymore. That sucked. That really sucked. But that's one of the things we had to deal with back in the day. Early access when we didn't have all that shit in the game. I feel you. I have been weaning off of mods to make it more challenging. I quit blueprints. I build everything brand new now. Makes the game more creative for me. I don't think I will ever wean myself off of mods. There are a few mods that I find absolutely essential to enjoy the game. What's it called? Tiered Engines Super Pack. I have to have tiered engines. I have to have... They fucked up the ion thrusters in this game so much that they're just useless. I need the mod. I have to have it. I have to have more power. Or I have to build a ship that just looks grotesque and ugh. But yeah, that's a must-have. Welders. They've nerfed them so bad that welder ships are just not worth it anymore. They're a pain in the ass. So welder mod. Dual welders. Twin welders? Dual welder? I think it's twin welders I use. Must have. Must have it. Then there's azimuth ore detector. So that your ore detector can see a little bit further. I mean, it's not a must-have, it's just a quality of life. Makes finding ore a lot easier. A lot less repetitive. It used to be a lot easier, a lot more fun to go mining and finding ore. Now, because of how rare they've made ore, it's a pain in the ass. And so yeah, azimuth ore detector, a must. So yeah, those three mods I think are my must-have mods. I need to get O2. Hold on. Do I have O2 in the ship? Where's my cockpit? Oh, this is the bottom of the ship. And here's... No, I'm not going to have oxygen. Nothing's connected. Oh no, I do have O2. Holy shit. I got no power. But I do have O2. Hold on. Let me do this. I have a reactor back here, don't I? It has no uranium. Okay. Just do this real quick so I don't die. I'm tired of respawning. There we go. Not cheating when I'm not actually playing the game. Where can I put this in? I need to find an access point. God damn it. Access point is covered up by this conveyor junction. There we go. We got power. Alright, so now I should be able to sit here, take a break, and not die. I mean, I could just respawn. I'm not going to lose anything, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. Alright, so yeah, let me go ahead and take my last break. When we come back, we'll go ahead and start talking about printers. The reason I want to go into ship printers is not only because of the printer, but also setting up timer blocks, which I know a lot of people want to know about. I've been asked to do tutorials on timer blocks every single episode. Every single episode I have a comment asking for a timer block tutorial. So I'm going to go ahead and do one real quick. Try to build ourselves a ship printer within the time that we have left. Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. I'll be right back.
Back from another funeral. Why should I stay here, but where can I go? Do you still bother, or are you sick of it all? Why do you stay and nowhere to go? No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Is the earth night, I am the view. We make a castle to a ruin. And now we see it all tumbling down. Nation of fools who band the baddies. Just like us, they do what we do. With one exception, we do it better. No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Easy at night, I am the few. Let's make this castle to a ruin. We're stepping on mine, sleeping with eyes wide open, and you're in between the lines. I won't take what you've been smoking. Oh no, oh no. No one could love you like I do. We're breaking up, we're breaking up. What kind of virus am I to you? Easy of night, I am the few. We make a castle to a ruin. Castle, ruin. Castle.
We've been waiting around for too long for something to show. Same old places and faces of people with nowhere to go. But we're not like them, we are better, both you and I know. Grab your car keys and jacket, 'cause honey, we're ready to go. Let's get in the car and you'll drive. we're leaving tonight. Away from these streets and the cold buzzing neon lights. Been keeping our heads above water, struggling and striving. We ain't gonna turn back this time, we'll just keep driving. You've got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. We got no money, but honey, we got nothing to hide. If worst comes to worst, I'll be Bonnie and you can be Clyde. We've got 2 hearts ready to fire and enough ammunition. A 62 hardtop DeVille with a 4-speed transmission. You've got one hand on my knee, one hand on the steering wheel, worlds passing by outside. The flickering light of the white lines in the corner of my eye. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. The windows are rolled down, the radio's on, and my eyes are open wide. I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side. Oh, I'll never leave your side, I'll never leave your side.
Almost forgot to unmute my mic. Again. I do that so many times. Alright, I'm back. So probably the best thing to go into first would be timers. Because setting up an automated ship printer, timers are essential. Very essential. Let's go ahead and add to this platform so we can go ahead and build this. So timers, I don't know why people have so much trouble with timers. They're actually pretty simple. Basically what you want to do is I'm going to set up timers. The hell? Top piston part. Since when did we have that? I think that's new. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's new. I've never seen that before. What would even be the point of that shit? Can we... Oh, don't tell me we could do that now. Hold on. I gotta check something out. If we take this, get rid of that, go into the timer. Can we change that to a small grid now? Please say we can. Please? No. God damn it. It's alright. But yeah, I don't see the point in having the head when you can just add it to the piston. No idea. Anyways. You do use blueprints, but only for ships I build. No fun using someone else's. Yeah. A lot of people do that though. They go onto the Steam Workshop and use other people's designs. Most of them think that they're just not good at designing stuff. Honestly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're good at designing ships or not. The only way you get good at ships is practice. Just keep trying. My ships have evolved over time. The original ship that I built was called the Pill. Do I still have... Please say I still have it. Nope. Damn it. I don't have that blueprint anymore. I'll have to get that on the Steam Workshop. My original ship was called the Pill. It was pretty much just a brick with some drills on the front of it. And then over time it just evolved and kept evolving until finally I had the Mole, which a lot of people love and a lot of people use it off the Steam Workshop. But yeah, originally this thing was just a small little block with like 4 drills, and over time it just evolved. And I think people sometimes just they don't want to continue to play the game. They don't want to put in the time to try to learn the game to become better at it. They're lazy sometimes. But yeah, in this game, I say it a lot, you're only limited by your lack of imagination. If you can't build something, it's because you're not trying. Alright, let me go ahead and put up 2 timers. So, right there with these timers, what I'm going to do is I want to make that timer, the first one, extend the piston. Very simple. Go into your first timer. Go ahead and set the amount of time. What this is a gap of time that you want to wait until it actually does that action. We're going to go ahead and set it to the minimum, which is 1 second. Set up actions. We'll find the piston. And we'll just drag the piston down. And what we're going to do is we have all these options where we can tell it what to do. I'm just going to have it extend. Extend that piston after 1 second. So since we have it on that 1 second timer, it'll take 1 second once I hit start, and it will extend the piston. Now what I want is I want this timer to retract the piston after another second. So if we come into this timer, we set it for 1 second, we set up actions. We set it, the piston, same way, except this time, it's going to retract the piston after 1 second. So, retract. So go in the control panel and hit start. After 1 second, it will retract it. Now what I want to do is I want that piston to extend, and 1 second later, I want it to retract. So what we do is we need to start that timer automatically on its own without having to put any input into it. So we come to the first timer, we go ahead and go up to set up actions. All we want to do is we want to go find that second timer, which is timer block number 2, and we just want to say start. So now when I go to timer 1, the timer that we're in right now, and we hit start, after 1 second, it will extend, and then it will also activate that timer, and after 1 second, it will retract. Now what I want to do is I want that to be on a loop. I want this thing to extend and retract continuously forever, or as long as I have power. So what we need to do for that one is I want it to automatically start timer block number 1 on its own. Automatically. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into timer block number 2, set up action, find timer block number 1, which is just timer block, there is no 1 on it, and just have that start. So now it's in a loop. So once we start timer number 1, after 1 second it will extend that piston. It also activates timer number 2 at the exact same time. After 1 second, it will retract the piston, But since we have timer number 1 on timer number 2, it will activate timer number 1 after 1 second. It will extend it again. So all we got to do is take the timer, start it, and now between 1 second intervals, it will continue to extend and retract continuously until we run out of power. So yeah, very simple. It's not, timers don't take a whole lot to learn. Just people don't want to take the time to learn it. That just, I don't know, for some reason that does not look right. All right, let's get rid of that. So once you figure out timers, you could do a lot of cool shit with them. A whole lot of cool shit. There was a long time ago when I had an automated miner. It was an automatic mining drone that was set up with sensors and timers, and this was before we had scripts in the game. Now, of course, it doesn't work anymore because updates in the game have kind of broken things to where it doesn't really work anymore. But you can do it. You just have to put in the time to try to figure it out. I do. Grab your what in your jacket? Huh? It's been around for quite some time. What's been around for quite some time? You use the piston. Oh, the piston top part. It's been around for quite some time. Well, I haven't played in a while. You use the piston top part to cover exposed cargo containers access. I don't want to use. You could just do that with the catwalk. This is what people usually use. This right here, the steel catwalk plate, covers up access points. It is on the spawn ship, the respawn ship that we spawned in with when we started. It uses them same way. All right, so small ship printer. This one, I haven't tried to do this in a while. This might take me a second. All right, with the small ship printer, what you're trying to do is you're trying to take a projection and build it with an automated system. Now, what you got to do is, since it's a small ship printer, you need a small ship projector. Of course, large grid projectors will not project small grid ships, and small grid projector will not project a large grid ship. So what we have to do is, since we're building this on a station, we have to change things from a large grid to a small grid. Best way to do that nowadays, it used to be what you would do is you would build a separate ship with connectors. So you would build a small ship grid and then you would connect it with connectors to the large grid. But now we have rotors, which you could switch out the regular head to a small grid head, which makes it a whole lot easier. I wish I still had a blueprint of the old one I used to build. Basically what it was, let me see if I can do this. All right, let me get a rotor. That way I can go ahead and change the grid real quick. I need access point. All right, hopefully I only have one rotor. Yep, that one. So add small grid. Add small head, my bad. And then what you would do is you would build an entire ship at a small grid with connectors that would connect to the large grid so you could put small projectors on it. So no, it looks like I need to go up just a little bit. There we go. One. Oh, are you not gonna let you fucking prick? All right, how about now? All right, so if we do it this way, what you would do is you would just take conveyors, extend them out, because you do need a little space for later on. You would need a welder and a grinder. I'll show you why here in a second. But then you put, this is not exactly how it was built. This is just an example. Actually, I need you to go this way. There you go. And then the same way over here. So then you would take some connectors Put it on the bottom. And this is how you would connect this to the large grid. Now, the reason you would need this, like I said before, small grid projector. You need a small grid projector to project a small ship. So what you would have is you would have yourself a sprue. Actually, let me get the projector real quick. So if we put, okay, 5, there you go. Make sure it's pointed the right way. I don't need to. We're just doing an example, but OCD, man, it's a bitch. Alright, so there's your projector. Now, here's the issue that you're going to have. If you try to build on a projector, if any block is colliding with that projection, it will not build the blocks of that projector. So what you need to do is make sure that you have clearance from any other block from where the ship will be projected so you can build it. So what you got to do is you got to make a little bit of space. So, oh, that's what I didn't do. Okay, hold on. I don't have this conveyor. There we go. So what you do is you would build yourself a sprue. And I'll go over why this is important here in a second. So that way you can lift the projection from that projector up to a little bit of height, so that way you have the clearance. Alright, now the reason you have to have a sprue is the projection will not build if it is not connected. So basically, let's say this conveyor junction right here is the start of your projected ship. This is the projection. Unless that conveyor junction is connected to that conveyor, it will not build that projection at all. So you need to make sure that that is set up correctly. Also, at some point, if you're doing an automated system, you're trying to make this automatic so it does it on its own, what you're going to need to do is you need to make sure that that sprue is built so it will build that projection. Like I said, if the projection is not connected to a block, it will not build it. And sometimes the welders don't reach the sprue all the way down here. So what you need is a welder on this piece. So G, like I said, this is not exact. we're just trying to make an example. So what you would have is you would have a welder on this ship, which would be close enough to build that sprue. And of course it would be connected by conveyors and everything. So that way the components would pass from the grinder, which would be over here. So you still need the components in that welder to be able to build that sprue. But at some point you will need to detach that sprue so the ship can just fly off. That's when you need the grinder. So yeah, the grinder would be on this side. So what you need to figure out is you need to figure out where that grinder needs to go so it doesn't grind anything else on this entire system away. You only want it to grind the sprue. So that's why you got to be careful about where the welder is, because you don't want it to be too far away where it doesn't weld anything up. Why is that disconnected? Did I not? I guess I didn't connect it. You want to make sure it's close enough so it does weld that sprue up, but you also want to make sure it's far enough away so the grinder doesn't grind that welder, which happens. The best way to do that is with other stuff that we have in the game, like conveyor frame, which is, can you rotate? No, you can't rotate. How about this way? No. The conveyor frame, which is a large access point. It's kind of just like the conveyor junction. Instead, it gives you just one block width. So if we place it right there, as you can see, it takes up the same space as one block. The only other thing you could do this with are the conveyors. That's actually 3 blocks long, or the conveyor junction, which is 3 blocks long. So if you only need a space of like 1 block or 2 blocks, you could use the conveyor frames. Another way you could get the distance correct is with an advanced rotor. It has to be an advanced rotor because we still need resources to pass through this is going to be connected to the grinder or the welder. So the thing about that is, it's not... Let me see if I can put up some blocks real quick. Show this. So if we put it right there, as you can see... Oh, shit, power. Give me a second. I'm in a survival map. I'm cheating. I'm in admin console stuff. Being creative, but it's actually a survival world. That's why I have to continuously get power and oxygen. My bad. Alright, there we go. Alright, where was I? There we go. So if you look at the conveyor, the rotor. Oh, do they actually? They do actually match. But what you can do is you can go, as soon as I find an access point. If we go into the control panel, find that advanced rotor, we can actually change the offset, rotor displacement actually, and we could actually move it. So we can make it so it's level with that block, or we can bring it in so it's a little bit shorter distance. That will give us that exact distance we need, so that way we're grinding just the sprue and nothing else. Then what you would need to do, you need to put this into position so it will connect to the grid, the base grid. So connector. So say right there and right there. Now, of course, with the conveyor frames and all that, you can get the distances correct, so that way they connect without an issue. Then all you need to do is put a cockpit and some thrusters on this thing, move it so it's connected up to these connectors, and there you go. Now you have a projection system, and you also have a grinder and a welder to get rid of the sprue. Now, the reason you want to make sure it's connected to the conveyor system, when this grinder grinds away at that sprue, the components for that sprue will go into the grinder. If it's connected, those components will pass from the grinder back into the welder, and you're pretty much just recycling those components. So that's something you also need to make sure. Make sure that welder can get those components to weld up that sprue, or the whole system won't work. But now we got rotors, which we could change the heads on. This was the old way of doing it. I've seen a few people do it the same way. There's been a number of different designs for ship printers, but yeah, this is pretty much the same thing everybody needed to do. But with the advancement of the game, I need another rotor. We could just change the head. And now we can change it to a small grid. Let's get rid of this one. We don't need that anymore. So now we don't need to worry about the connector system. That used to be an issue. The connectors didn't used to be as strong. Anytime you would have something that would push up against a ship that was docked with a connector, you could break it free. Now the connectors hold really tight, so you would pretty much destroy your ship before you were able to move it. Didn't used to be that way. Any little nudge would break the ship free of the connector. So that was a little bit of an issue back then. Alright, so I need that rotor. So add small head. There you go. So yeah, this is stuff that I've done for the longest time in Space Engineers. I'm trying to remember what came out. I think it was right when projectors first came out, is when I designed my first ship printer. It was about a week after I finally finished the design, which was a little bit late. I would have had the first one on the Steam Workshop, the first small ship printer on the Steam Workshop, but yeah, somebody else beat me by like a day. It pissed me off, man. I thought it was a really great design. It worked really well, and fuck me if it didn't work out the way I wanted. It's all right. I mean, somebody always beats me to the punch. All right, but now that we have this system, we could do the exact same thing, but instead of building a separate ship, oh, what am I doing? We could just connect it to the rotor. We just have to make sure it's in the center of the whole system. Actually, no, you need large access, then conveyor, then we'll put another conveyor junction, small access on the top for the projectors to snap. And then the exact same thing, we need a place for the welder. So these measurements are not exact. I'm gonna iterate that again, just to make sure everybody knows, not exact measurements. It would take me a while, actually, to figure out the exact distancing. But yeah, this is pretty much all we need to do. So again, you would have the sprue coming right from the middle with a bunch of projectors, grinder on this side, welder on that side. And that's it. Another thing you need to worry about is if something gets nudged. One rotor is not that sturdy, so sometimes what I do is I'll go ahead and merge these together. I'll put another rotor on this end and merge them together with merge blocks to make it a little bit more sturdy. A little bit more work, but it's still kind of cool. I love it. That's something else I should go into here pretty soon. But yeah, that's your system. Then the only thing you got to figure out is, well, how are you going to weld up the projection? You already have a system where you can get the projection for a small ship. You can weld up the sprue to get to the projection, but how do you weld up the rest of the projection? Well, the best way of going about that is a moving wall. Create yourself a wall of welders on a piston. Make sure you have enough space. And use that to build it. Now, this doesn't work very well anymore, and I'll show you why here in a sec. Yeah, here's your welders. Let's get those in. So you can connect these welders because of the access points. So there's an access point in the back and there's an access point on either side. But one row of welders is not going to be enough. So we're going to go ahead and build another row above it. And then another row below it. But this, you got to be careful of. Because collision. It will allow us to build that welder because we are colliding with the block underneath it. But there's a way around that as well. If you get rid of the blocks... Wow, one more. There we go. Like that. I'm gonna build another one, make sure stuff doesn't fall apart. That should work. One thing that a lot of people were figuring out right in the beginning when they first came out, blast doors. Blast doors, the collision for them are a little bit smaller than a full block. As you can see, the green line would be a full block, but the actual block itself, just a little bit under that. So I've seen a lot of people that were really good at the game and been playing the game for a really long time. They've been on YouTube forever. They're really famous with YouTube, but they can't build systems like this because, well, they're idiots. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. But if we take welders, now we can go ahead and put those into place. Another thing you got to worry about, which might not be that much of an issue nowadays, is the collision. I would see people have been playing this game, like I said, for a really long time, are really famous on YouTube. They try to put this shit on top of regular armor blocks, and the collisions would just destroy the entire thing. So yeah, blast doors, way to go. Also, bring it all the way out to the middle. Then, of course, this system right here would be right in the middle, going this way. Of course, it would be a little bit lower, so the only thing that was poking out is the sprue. You don't want anything else poking out because of collision. So the tips have a little bit different collision range than the back of the welders. The tips of the welders have a different collision than the back of the welders. But what you want to do is make sure that none of this is poking through the top. You don't want the projector showing. You don't want the welder showing. You don't want the grinder showing. You just want the sprue. That's it. So you would actually need to sink it down into the ground just a little bit. Then what you would do is you would also have another wall on this side. Now this is where the design of your ship comes very, very, where this design of your ship is very, very important, because you need to build a ship that will fit in this area where your printer is. So usually what I would do is I would have like 5 blocks wide. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. P. There we go. Let's go with black. Why the hell not? So usually what I would have is I would have the welder tip, which goes to that block right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the other wall, the tip would go to the end of that block. And every ship that I have, every small ship that I have, fits in that 5 block area. Even the construction ship. The construction ship, even with the rotor arms, is thin enough that it fits in this area. That's why a lot of my ships are as wide as they are and not much wider. Because I designed all my ships to fit this this printer. Another thing you need to worry about. The reason you go ahead and use a conveyor for the sprue instead of just using a regular block like this one, instead of using a regular block, is being able to pass fuel to your ship. So if you remember, we had a grinder on this side which would grind away the sprue, which would disconnect the ship from the rest of the station. Once that ship is disconnected from the station, if it doesn't have its own power source, it's not going anywhere. So that's what that sprue is for. That's why it's built out of conveyors instead of regular blocks, is so that way I could put uranium into the reactor and not have to worry about the whole thing just crashing. So that's the structure you would need. But there is a problem. There is one little problem. If you take a look, the effective range of the welders is a circle from the tip. So it's like an orbit that goes around the tip of the welder. Unfortunately, that tip has a dead spot, which is like right here. Now, actually, I think it goes all the way back. It's like a little tiny dead spot. But the dead spot is enough for one small grid block. So basically what would happen is, like, this block right here would build. The one below it would not build, but the one below that would. So I would have a line in my ships of blocks that were not built. Which kind of sucks when you have thrusters that are in that dead spot. So I tried to figure out a way of canceling out that dead spot, but I couldn't find a way that was not stupid, basically. So the next thing you need to figure out, do I still have the blueprint? I think I still have blueprint on Steam. Maybe I don't. Please say I do. I still have the video up in YouTube, so I hope I have the blueprint for it. A lot of shit I've been experimenting with as well. Alright, please. Oh yeah, the inchworm. My tunnel boring machine. That thing's popular. A lot of people talk about it. Love it. There's my space tether builder. There's the base I built like a year ago. Never did finish it. Kind of just gave up on it, to be honest. And no, I don't fucking have it. That sucks. That really, really sucks. Oh well. All right, so when it comes to setting up the timers for this, you said, already read that. When it comes to setting up the timers on this, you need to figure out what order you need things to happen. So I'm trying to remember. I can't remember how many. I think this thing used 3 timers was all I needed. All right, so basically this is what would happen. So you have your sprue right here. It would be ground away. So every time you build a new ship, you need to make sure that sprue would be projected so it could be built again. So there would be one projector for just that sprue. Those conveyors. So that would be one. Then what you need is every single ship that you want to be able to be built in this printer would have to have its own projector. I think altogether I had a miner, a construction ship, a fighter, and a drone. I think 4 ships. But if you have more, of course, you could add more projectors. You just have to line them all up. Then what? Oh no, it was a lot more timers because I needed one timer for every projector. So this is what would happen. It takes an explanation. It really does. So the way I had this set up was I had a control panel. Let me do it this way. Let me build 3. You would have a button, not control panel, button panel. My bad. Let's do the sci-fi. I haven't used that one too much. Alright, so you would actually have multiple button panels set up. But the way I had it was each button was its own ship. So if I press this button, it would turn on the projection to build the miner. That one would be a construction ship, the fighter, and a drone. Then I would also have another button panel, which was start, which would be over here, and stop, which would be over here. Now, there's another thing you need to do at some point. Like I said, if you build a ship that has reactors instead of batteries, you would need to fill it with fuel. So it wouldn't be 100% automated because it wouldn't grind away the sprue to free the ship. Where did I build? I thought I built one with. Oh, I know where it is. Never mind. I think it's up here. Where was I? So every single button had its own ship. So what you would need to do is, of course, every ship would need the sprue as well. So if I pressed the number 1 button, it would project the miner. But let's say I decided, nah, let's go ahead and build the projector. I'd hit number 2, it would get rid of the projection for the miner, bring up the projection for the construction ship. Way you do that is with the timers. So with one timer, I don't think I'll be able to set it up exactly, but I can give you an idea. Alright, so one timer would have every single projector on it. So we have 9 slots down here for the timer. So I would have a maximum of 9 projectors. So what I would have is, let's say this one is the one for the construction ship. I'd put it down here and have it toggle block on. And then of course we would also need the sprue, so this projection block would be for the sprue, so toggle block on. Then I would drag down every other projector for the other ships, and I would have that projection off, toggle block off for every single one. So I would drag every single one down and tell it to toggle block off. So that would project the miner and the sprue and make sure every other projector is off. But let's say I decided to change it. What I would do is I would go to the next block for the next ship and set up action. and find the projector. So this is the projector, which was for the miner. I would go ahead and set that one to projection off. It would turn the projection for the miner off. Then this one was the one for the sprue. It would make sure that that projection is on. And then this one would be for the construction ship and make sure that one was on. And then of course bring down the rest of projectors and make sure they're off. They're all off. And that's how you get it so that if you hit a button, like I hit this button, it would turn on the projection for the miner. We'd see the projection of the miner, but then I changed my mind, hit this one, and it will show the projection for the construction ship. So yeah, pretty simple, pretty easy with that one. So yeah, I would need one timer for each ship, so I'd have about 9 timers for that. No, 8, because I could have 8 ships plus the sprue. So I only have, in each timer I only have 9 sections. So it would be 8 ships and the sprue, which makes 9. So the next thing you would need to do is you would need to set up the function of the printer itself. So what would happen is you would set up timer number 1. I'll just talk about it. It would take me too long to set this up. Timer number 1, you would hit the button. It would project whatever ship you wanted to build plus the sprue, and then it would extend this piston on either side, the wall that's over here and that wall right there. It would extend them until the tips on either side are touching right in the middle. Bring the welders closer together. So that way you can make sure when you're building something there's no collision issues. So you start in the middle of the ship, work your way out. Then what will happen is when the pistons are extended towards the middle and the tips are touching, it would turn on the welder that would be right here. It would weld up that sprue. It would turn on the welders on the walls on either side, and it would also retract the pistons, bringing the walls out, building the ship. And that's all it would do until those pistons are fully retracted. So once it's back to its starting position, where it is right now, those welders would automatically shut off. The projectors would all shut off to make sure that projection doesn't continue, so there's no issues. And then once you, if this was just batteries, it would automatically turn on the grinder to get rid of the sprue, and then your ship is free to fly. The whole process would take, I think it was somewhere between 1 and 2 minutes to build an entire ship. And then you could just continue to hit the start button and it would continue to bring out ships until you ran out of resources. But if you had a ship that has a reactor, what you would need to do is, let's go ahead and bring one out real quick. Actually, I do have one up here. Here we are, bottom. So let's say, where's the reactor? I think it's that one right there. So what I would do, since the reactor is right there, this conveyor junction is the access for stuff to be passed through to the reactor. So what I would do is I'd make sure that sprue matches up with, actually I could do it on that one. Try to put the ship in the middle when I build it. Or I could put it over here. I could put it anywhere as long as there is conveyor junction to connect the sprue to the conveyor junction to pass uranium into the reactor. That's all I would need to do, but I would need time. So what I would have is the grinder would no longer be on a timer. The grinder that's over here would no longer be on a timer. I would actually set that to where I had to turn it on by hand, which would be this button right here. So I would just hit it to turn it on, give it a couple seconds to grind away the sprue, turn it back off. But at the same time, what it will do is it will turn off the welder here and then start the grinder if it was automated. And that's it, you're done. Everything goes back to square one. To start the next ship, you just select the ship, hit start, build another ship. So yeah, all together, as long as you have all the components, it takes about I think it was like a minute 40. I have this thing set up to build a ship. The reason you need that is you need to set the speed of the piston. What you need to make sure is the piston sets the speed of the weld. You need to make sure this piston is going slow enough that the welders have time to build that ship. Which I usually would just set it to... I think I just had it set to 0.1, the speed for the piston. That seemed to always work pretty well. And that's why it would take as long as it did, because the pistons would be going that slow. So it would need to extend and then retract. And that's how long it would take to build. You could probably even do it a little bit faster. If the welders are a little bit faster at building a ship, you can make it a lot more faster. Now, for a grinder room, if you want to grind down the ship, kind of do the exact same thing, but instead of like if I turn on the welders, I bring the pistons in until the tips are touching, and then I turn the welders on and retract. Now, of course, with the grinder, you don't want to start in the middle out, you want to start outside towards the middle. But you also have to set the pistons so that the grinders are far enough away so the grinders aren't grinding each other. Then what you also have to do is figure out a way of keeping the ship aloft until it is completely grinded away if you have gravity. So on a planet, this would kind of work if you could figure something out. Maybe not entirely. But yeah. Now with the large ship printer or grinder, same thing. That's pretty much all you would have to do. Just build a wall of welders and set up the same system. So altogether, setting up the timers doesn't take too much. At some point, I will go ahead and make a video on how to do it. Haven't done it in a while. Last time I did it, it didn't work. Maybe it might this time. Who knows? But yeah, timers are pretty simple. Once you figure them out, you can build some really creative bullshit. Just like the construction ship. Let me see if I can find it. Oh no, the best one I already have set up is the King Crab, which is on the Steam Workshop. One right here. It has mods. What fucking mods does it have? This was all vanilla. At least I thought. I don't see anything missing. Of course, this is an atmospheric ship. But yeah, this is an atmospheric construction ship. Yeah, there's something in here that must be a mod. I don't know what it is. I don't see anything missing. Well, I guess I'm definitely going to have to rebuild it, redesign it. I mean, it's been a while, so I need to do it anyways. But if we get into the cockpit, as you can see, we can see the welder tips easily right in front of us. Which makes it easier for not running into shit. This thing does have timers set up. Let's see if I can get the timers to work. I gotta remember how to work this. So I think it was 7. Was it? There it goes. So it straightens out, rotates. Then when the grinders are ready, it brings the grinders back in. Just like that. All set up with timers. And then 9 goes the other way. Rotates it, and now it's a welder ship. So yeah, basically all this does is when you hit the button, it will straighten out that hinge. It will give it enough time for that hinge to straighten out. Then when it's done, it will rotate the rotor, and it'll give it enough time for that rotor to turn, bringing the grinder to the front. And then when that's done, when it gives it enough time, it'll go ahead and move that hinge to bring the grinders in. The issue that I have with this ship is I think the grinders are a little too close to the cockpit. Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe it's good. Alright, now if we go ahead and make sure we hit number 6, so we select the grinders and grind. Yeah, as you can see, I did grind something away. Yep, the thrusters. So yeah, it's all about distance with these as well. If you're too close, you'll grind your own ship. But yeah, I love the king crab, man. I mean, it's a ridiculous design, but it was a lot of fun to build. And I think it looks cool. It's pretty good for an atmospheric ship, man. It's awesome. One of the best designs I've ever made. And it's not all that great. It was really simple to make. So this one, the king crab, is a very good example of if you put your mind to it, you could build just about anything. It's just your only limitation is your lack of imagination. Oh, yeah, apparently whatever was missing, these gyros were connected to. I have no idea what it was. So yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to rebuild that ship. Let me check something. Let me double check. Because I said that the construction ship would fit in that 5-block radius. But I want to double check just to make sure I wasn't lying. Yep, see, there you go. So yeah, right now it's right in the center, and as you can see, plenty of room. So the constructor is a really wide ship. For a small grid, it's really wide. But there's plenty of room for it to fit in there. Also, the length. That's why I do 5 pistons long. Because... yeah, actually, I should probably extend that a little bit. Let me try to line this up. Right there. Maybe make it 7 long instead of 5 long. So yeah, this right here is 5 welders long. Just add 1 to either side, you're good. Alright, so another thing I should go over real quick. At some point you're going to build something like an elevator or something like that. One thing you'll find out is it's not too much of an issue, but it can create somewhat of an issue sometimes. Especially with weight. If you're building an elevator that needs to lift an entire ship, just putting on 1 piston can be problematic. Sometimes that piston just isn't strong enough. Really good example of that is the ice miner that I built. I built an entire station with a shit ton of drills on it. Let me see. Let me see if I have that blueprint. I probably don't. No, I think it is on the Steam Workshop. Ah, the Dragon Wagon. I missed that truck. Nostalgia, man. It brings a tear to my eye. Let's see. Do I have it? Well, this one might be an example. Well, actually, the inchworm, the tunnel boring machine, is another good example because of weight. What I'm about to talk about, you guys will see what I mean here in a second. Where'd that one miner go? This is something I just threw together real quick, just for the laughs. It's not something I really actually use, it's just, it was something new. Alright, so as you can see, we have 3 pistons right here, which will dig into the ground with this rotating drilling head. This is something I built on the last series that I did in Space Engineers on the Mars-like planet. Didn't finish that series, I got kind of tired of it. But the thing is, if you dig into the ground and your cargo containers are completely full, your drills are completely full, everything that has inventory access is completely full, this thing will become pretty heavy because the drills will be heavy because of the inventory that they have in them. So the pistons might not be strong enough to lift them up. There is a way of getting around that. One way is to double up on the pistons. Same thing with an elevator. To make this elevator a little bit more stable, which you saw, if you guys have been watching since the beginning, we're in that scenario where we saw that elevator that was doing a lot of clanging. One way to defeat that problem, it was because of the system that they were using. It was with the engines. It was using ion and hydrogen engines, so it wasn't very stable. Sometimes you get the same thing with a piston. The platform will shake a little bit because the piston is not 100% stable. Sometimes you'll get a little bit more friction against a wall. Let's say the wall is over here, and you have another wall that's on this side. So if that piston is actually moving that elevator up along this wall, the issue that you will have is, for some reason, one side will create more drag than the other, a little bit more friction. And then this platform will start to tilt, and then you're fucked. So a way of preventing that is, like I said, double up on the pistons. Let's get rid of this real quick. Make sure nothing's connected so I don't get rid of the whole platform. There we go. Alright, go away. Thank you. So, the issue you get if you try to double up on the pistons, or you could even quadruple the pistons to make it even more stable, like that. If you try to build a platform, like we say, put a block here on the top of each piston, then you try to build the entire platform, you'll notice that right here on those blocks, those 3 blocks right there, there is still a seam. The reason for that is those blocks are not actually connected. They are not moving together in one movement. So no stability, no added stability. You're kind of wasting your time with extra pistons unless those are connected. The way around that is to go ahead and take a merge block. Now, the thing about merge blocks you need to keep in mind is they will merge blocks together. So if you have 2 blocks, like if we put this merge block here and we try to connect it to that block, if those merge blocks are connected, when these 2 are connected, these will actually merge together and make one grid. So what we could do is put a merge block there. Going to give ourselves a little bit of room. Actually, you know what? Let's do it on this side. It's easier. Put a merge block over here. Alright, now what I need to do is I need to set it up so we can get a merge block attached to that block, but I need it to be set up like that. So what I need to do is I need to go up 1 more block. Like that. Alright, the next thing you need to worry about is something that when they fix collisions, they kind of fix this too. As you can see, because of collisions, I won't be able to put this one in because there's no room. It used to be you would have to extend this piston a little bit to get the room to put that in, but now when you grind down this block, it changes the collision. So now I can put this one in, make sure it's the right way, and then all I have to do is weld it up. And when the blocks turn green, they are merged together, and as you can see, the seam is gone. So now we have this piston and that piston working together. Then all you need to do is do the same thing with the rest of them. So put a merge block here, put a merge block here, put a block here, put a block there. Need to go up 1 more high. My bad. Then we just ground these down. And now we can go ahead and put in the merge blocks that go right here. And right here. Then just weld these up together. Now, that platform is one grid. All those pistons are now working together to make this a stable platform. So now, if you have a system that is creating a lot of friction, you have a little bit more stability and you have a little bit more power because each piston has its own amount of power. So you'll be able to lift 4 times more weight than just with one piston. So stability and strength doing it this way, which is something you probably want to try to do with the miner. It's not always necessary. It is necessary if you want to try to pull the head back up. My really big miner, the one that I did have, what it had was it had 2 pistons. No, actually I think it had 3. Then it had a shit ton of drills. Not plural, just one drill. I think what it had was it had 1 in the center, then it came out another 20. Oh, and it was also set up on a rotor as well. So it had 1 out that way. It had 4 arms. Let's just imagine the last arm is already built. Let's say this one is 20 long. And then of course there's another arm that goes that way. Now, because I'm only using 1 piston, even if I turn up the power, because of the amount of drills I have on that thing, it becomes very heavy and I can't lift it back up. Once it's in the hole, it has to stay. Also, if it's full of stuff, I still can't bring it up. Definitely can't bring it up. So if you kind of try to double up on the pistons a little bit, you will have a little bit more power. Basically all you would do, if we add another, we could just add a drill, screw it. Add a drill there, now we have a position to go ahead and add another piston. But of course this thing was also on a rotor, so that's something else you have to keep in mind. The rotor was on this end, but if you go ahead and remove the rotor, put it on this end instead, and then put the pistons on top of it, it would work fine. How do you make asteroid base? You build it. Have you not played this game or what? Never mind. Okay. That was a weird question. Basically, if you're asking that question, I'm guessing you haven't played this game before. Let's see where we're at. Another half hour. Alright, so now I've pretty much gone into everything I wanted to go into. So basically you start with your spawn ship, whatever ship that is. The blue ship if you want to start in space. First thing you need to do is go ahead and upgrade that ship so you have a basic refinery, basic assembler, and a drill is also helpful as well on that ship. Then once you have all that, you will be able to get into the next thing, which is the refinery, the actual refinery, and the actual assembler. Get those onto a respawn ship as well. Then build yourself a miner. Then build yourself a construction ship. Oh no, build the miner, then build yourself a simple station, which is 1 refinery, 1 assembler. Use that to build you a construction ship. Use the construction ship to build yourself a massive base. This one right here, and then use the resources you get from that massive base and the constructor to build a large grid drilling ship. Then maybe a ship printer if you could get it to work. Get yourself a ship printer and you can print out any ship you want as fast as you want, as long as you have the blueprint. That's not necessary, that's just something I added. But yeah, once you get to the point where you have a large grid miner, you're pretty much just building in creative anyways. So it's not that big a deal. Your game is glitched, but you restarted and it works. Yeah, you're new to the game. Yeah, this game has been like that forever. Alright, so now we have a little bit of time. I guess it's about good time to go ahead and ask anybody if you want me to go ahead and show you something that you need help on. Go ahead and put it in the comments and we'll go over it real quick. Hopefully something that doesn't take any longer than a few minutes. But yeah, if you need me to go over something again real quick, I could do that. Let me see, is there anything? I've pretty much gone over everything. All right, let's go down the list. So this is all stuff, everything that we went over in this live stream I need to make videos on. All right, so we talked about, well, cockpits for ships. We talked about, one thing I haven't gone into detail is power. I'll make a video out of that. That would take too long. Detectors, we already went over. Detectors. Production. Difference between spawn points, survival kits, basic refinery, basic, the actual refinery. We went through all that. Cargo access points, we went through that. Grinders, welders, we're good. Program blocks, I'm not going to go over. That's more advanced stuff, things you worry about when you learn the game a little bit more. LCDs, pistons, collectors. I showed that for a little while when I was getting the resources. Rotors, pistons, landing gear. I don't use landing gear a whole lot. I prefer to connect stuff up or land it with connectors when I'm in space. I'll use landing gears on the planet, but not that much. Landing gear have always been bugged to high hell, so don't really use them a lot. I got into the practice of not using them at all. And I think that's it. Airtightness we didn't go over, but I don't think that's really something I'll probably make a video on at some point. But yeah, not enough time to go over that either. Well, nobody in the comments let me know what they think we should go over, so I guess nobody has any questions. Went over a lot of stuff in this live stream. I can't believe I got through all of it. And I still had a little bit more time left over. But yeah, the game is awesome. The game, I love it. Altogether, to get up to the point where you have a large grid mining ship, if you do everything step by step the way that I showed it, it will take you about 8 in-game hours to get up to the point where you have a large grid miner. As long as you stick to it, you work at it, and you do what you're supposed to do, go get the resources, get the amount of resources you need, it will take you about 8 hours to get up to this point, as far as we got in this stream. So of course it took me about 8 hours, even though I wasn't doing the mining and stuff like that, because I had to explain some stuff. But yeah, you can do it. We've done it in live streams before. It only took us 8 hours to get to this point. It was actually a race we set up too. Did a live stream. Last time I did a race was quite some time ago. I'll probably have to do another one here pretty soon. Try to get as far as we can into the game within 8 hours. And have a race, every man for himself. Sorry, my throat is really dry right now. How do you make a drill that can make you base in the ground? How can you make a drill? You talking about a ship, or are you talking about a station drill? Basically, I just showed you. That whole system right there that I showed you with the pistons and that big ass armored drills. Set up something like that. Maybe not as big, but pretty much that. Have you ever had the problem with the pistons after you merge them that they don't want to extend? It has happened a couple of times for me. One thing you have to make sure with the pistons that all the pistons that are on the system for the elevator, you have to make sure that they are all extending at the same time and they are moving at the same speed. If they are not, one of the pistons will become broken and it will not move. It will stop the entire thing. So yeah, just make sure you have them set up before you actually extend it. Set them up on a timer, so that way when you hit a button to extend it, the timer will start them all at exactly the same time. Thanks for the live stream. Keep up the cool vids. Yeah, I'm working on it. Mining ship. Just build one, man. Just make sure you have the components that you need. A drill ship, you would need, of course, drills. You need a cockpit to be able to control the ship, thrusters, and gyroscopes. Pretty much all you need. I suggest if you are that new to the game, go ahead and look up some videos, man. There's a lot of videos out there for space engineers that will show you how to play the game. But the amount of time it would take to go into that much detail and show you every little aspect of the game, it would take longer than 8 hours. So it's better off if you go look up some videos. Like I said, there's plenty out there. I even have a few. So how can I do 2 different actions by 1 button? Timers. Like let me show you real quick. Alright, so the timers, if you go into setup actions, it has down here, it has 9 different items that you can activate at the same time. So say I want these 4 pistons to activate at the same time, I would go into the timer, go to setup actions, put those pistons down here in the toolbar, and then I would go to the button. I would find that timer, drag it down into whatever button you want, and select it to start. And what that will do is it will activate all 4 of those items at the same time. So if I go back into the timer, set up actions, if we find the pistons, I don't know which pistons they are. All you would have them do is drag them down and have them do whatever action. Right now that button would make the elevator go up, so you would have it extend. But make sure you have the correct pistons. I got way too many pistons right now. I can't see which ones they are. That's why it's always handy, it's always a good idea to make sure you name your blocks. Name everything. So that way if you need to find it later, it's easy to find. But yeah, if you want one button to activate multiple things, you just have that button activate the timer. That's the best way to do it. Well, the only way I know of to do it. Timer, like a week. You've been playing for about a week. Yeah, really new to the game, man. Welcome to the game. Hope you enjoy it. I know it's going to be frustrating. That's why sometimes I say sorry to people, but yeah, watch some videos, dude. You really need to watch videos. Or it's going to take you forever to learn the mechanics of this game. Me, that's how I learned the game. I learned the game by doing. And I have 4,000 hours into the game and I'm still learning. So yeah, look up videos. Thank you very much. You're welcome. 3H3H. Weird name, dude. By default, timer has a few second delay. Set the delay as low as possible to minimize waiting unless you want the delay before action. On vanilla timers, the minimum you can set the timer for is 1 second. Of course, there are mods out there which let you set it lower or sooner, but it's only 1 second. It's not that big a deal. So, if there are no more questions, glad you guys could join me in this live stream. I'm starting to get tired. My voice is starting to give out. It's awesome though. We got went through a lot of information, got a lot of stuff out there. Of course, on everything that we went through, I'm going to be making step-by-step tutorial videos on everything that we went over. From now on, we'll go ahead and start doing Let's Play in Space Engineers. I had to check to see if Drifter in the comments, he has a server that we play on. A few things that we were going to talk about, but we never end up talking about them with the server. So yeah, next week we'll go ahead and make sure everything's set up for that server, and then we'll go ahead and do a playthrough from now on. Of course, with videos, there will be no more playthroughs. The videos are just going to be tutorials. So if you want to see me play through the game, you have to watch the live streams. Sorry. I just get tired of doing playthroughs and recordings because I started Space Engineers in YouTube to show people how to play the game. And it's really difficult to show people how to play when you're doing a playthrough of the game, because then people have to watch episode by episode to try to find the information that they're looking for. And as a person who learned how to play a lot of games through YouTube, it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, from now on, no more playthroughs with recordings. We're just going to do tutorials. Playthroughs, we're going to do live streams. We'll see how that all works out. With other videos I need to get out, I don't think I'm going to be doing any more on Raft until it updates a little bit more, because there's not a whole lot of content left for me to show. And I kind of got tired of playing Raft, and I don't want to get overwhelmed playing it and just make videos, force myself to play it. Valheim, I'm still enjoying the shit out of that game. So I'm not done with it yet. We're still going to be live streaming that as well. I'm also going to try to get videos out. One thing we do have, Breath Edge. Breath Edge finally had its full release. Video tomorrow on first episode of Breath Edge. I have played it before. Back in 2019 was the last time I played it. Now it's out on full release. We have the chapters to finish the story. New content. I love that game. That game's a lot of fun. Also, Satisfactory. I'm waiting for the next update to come out for Satisfactory so I can start making videos on that. Any other? Astroneer. At some point, I do want to go ahead and finish the storyline with Astroneer in videos. I did finish the storyline in live streams, but there were people who were asking for videos on Astroneer, so we'll be putting some out for that. What else? We were talking about 7 Days to Die at one point, but I think I decided just 7 Days to Die I'm not really all that interested in. I played 7 Days to Die for like one stream for like 8 hours, and that was enough for me. Not really all that into it. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple other... Star Citizen. I definitely want to get back into Star Citizen. Go ahead and do some recordings of that. Also, live streaming. Right now, there's not a whole lot of content for live streaming, but I would like to get into it. I know there's games that I'm missing. Basically, what I did was I set a goal for myself. I want to reach 25,000 subscribers by the end of 2021. If I do not, I'm done with YouTube. I'm quitting my channel. So yeah, if I don't reach 25,000 subscribers, Dragon Nation Gaming is done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do everything that I always wanted to do in the next year, which means a lot of work. So finish all the games that I've played that I haven't finished yet. Play the games that are new. There are a couple games that I did want to play, which I'm not going to be able to. Kerbal Space Program 2. Unfortunately, that will not come out until 2022. So, unless I reach 25,000 subscribers, I'm not going to be playing it on YouTube. I will get it myself, but I won't be playing it on YouTube. Updates for the Raft. Depending on when they come out, I might not be able to finish the Raft. Valheim is brand new, so there's going to be a lot of content for that. I might not be able to finish that one. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I might not be able to finish. Thank you again. Yeah, no problem, 3H. I gotta figure out a name for you, man. You have YouTube and it's hard to do. You have your own channel. Yeah, it's a bit of work. Especially if you want to try to get it to a point where you can make some decent money at it. If you get into YouTube, don't do it to make money. You're not gonna last long. You're gonna quit. You'll get discouraged too easily. Don't do YouTube to make money. Do it as a hobby. Satisfactory updates early in March. Yep. I thought it was supposed to come at the end of February, actually. No, maybe that was Breath Edge. Yeah, Breath Edge came out the day before yesterday, I think. And yeah, you're right. Satisfactory comes out in March. So as soon as that update comes out, I'll be playing that. Subnautica, that's one of the other ones. So I don't have any videos of Subnautica, the first one. So I will do a playthrough of Subnautica so I can get those videos out. And when I'm done with that, I'm going to go ahead and play Below Zero. Although Below Zero is not finished, and it probably won't be finished before the end of the year. So I might not be able to finish it depending on how things work out. Oh, is it about to be released? I only saw the name. I didn't see that you said it was about to be released. When is it getting released? Full release or just partial release? If it's about to get released, hell yeah, I'll play that. I'll play the original Subnautica first, go ahead and do a full playthrough, and then we'll go to Below Zero if it is released. That's what I was waiting for Below Zero. I was waiting for the full release. I'm really upset about Kerbal Space Program 2. It was supposed to come out last year, but now it's not coming out until 2022. I'm really upset about that, man. I was looking forward to it. That's why I stopped playing the first Kerbal Space Program, because the second one's supposed to come out. So I don't know. I might play some Kerbal Space Program. I don't know yet. Full release was announced. I'm going to have to go look that up. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, I'll look that one up. I know there's some other games that I'm missing, but they'll come out eventually. I have a whole year to get all this content out. And a lot more content that I could get out in one episode a day for the entire year. So here pretty soon, I'm going to be trying to get 2 videos out a day. It's going to be a shit ton of work, but I think I could do it. I mean, I did it for an entire month, and I was successful at it. Of course, I didn't have any personal time. I didn't have time to do shit. So it's going to be a lot of work. I'm not going to have a whole lot of time, but I'm going to push this YouTube thing, try to get that 25,000 subscribers, just so I can say if I do have to quit, at least I can say I tried. But yeah, we'll have to see how that all goes in the future. But until then, make sure to like and subscribe, all that good stuff. See y'all the next one. Peace.